Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was in Sword Art Online and fell for Asuna? Part 2. This story is Dream in Drive by gamer GG7267. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. September, the start of autumn, was a beautiful time in Aincrad. It was just coming out of summer, so the weather was still relatively hot, but it was cooling down. People were still dining outdoors and having picnics, but Izuku could see more and more people starting to eat inside. Not much had changed in the grand scheme of things. There weren't any games breaking, new mechanics being discovered, or secret dungeons being completed. However, it was easy to notice how many people had begun to settle down in Sword Art Online, most likely believing that they would never escape. But Izuku wasn't going to let that happen. And he wasn't alone. Hundreds of other players were still fighting, trying to free themselves and everyone trapped in this death game. He'd assisted in a few boss raids, and he and Asuna always met up afterwards to celebrate. Such was the reason the two of them were currently sitting in a booth on floor 50, having just killed the 49th floor boss. Floor 50. Halfway there, Izuku said, taking a bite of his mutton and salad meal. If we continue at this pace, we'll be done by June. Asuna sat opposite him in their little booth, taking a small sip of her drink. That's not going to happen. I bet we'll get to the 75th floor by June or July, she made her own guess. A little bit pessimistic, don't you think? Izuku commented softly. I prefer realistic, Asuna retorted, stirring her fork in her pasta. Games get harder as you progress. Now that we're halfway, the bosses and enemies are going to have more tricks, more health, and are just going to be a pain in the ass to deal with for the foreseeable future. Talking from your experience with video games? Izuku asked, as he was reminded that he knew nothing about games or what they entailed. Nope, one of my friends told me, Asuna shrugged. But she's a huge gamer and she creates my weapons for me, so I trust her judgment. Izuku nodded along before his eyes lit up as he recalled something he heard about. I heard that your division in Knights of the Blood managed to take down a mini-boss. That's amazing. Izuku smiled brightly at the girl. Asuna let out a small chuckle and looked away, but Izuku caught the smile tugging on her lips. It wasn't all that impressive. The boss wasn't difficult at all. If we're being honest, you probably could have taken it out on your own, she claimed. Izuku let out his own chuckle. You're over-exaggerating. I'm not that strong, he claimed. Asuna placed her fork down. It was quiet, but to Izuku it was as loud as a gunshot. She stared him in the eyes, a mixture of annoyance and concern in her eyes. Yamikumo, you're one of the strongest players I know. What level are you? Level 62, level 65, Izuku muttered softly. Exactly. You're able to defeat mini-bosses solo, clear dungeons without any extra help, and this is the first game you've ever played. You are strong. Never forget that. Izuku looked up at the girl, a small blush starting to coat his cheeks. He'd been praised by other players before, but being praised by Asuna felt so much better. Probably because they were friends instead. Looking down at his empty plate, Izuku stood up. Well, I need to get going. We'll do this again soon. Asuna nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll let you know when I'm free. I'll see you soon, Asuna. Izuku smiled at the girl. Asuna flashed him a soft smile back and gave a small wave goodbye. Be safe, Yamikumo. Izuku left the tavern and emerged to the hustle and bustle of the streets. The air was nice and warm, albeit a little humid. Looking up to the sky, Izuku nodded to himself. You're halfway there, Izuku, he thought before setting off down the street. He wasn't looking for new work. In fact, the work often came to him. People would crowd around him and request him to get them an item, or as of recently, be a bodyguard. Bodyguard missions weren't his favorite. Every time he was on those missions, the other players often described him as tense, on edge, and quiet. He always apologized afterwards, even when they told him it wasn't necessary. He wished he could act like he always did, but it was hard when his mind always remembered that day in April. He could always tell everyone that he was no longer doing bodyguard work, but he always ignored that voice in the back of his mind. A hero always helped others, even if they had issues with certain aspects of their jobs. At least that's how Izuku viewed it. His ears perked up when he heard the sound of someone begging for help, and before he could even think, his body was already running towards the sound. Making his way to the town center, he saw a man trying to catch anyone's attention, but everyone kept avoiding him. Defeated, the man collapsed to his knees and wept. "Sir, are you okay?" Izuku ran over to the man, kneeling down to talk to him. The man looked up at him, staring him in the eyes, before his gaze drifted down towards the grinder of his left elbow. "Yamikumo, please, you have to help me. My guild, they had all their items stolen and then were killed by other players." The man broke down. Izuku felt his blood freeze as he realized who the man's guild had come across. Player killers, he thought to himself. Dying in the game meant dying in the real world. Everyone knew this information when Kayaba told them all about his deception. However, there were some who didn't believe the man, thinking that he was just messing around or trying to test them all. Many of those people committed suicide, but some took to killing other players. Some people didn't believe Kayaba and still treated this world as a video game. If someone died, they'd just wake up. Others took on a more delusional approach, killing players in the belief that they were freeing them from this game and sending them back home. And then there were the worst player killers, those who believed Kayaba's words and still committed murder. These people were often classed as villains by many other players and were considered the most dangerous type of enemy. Creatures and bosses were dangerous, but they had a moveset that they couldn't stray from, but player killers were real people, who could think and act outside of a set weapon list. Thankfully, it was easy to tell if someone had committed a crime against another player. If a player attacked another player with a green icon, their green icon above their head would turn orange. Izuku couldn't let them go free. The longer they were around, the more people would fall victim to them, so this just became the highest priority job. "Is there anything you can tell me about the players?" he asked the man. There were 8 of them. Their leader was this woman with purple eyes and red hair with an earring on her left ear. I think they called her Rosalia. They were on the 35th level. The man gave Izuku the information he requested. "And I want you to have this. I spent all my remaining money and cashed in all the favors I had to get this." Holding out his hand, Izuku took the large crystal and held it up to his eyes. A warping crystal, Izuku mumbled to himself, holding the item in his hand. "It can teleport a group of people into a cell black iron palace on the 1st floor, the man explained. Without warning, he grabbed Izuku's hands, getting a yelp in return from the young boy. "Please, Yamikumo, don't let those villains get away with this," he begged, but Izuku could see a faint glimmer of hope hidden away behind his eyes. Izuku gulped before his face hardened. "Don't worry, sir. I'll stop them." With a new objective that took priority, Izuku stood up straight and began walking towards a teleport gate to get down to another floor. Going from hunting monsters to hunting murderers. There was a big difference between the two, but he could. No, he would stop them. But then he realized that he needed a way to get all 8 players together to use the crystal. He could just do a head-on attack and try and get them to stand down and go quietly, but there was no way to know if they would surrender, and he wasn't going to kill anyone. Izuku took out one of his throwing knives and hummed softly in thought. Looks like he'd need to stock up on potions. Ayano Keiko, or as everyone knew her, Silica, wasn't having a good day. Earlier that day, she'd been asked to go to a dungeon on the 35th level. She agreed almost immediately. She could potentially score some higher-leveled armor and weapons, not to mention afterwards she could go grab some cheesecake from the Weathercock Pavilion. However, things started getting ugly when the organizer of the party, Rosalia, started hogging all the healing crystals for herself. Getting fed up, Ayano just gave up and decided to leave them. Then she had to fight her way out of the dungeon by herself, and made it out with no healing crystals left. Then she and her feathered little dragon, Piña, were ambushed by a small group of drunk apes in the forest she was traveling through to get back to town. Ayano was not a fighter. All she had was a measly dagger she picked up from the 24th floor. Not to mention Piña couldn't initiate combat like some other beasts. So she was stuck, her health bar in the yellow. One of the drunk apes swung at her with its club, but Ayano jumped back then backflipped away from another swing. She reached into her pocket where she kept her healing items, but was painfully reminded that she was all out. One of the monsters swung and landed a direct hit, sending her flying into a tree. She dropped her dagger, leaving her completely defenseless as her health dropped into the red. She saw her dagger was in front of the drunk apes as they marched towards her. One of them stepped over her weapon. Ayano stared at them, her body frozen in fear as one of the drunk apes raised its club. But before she could react, Pina swooped in and took the hit meant for her, buying her a few extra seconds. However, Pina fell to the ground in front of Ayano, who screamed and quickly picked up her traveling companion. Pina, Pina, she cried out, hearing the little dragon whimper before it shattered into multiple particles. All she was holding onto was a small feather that was added to her inventory. Pina's heart. Ayano looked up as another drunk ape raised its club. Closing her eyes, she clutched the feather tightly. Pina. The sound of a potion being crushed filled her ears. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw all the creatures were no longer paying attention to her, instead they were focused on something off in the distance. Ayano looked ahead to see a shadowy figure make its way towards them. Its body was covered in a faint crimson glow. Its right arm moved and held a curved blade out to its side. It then moved the blade to its left elbow. The sound of screeching metal filled the forest as sparks flew from a grinder, illuminating the newcomer's face. It was a boy, with green eyes and hair, wearing a shinobi outfit. Ayano's eyes widened in shock. There was only one person in the game with a grinder on their arm. Why Yamikumo? She whispered in shock. The three drunk apes roared before running towards the boy. The first one swung its club at him, but the boy parried the attack with ease before delivering a powerful slash that quickly destroyed the beast. The second creature attacked just as Yamikumo finished his move, which made the boy roll to the side. He quickly got to his feet and threw a throwing knife into its eye, staggering the enemy just long enough for him to stab his katana through the beast, killing it. The last drunk ape moved to attack, but Yamikumo was faster. The boy swung his sword upwards, slicing the creature from stomach to neck. Using the momentum, he performed a backflip away from it before landing in a crouched position, his katana resting on his shoulder. Then he disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared in front of the ape and performed a powerful slash, killing the beast. The boy breathed heavily, his eyes darting around the forest in fear, as if he was expecting something to pop out from nowhere and attack him. He slowly made his way to her and kneeled down. "Are you okay?" Yamikumo asked. Ayano didn't respond, too busy holding the last remaining thing she had of her beloved pet. Pina, was all she could whisper, clutching the feather close to her heart in some kind of feeble attempt to bring Pina back. Yamikumo looked at the feather then back to her teary eyes. "Oh," the boy softly breathed out as his eyes widened in realization. "Hey, what level was Pina?" he asked with a soft and gentle voice, kneeling down to look her in the eyes. "Level 26, that's great," he suddenly shouted, causing Ayano to jump in fright. "Oh, sorry." Yamikumo was quick to apologize before explaining. "There's a place on the 47th floor. Hill of Memories. There's a flower there that can revive a pet if the beast tamer has the feather on them. The duration you have depends on what level the beast was. If Pina was level 26, then that means you have around 2 days to revive your pet." Ayano's heart dropped when she heard what floor the Hill of Memories was on. She was only level 42, with relatively weak gear. There was no way she'd be able to make it there without dying. And she had to be present to revive Pina. There was no way she could make it. "Hey, why are you out here all alone?" Yamikumo asked, looking around for any sign of an enemy. "Thankfully, nothing was close by. I was left behind by my party. The leader, Rosalia, took all the healing items," Ayano spat out, feeling upset and bitter. The boy tensed up for some reason before looking at her with a look she couldn't decipher. "How long have you been traveling with them?" he asked cautiously. "I was asked to join their party today. There was Rosalia, and 2 others, Ayano explained. Yamikumo's shoulders dropped as he not so subtly breathed a small sigh of relief. "Cool," he whispered before opening his inventory and giving her some armor and 2 daggers that looked like they could be found on level 45. "Here, this gear should be good to travel to level 47. Ayano stared with her jaw dropped as she watched the high-leveled equipment enter her inventory. I can't pay for all of this," she exclaimed. "Who said anything about paying?" Yamikumo asked with his head tilted to the side, like a curious puppy. I was going to sell this, and I already have enough core, he said. Why would you do all this for me? Ayano asked, looking up at Yamikumo with teary and confused eyes. Yamikumo just looked at her like she asked one of the most ridiculous questions on the planet. Because helping others is what a hero should do, he paused for a second before looking away sheepishly. Sorry, I never got your name. Ayano's eyes widened as she realized she hadn't told Yamikumo her username. I'm Silica. It's great to meet you, Silica. I'm Yamikumo. Ayano interrupted him, before quickly apologizing. Sorry, it's just that everyone knows who you are. Yamikumo nodded slowly. Yeah, I've been told that before, he said with a soft chuckle before looking around the forest, his body shaking with what looked to be fear. I think we should head off. I don't know if any other creatures are here, and I don't want to find out while I'm using this potion. Mish was a quiet town for the most part. It used to be the central hub for most mid-level players, but they moved to 42nd floor once floor 47 had been unlocked. Many players could still be found roaming the streets, however, they were more low-leveled players who wanted to try and level up a bit more. Izuku normally went to places like this to see if people needed him to grab any items. But this time he had to change outfits. If the woman in her guild were here, then they might recognize him thanks to the outfit and grinder. And his name. Hey, Silica, Izuku gently spoke up as they stood on the outskirts of the town. Can you just call me Mikumo while we're here? Silica looked confused, so Izuku explained without telling her the truth. I've finished some big jobs for the time being, and just need a tiny break before I head back out, he lied. He didn't want to tell her that. Being none the wiser, Silica nodded in agreement. Okay, Mikumo. Smiling at the younger girl, Izuku opened up his inventory before switching to his collected armor. He sold most of what he found, but he did keep a few outfits around. This one should work, he thought to himself before selecting it. Izuku's body shined brightly before the light disappeared. Looking down at the black gloves on his hands, he adjusted his new black tattered trench coat which rested over a brown waistcoat, but there was a white shirt underneath that. He also switched from a tatsukbakama to black trousers with knee-high boots. Izuku rolled his shoulders, the small black cape fluttering with his movements. Alright, let's go, Izuku said before pulling up a black face mask and pulling a withered tricorn hat down to cover his face. Silica nodded from beside him, shocked at how different the outfit was to what he normally wore. Yamikumo was known for the traditional Japanese shinobi armor, along with the grinder on his left elbow. This looked completely different to what he normally wore. Sure. The two of them walked through the town. Izuku braced himself for someone to recognize him like they always did, but no one batted an eye when he passed them by. He thought they were in the clear before two boys stepped in front of them. The first boy didn't have any identifiable trait in his appearance, but the second boy had long front teeth that went down to his chin. Mutation quirks was something Izuku was curious about when entering this world. The game scanned the face, and required the player to pat their bodies to get a good measurement. However, it became clear when players were given the mirrors that certain mutations were present. Only the head was copied, but the body was not. So most major mutation quirks that affected their body were removed, which caused quite a stir amongst many people. Some were happy, others annoyed, and most just felt weird. Izuku hoped that they didn't recognize them, and he subtly breathed out a sigh of relief when they were focused more on Silica. You were in the forest all day. The boy with the long teeth exclaimed. We were getting worried. Yeah, why don't you party with us next time? We can do whatever you want, the second boy declared. Silica, out of her depth, stuttered and stammered, unsure what exactly to say to these boys before latching onto Izuku's arm and hiding behind it like a younger sibling would. Sorry, but I'm partying with this guy for a while, she said from behind his sleeve. The two boys glared at the masked figure before Silica and Izuku moved along, leaving the two of them behind. Once they were far enough, she let go of Izuku's arm and walked alongside him. Sorry for troubling you, she said with her head lowered. Hey, it's fine, not really the first time I've been glared at, Izuku tried to make her feel better. If he was being honest, Bakugo's glare was 10 times worse than theirs, so it wasn't that much of an issue. Are you well known? Kinda. People only want me to be in their party as a mascot. Since I'm a beast tamer with a small dragon. Dragon tamer Silica. That's what they called me, but I don't know if I can still use that nickname, Silica said, tears starting to well up in her eyes. Acting quickly, Izuku leant down and put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Pinya will be back before tomorrow ends. I promise. Silica looked up at him with a shaky smile before wiping a tear from her eye. Thank you, Mikumo. The two continued walking towards the town's inn with Silica asking various questions about Izuku. So where do you live? I don't really have a home. I'm moving around so much that I never spend too much time in one place. So I've just been renting out rooms and living like a nomad. I'll spend the night here just to make things easier, Izuku said, his voice not muffled at all by the mask. Oh, I have to take you to the Weathercock Pavilion. They make the best cheesecake there, Silica said, her hands vibrating with excitement. Well, if it isn't Silica, a woman's voice rang out from behind them, getting closer. Red flags were immediately going off in Izuku's mind at the tone the woman used. It reminded him of some of his teachers at Aldera. Nice and sweet, but their voice was laced with venom. Turning around, he saw a woman with red hair and purple eyes, with an earring in her left ear. Rosalia, Silica gasped. Crap, Izuku thought, his eyes looking around the area. There wasn't much room to fight, and there were too many people nearby that could get hurt. But then he mentally slapped himself when he remembered that this was a safe zone. They couldn't fight at all. So he was stuck standing next to Silica. He quickly stepped in front of her, shielding her from the villain's gaze, but she acted like he wasn't even there, completely focused on the young girl. Wow, you made it out of that forest. Good for you, Rosalia said with a fake smile plastered on her face, and that smile only grew when she realized something was missing. Oh, where's the lizard? Don't tell me, she pouted. Pinya died, Silica spat out before looking up with a fire blazing behind her eyes. But I'll bring her back. Mikumo has already given me enough gear to make it there. Mikumo, Rosalia said quietly, her eyes drifting to Izuku's attire, then his elbow. Shrugging off her concern, she looked him in the eyes with a smirk. Looks like another sucker is wrapped around her finger. From what I can see, you aren't that strong in the slightest. The Hill of Memories is a dangerous place. Are you sure the equipment you gave her will keep her alive? Her blood will be on your hands, you know, she goaded the boy, trying to get a rise out of him. But he did none of those things. Instead he gently grabbed Silica's hand and the two of them vanished into the crowd, heading towards the inn as Rosalia just smirked. Weathercock Pavilion was a very nice place. Izuku looked around the inn at the small number of players here, all of them eating and drinking with friends or guildmates. Then he focused his gaze on Silica, who sat with an unhappy and upset look on her face. Why is she so mean? Silica asked. Izuku sighed and looked down at the table. Some people are just like that. They just use their power to hurt those weaker than them. Maybe they have personal reasons, maybe they just enjoy hurting others. You never really know until you talk to them, and that's if they're willing to talk at all, he explained. Izuku wasn't an expert on how villains thought, since he never had malicious thoughts before, but he knew that some people weren't really villains, but when it came to Rosalia, there was a higher chance she just enjoyed inflicting pain on others. Izuku was uninterrupted from his thoughts when an NPC placed down 2 cheesecakes in front of them. Thank you. The NPC moved back to the counter, leaving the two of them to enjoy their dessert. As they started eating, Izuku had a question he wanted to ask since they met. So may I ask how beast taming works? Silica perked up with a large smile on her face. Beast taming is really cool. So first you have to find a monster that isn't outright hostile to you. Pinya didn't attack me when we met. I offered her a peanut, and she became my beast, Silica recalled their first meeting with a smile. Some other monsters are harder. Sometimes you have to beat them in a fight to earn their respect, then you can feed them and tame them. The only 2 things is that the monster has to be tameable, and you can't have killed a lot their type, otherwise they'll always be hostile. Izuku nodded along, understanding what she was saying. So not every monster is tameable, he muttered to himself, pondering what monsters he couldn't be able to tame since he's killed so many. So do they just travel alongside you as a companion? Well, there are 3 classes of beasts: traversal, support, and combat. They level up depending on their class, so traversal beasts level up spending on how far they travel. Sometimes, you might even get lucky and find a beast that could do 2 classes. Although its secondary would be super weak compared to a beast who focuses on that skill, Silica explained, her eyes shining brightly as she delved into the topic she loved the most in this game. Do you reckon I could even have a beast? Izuku asked, hope evident in his voice. While he enjoyed the treks to and from dungeons and towns, he couldn't deny that it took too long. A fast beast that he could ride would dramatically shorten the time of travel. He would be able to help so many more people that way. Silica nodded. Since you didn't let me pay you for the equipment, I'll pay you back like this. I'll try and find a tameable monster when Pinya is revived, she claimed. Izuku nodded, but he did catch the message hidden underneath her words. If Pinya didn't come back, then she wouldn't help him. He wouldn't blame her if she didn't help him after that, but the equipment he gave her should allow her to make it there safely. He would go with her, but he needed to deal with Rosalia and finish the job he'd been given. Rosalia seemed to enjoy picking on Silica from the short interaction he witnessed. And from the way she acted, it didn't feel like she'd stop. He'd dealt with bullies before, and they never stopped until they took everything from you. That thought sent Izuku into a spiral, with pieces clicking together like a puzzle. If Rosalia were like the kids at Aldera, then she wouldn't stop until the young girl's life was miserable. The thing Silica seemed most attached to was Pinya, and the woman made sure to rub the beast's death in Silica's face. But Pinya wasn't dead, at least not fully. She could still be brought back, and Rosalia knew this since she commented about the Hill of Memories. She commented on her gear, asking Izuku if it would be strong enough to keep her alive. And then her final words replayed in his mind. Her blood will be on your hands. Rosalia's going to come after Silica, Izuku realized, his blood turning to ice as he looked at the younger girl, blissfully unaware of her situation as she ate her cheesecake. Izuku opened his mouth to tell her, but then he closed it as his mind began to race with multiple thoughts, piecing everything together to form a plan. The flower could only be collected by the beast tamer with the fallen beast's heart with them, so the villain wouldn't attack Silica until she got her hands on the item, but then there was also the chance of her attacking before and forcing her to summon the flower. The gear he gave her wouldn't protect her from a group, not to mention Silica just wasn't a fighter. She would be completely outmatched against 8 players. There had to be something he could do. Then he came up with an idea. He hated himself for it, but it was probably the best way to ensure Silica's safety, Pina's revival, and Rosalia's arrest. He would travel with Silica, guiding her towards the Hill of Memories and use the flower to lure them out. The only issue was that Silica couldn't know. If she did, he couldn't predict how she would react. She might get angry and storm off, she might be too frightened to leave. Too many unpredictable outcomes. The best thing would be to keep her in the dark. But then he would be lying to her, essentially throwing her into danger without giving her any warning. He could give her a warping crystal, perhaps, just in case things went south and she wouldn't be able to handle it. But that still didn't make things okay. Izuku clenched his fists under the table in anger as the harsh truth came to him. If he wanted to be a hero, then he was going to have to do something unheroic. Hey, Silica, Izuku slowly spoke up, gaining the girl's attention. Do you want me to come with you to the Hill of Memories? And the look in the girl's eyes only made the self-hatred grow. Ayano hugged herself tightly, her nerves getting the best of her. Her soft pink t-shirt provided some comfort as her mind raced with thoughts. None of them were good. She couldn't sleep, her mind too preoccupied with the thought of what would happen the next day. Even though she was traveling with Yamikumo, she couldn't help but fear the worst. What if the flower was patched out? What if they were ambushed or killed? What if she couldn't revive Pinya in time? A knock on the door snapped her focus away from her thoughts. It's Mikumo. May I come in? Ayano got up from her bed and walked over to the door. Opening it, she saw Yamikumo standing there, still in the same attire he wore earlier. Sorry, I forgot to talk about the plan for tomorrow, he sheepishly apologized, not meeting her eyes. Oh, sure, come in. She moved to the side, allowing the older boy to walk in and sit down at the table. He pulled out what looked like a golden bowl and put it on the table. What's that? It's a really cool item, Yamikumo said, his eyes bright as he looked at the thing on the table. It's known as a mirage sphere. It can show a layout of all floors currently unlocked in Aincrad. Here, he pushed a purple button on the top of the vessel. The lid started to float up and suddenly a projection of Aincrad appeared before her eyes. Whoa, it's so pretty. Ayano gushed, looking at the hologram. This device is one of the reasons why I'm able to do most of my work. Without it, it would be so much harder, he said, admiring the hologram before zooming in on the 47th floor. So this is where we'll start, and this is where the Hill of Memories is, he pointed to the other side of the map. Humming, he stared at the map before pointing out a route. This route shouldn't have many enemies, so it would be quicker. That way we can get the flower as fast as Posi. Yamikumo's voice drifted off as he sat there, looking at the door with a look of confusion before it turned into a small look of realization. He held up his finger to his lips, signaling Ayano to be quiet. As quietly as possible, he moved towards the door. He pulled open the door as fast as possible. Once the door was open, she could hear footsteps run down the hallway and disappear. Damn it, Yamikumo whispered softly. What was that? Ayano asked, still not sure what just happened. Someone was listening in on us, Yamikumo said. With one last look out the hallway, he gently shut the door and walked back to the table. Ayano's eyes widened in shock. Huh, they can't do that though. They didn't knock on the door, she pointed out. That's normally the case, but if you've leveled up your listening skill to around level 800, those rules don't apply anymore. You can listen to anything around you, Yamikumo explained, keeping a close eye on the door, but that just made Ayano more curious. So how did you know they were out there? She asked. Tracking skill, Yamikumo answered, turning back to face her after he was confident no one was outside anymore. It allows me to detect small details that are out of place. I started leveling it up more after I and another guild were ambushed. Ayano could notice he was starting to tremble softly, as if living through some dark memory. Clearly, it was a bad one, so she tried to change the subject. Why would they want to listen in on us though? That seemed to work as Yamikumo stopped focusing on his memory and frowned, his eyes darting to the door again. I don't know, he softly spoke, avoiding her eyes. But something didn't sit right with Ayano. Yamikumo seemed adamant on helping her, giving her free gear, joining her on her journey to revive Pina. He seemed like a kind and trustworthy person. So why was he lying now? Floria was beautiful. That was something Izuku thought every time he visited the 47th floor. Sadly, he didn't need to come here often. A lack of good loot meant no one needed him to grab something from this floor. Not to mention this floor was more popular among couples than anyone else, so since he didn't have a girlfriend, he didn't really have any reason to visit. This looks like a place right out of a fairy tale, Silica marveled at all the pretty flowers. She ran over to one of the patches and leant down, running her fingers through the petals and leaves. Yeah, every floor has a certain theme. Some of them did much better than others, but this is definitely the most colorful and vibrant floor so far, Izuku agreed, taking in the scenery. Suddenly Silica began giggling. She quickly tried to muffle it, but failed spectacularly. Huh, what's so funny? He asked, unsure of what she was laughing at. I'm sorry. Silica tried to breathe, but was laughing too hard to do so. It's just that you stand out so much here, she gasped out. Izuku looked down at his alternate outfit and he could see where Silica was coming from. He was dressed in nearly all black, so he stuck out like a sore thumb. Huh, was all he said before letting out a small chuckle alongside the girl, who was just starting to calm down. Well, let's head off. The Hill of Memories should be this way. As the duo moved through the floor, they admired the nature as they passed through forests, watched their reflection in the clear blue water as they passed over a bridge, even if Izuku kept having to get them back on track when Silica saw a flower she wanted for herself and ran off by herself, but Izuku knew that this illusion of beauty would probably turn foul soon, and he didn't want Silica to be there when it did. So after they passed the bridge, he gently tapped her on the shoulder. Silica, I want you to have this. He opened his inventory before pulling out a warping crystal. This will take you to the nearest town. If things get too dicey, please use it. After all, I don't know what enemies may be guarding the flower. Huh, but what about you? She asked. I'll be right behind you, He lied, knowing full well that he wouldn't leave. He had a job to do after all, and he was going to make sure it was completed. Silica nodded along and the two continued their walk in an uncomfortable silence. That was until Izuku quickly stopped in his tracks, holding his arm out to prevent Silica from moving past him. She bumped into his arm and stumbled back. "Hey, what was that for?" she whined. "Do you see that?" Izuku asked her, looking in front of them. "See what?" Silica peeked around Izuku, looking for an enemy or bunch of players, but she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "What level is your searching skill?" Izuku asked, not taking his eyes off whatever he was looking at. "Level 274, Silica answered. Not high enough for her to see it immediately, Izuku nodded before pointing on the path in front of them. "Look closely." Silica did just that, looking around for anything weird, but nothing stood out. She thought about just giving up, but the boy helping her was adamant that something was there, so she gave it one more closer look. That's when Silica noticed it. A small green vine sticking out of the ground, swaying against the direction of the wind. That's when she got a small notification that her searching skill had leveled up. "That's not normal, shouldn't it be blowing the other way?" "Normally yes," Izuku said. "Hey, can you pull out both your daggers?" he requested. Silica followed along and equipped both daggers. One in each hand with the daggers facing away from the inside of her hands. Dual wielding was only possible if you used two of the exact same weapons, but it only offered a small increase in damage with no protection. Not to mention no one got any skills from using two weapons. So it wasn't popular among most players, but people who used small weapons like daggers were normally the players to equip a weapon in both hands. Izuku equipped a regular throwing knife and sent it flying towards the vine. It made contact, but instead of pinning it to the ground it began to thrash violently and the ground began to tremble. Out of nowhere, a giant creature made up of vines and a Venus flytrap for a head bursted out of the ground. "I don't like ambushes," he softly murmured. Silica suddenly felt nervous. She wasn't suited to combat. She was just supposed to be a mascot, not a combatant. The last time she was in combat ended with her almost dying. I don't know if I can do this," she said, her body shaking. "Hey, don't worry, I won't let it hurt you. You haven't even used dual daggers before, right?" he reassured her. Silica nodded, which prompted Izuku to continue talking as the monster slowly stalked towards them. "Okay, you should have two skills to choose from. Run towards it and use Whirl of Blades on the dagger in your dominant hand, and I'll do the rest." Swallowing down her nerves, Silica looked at the monster stalking towards her. Her eyes closed shut, her feet not moving from their position. "I can do this. Yamikuma will be right behind me." Opening up her eyes, Silica dashed forward, gripping both daggers closely. Once she was close enough, she quickly activated the new skill. Silica spun around like a helicopter blade with the daggers outstretched, multiple slices cutting through the creature with ease. Once she finished her skill, she was a good distance away from the monster. It hobbled over to attack her, but was intercepted when Izuku dashed forward towards it. He swung his katana in a horizontal angle, dealing massive damage since he was attacking from behind the monster, but he didn't give the monster time to turn around before striking it a few more times before finishing off with a thrusting attack. Lowering his katana, he looked over to Silica, who looked at her two daggers in awe at how much stronger she was with this equipment. "I didn't know daggers would be this strong," she said in shock. "People can be great with many weapons, but there is normally a certain type of weapons that they excel in. Size and stature is often a big consideration. Katanas are mine because I favor high speed and damage, and with my grinder the durability doesn't become much of a problem." Izuku began to ramble with a wide smile. "Daggers are great for smaller people who are quick and nimble. Hit-and-run tactics is where these weapons shine. Even better if you find one that has a bleed buildup. If you hit a target enough in a short time frame, you can inflict massive damage. Honestly, if you find the weapon you feel is the best fit for you and put the work into making it good, any weapon can be amazing," Izuku explained with a large smile on his face. He missed analyzing quirks. That was one of the things that brought him joy, but since quirks didn't matter in this world, he took to analyzing weapons, monsters and different mechanics of the game instead. Weapons were his favorite, since each weapon had different moves and abilities. He even had a leather notebook to write down information that he thought was super important. The beta tester guides were still much more informative, but Izuku liked to write down his own thoughts on weapons, abilities, and monsters. Sometimes he even found out new information. He would have gone to the writers of the book to show them, but he didn't know where they were, and the only beta tester he knew was Kirito, who he didn't want to bother. Silica giggled at him, snapping out of his thoughts. Sorry, Izuku instinctively apologized. Don't worry, it's just, I've never seen someone get this into something before, Silica reassured him. Well, information like this helps me keep focus, Izuku weakly justified himself. Silica only nodded before the two of them headed towards the Hill of Memories. Ayano enjoyed Yamikumo's company. The boy was calm and kind. Even though he had that mask on, she could tell when he was smiling from his eyes. He made her feel calm and safe, almost like he was her big brother. She enjoyed every moment of their journey right up till the end, where the two of them stood at the top of the Hill of Memories. Approaching a stone altar, Ayano watched as a beautiful white flower bloomed before her very eyes. Slowly reaching out, she picked it up and saw a new item added to her inventory. Numa flower. Ayano held the flower in her hands tightly. This was it. She could revive Pinya now. She opened up her inventory to pull out the feather, but Yamikumo gently grabbed her shoulder. It's too dangerous here. Too many enemies. We should head back somewhere safe, since I don't know if the revival is instant or it takes time, he advised her. Ayano wanted to complain and revive Pinya now, but she couldn't ignore what Yamikumo was saying. What if the revival failed because they suddenly got attacked? Then she wouldn't be able to bring Pinya back. Okay, she said, her voice a little sad, but full of understanding. The two of them began to make their way back, but as they were halfway over the bridge, Yamikumo put his hand on her shoulder. I know you're there. Come out, he shouted towards the trees in front of them. Ayano was just about to ask what was going on when 8 people walked out from behind the trees. 7 men all with orange tags, and a familiar woman. Rosalia, your detection skill must be very high to see through my hiding skill, Rosalia commented. Ayano looked up at Yamikumo, who was staring at all of them intensely. Then her gaze snapped to the woman, who was looking straight at her. It looks like you managed to get the Numa flower. Good job. Now hand it over. Ayano opened her mouth to speak, but Yamikumo gently squeezed her shoulder before walking forward. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Just get your warping crystal out and use it if things go wrong, he whispered to her softly before turning his attention to the group. That's not going to happen, Yamikumo said, his personality flipping into something Ayano only saw when they first met. His normally soft voice became cold and his warm eyes turned sharp. Silica worked hard to get this flower, and I'm not letting you take it from here, especially since I know what you are, he stated, his head held high and his voice echoing restrained anger. A few days ago, you tried to wipe out a guild, but a man managed to escape. Rosalia put her finger on her chin. Oh yeah, the one with no money, she said with no care in her voice. I found the man begging for someone to avenge his friends. He wanted all to face justice for what you did to him and his friends. So he saved up everything he had left and used every favor he could to get a warping crystal. It's a one-way trip to Black Iron Prison, and I plan to send every one of you there to protect all the other potential people you would harm. He seemed to finish his speech, but then he asked something else. Do you know how that man felt, to watch those he cared for die in front of him? Rosalia scoffed and flicked her hair. Please, I can't believe so many people take this game seriously. I bet when all of them died, they just woke up in the real world. There is no proof that dying here means you die in the real world, she stated confidently. Yamikumo clenched his fist. Then I guess nothing I can say or do will convince you to stop, will it? He claimed dejectedly. He was about to move forward to engage the enemies, but Ayano couldn't let him do that. Yamikumo, stop. There's too many of them. Ayano said, not realizing that she just let slip the boy's real username in her panic. The name sent the villains into a state of shock as they all froze. Why Yamikumo? One of the men repeated disbelievingly. Yamikumo, still glaring at the players in front of him, opened up his inventory before clicking on a button. He glowed bright blue, and when the light died down, he was wearing his regular attire once again with the grinder of his left arm for all to see. Green hair, green eyes, a white shinobi outfit with a grinder on his left elbow. The man with the greatsword panicked as he listed off what he knew Yamikumo looked like. Rosalia, this guy's that solo mercenary. He tackles bosses and wins by himself. A few of the villains took a step back, even Rosalia was caught off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. What the? You're supposed to be on the higher floors. What the hell are you doing here? Finishing a job, Yamikumo declared, reaching into his inventory to pull out what Ayano assumed to be his signature katana. But Yamikumo didn't pull out his katana. Instead he wielded a throwing knife with a faint yellow outline along the blades. The guild relaxed at the sight, almost as if him using that weapon meant an easy victory for them. The great and powerful Yamikumo everyone, Rosalia mocked the boy with a laugh, thinks he can take on all of us with just a single throwing knife. Guess all the stories about him were just hot air. Unperturbed by their words, Yamikumo held his right arm up to his face, covering his mouth while the throwing knife was pointed away from him and towards the group of players. You are strong. Never forget that, he whispered to himself with his eyes closed. His eyes snapped open, a fire burning within them. Then he dashed forward, and everything immediately went wrong for the villains. One of the players let out a war cry and ran towards Yamikumo, trying to land a strike with his hammer center mass. But he was too slow. Yamikumo rolled to the side before grazing the man's leg with his throwing knife, which buckled instantly. The man collapsed and Yamikumo was already running to the next target. Rolling to the side to avoid an attack, another yellow-tipped throwing knife appeared in Yamikumo's empty hand, which he flung towards one of the villains, hitting him right in the leg and causing the man to fall down as well. One of the villains had a great shield, protecting him from any attack from the front. Ayano stared in shock and awe as Yamikumo kicked the shield, stunning the man before ducking low and sweeping the man's legs, causing him to tumble to the ground. Before the man could even react, Yamikumo was above him, slicing him on his forearm with another throwing knife. Suddenly, Yamikumo was struck from the back and let out a gasp in pain. The villain cried out in triumph, but his face quickly turned pale as he realized that his attack didn't even faze him as the older boy swung around, grabbed the man with the dagger and sliced the man's cheek before quickly circling around him and kicking him in the back of the legs. Ayano was partying with him, so she could see his health, and she could barely notice if his HP decreased. Ayano watched, her jaw agape as Yamikumo ran directly towards a man with a greatsword who was in mid-swing, only to parry the attack with nothing but a throwing knife and then spike the knife directly down into the man's foot. His higher level no doubt helped him breeze through the battle, but this level of skill was basically unheard of. She had heard many stories about Yamikumo before, but none of them did justice to how good he was at this game. With another villain down, Yamikumo moved towards the last three. Two of them tried rushing him at the same time, but Yamikumo just summoned another throwing knife in his other hand and hit both of them in the arms while dashing forward towards his final target. Rosalia thrust her spear towards him, hoping to land a good hit, but Yamikumo ducked under it, rolled towards her and sliced her leg with one last throwing knife before jumping back far away. And for the first time, Yamikumo's tag turned from green to orange. All of the villains started to get up, and Rosalia just laughed. Was that the best you could do? Her laughter abruptly died when one of her team members, the first one Yamikumo hit, fell to the ground. Ayano panicked, but the man was not dead, but he was cursing and looked like he was trying to move, but he was paralyzed from the neck down. It's easier to attack with the knives in my hands. I didn't want to hit any areas that would cause a lot of pain if you have the inhibitors turned off, Yamikumo stated as he turned around, the fire in his eyes dying out. One by one, each of the villains fell to the ground just like the first one. As they did, Yamikumo began to speak up again. After the man gave me the job, I tried to think of a way to capture you all. I thought maybe an attack would work, but you could all have easily split up and escaped. Then it hit me, there was one way to defeat all of you without any chance of you running away. The second last player fell, leaving Rosalia standing alone. Suddenly the woman's body tensed up, leaving her standing upright. That man paid for the crystal. Ayano's eyes widened as she realized what Yamikumo had done to the group, and his next words confirmed her suspicions as he walked over to Rosalia. All I did was brew the paralysis potions. As soon as he said those words, Rosalia fell to the ground, completely paralyzed. Yamikumo looked down at the woman and sighed softly. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to continue hurting others," he said as he walked away from the woman and towards another member of Rosalia's guild. The villain looked up, scared at what was going to happen to him. But Yamikumo didn't attack. Instead, he grabbed the player before placing him down next to Rosalia. He repeated this multiple times, placing each member close together, like sardines packed in a can. Once he was done, he placed the warping crystal on Rosalia's chest, since she was in the middle. Quickly moving backwards, the crystal began to glow brightly, causing the group of players to panic and shout. Amidst all the loud noise, Ayano heard Yamikumo whisper something to himself. "At least they'll all be safe in Black Iron Prison," he muttered. The group of paralyzed players were engulfed in light, causing Ayano to cover her eyes and close them since it was too bright. When she opened them and lowered her arms, they were all gone, as if never there in the first place. Ayano looked up at Yamikumo in awe, but when he met her eyes, he looked away, shame and guilt in his eyes. "Let's head back," he whispered softly. Since Silica spent enough for 2 nights, the two made their way back to Weathercock Pavilion. Izuku didn't want to revive Pinya out in the open just in case a mini-boss spawned and killed the beast again. There was no trouble on the way back and eventually they found themselves back in Silica's room. No one had followed them, and they were in a no PvP zone, so they couldn't be attacked. That's when Izuku couldn't hold in the guilt anymore. "I'm sorry," Izuku apologized, looking to the floor. "I should have told you that Rosalia was spying on us. I had to use the flower as bait to capture her," he said, his face full of shame. "Huh, why are you apologizing?" Silica asked, genuinely confused. Izuku opened his mouth to explain, but Silica beat him to the punch. "Yamikumo, you saved my life, you gave me powerful gear for free, you escorted me to the Hill of Memories, and saved me from villains while capturing them at the same time." She listed off everything Izuku did for her. "You've done so much for me. You're my hero." Izuku blinked in shock before starting to feel tears well up in his eyes. He quickly rubbed them away before offering a shaky smile at his friend. "Thank you, Silica, but I'm guessing you need to leave soon," Silica said with a noticeable look of sadness on her face. She didn't hold it against him at all, he still had so many people to help like he helped her. "How about this? Let's meet in the real world when we beat this game, I'll buy you a real cheesecake, then we'll be even," Silica offered, looking up at the older boy with an adorable smile. "Oh, and before I forget," she quickly opened up her menu and sent Izuku a friend request. Izuku was taken aback by what the girl said, but quickly snapped out of it. He looked at her with a small smile and accepted her request. "I'd really like that, Silica," he replied. "I think we shouldn't keep Pinya waiting any longer." Silica nodded in excitement before pulling out the feather Pinya dropped and placing it on the table. She then went into her inventory and pulled out the Numa flower and held it above the feather. A single drop of crystal clear glowing liquid fell from one of the petals and landed on Pinya's feather, and then the flower shattered. The two watched in amazement as the feather raised into the air. A brilliantly blue light started to shine around the feather before expanding, like it was building Pinya again using that one feather as a baseline. The room shone bright as the shape of Pinya flashed a bright blue, almost blinding the two of them in the process. Once the light settled down, there was Pinya, the little feathered dragon, flying above the table. Pinya let out a squeak before flying over to Silica and landing on her shoulder, nuzzling her head against her master's. Silica's eyes filled with tears at the return of her companion and hugged Pinya tightly. "I missed you, Pinya," she whispered to her pet. Izuku, not wanting to be an annoyance to this reunion, got up and walked over to the door. "I'll leave you and Pinya be. I'm sure you have some catching up to do." "Bye Yamikumo," Silica nodded happily with Pinya still clutched in her arms. Izuku turned around to leave, but stopped when she called out. "Wait, before you go, I'll have a look around for a beast you might be able to tame. I'll message you when I've found one," she told him. "Thank you. I'm excited to hear from you," Izuku smiled. Taking one last glance at Silica who was still hugging Pinya before smiling longingly and closing the door, leaving the two to catch up. June 26, 2138. So even in the game, there were criminals and villains, the detective sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course there was, he thought. Taking in a deep breath through his nose, he looked at the two survivors in front of him. He really didn't want to ask this question, but he had to. "Did either of you ever kill anyone in the game?" he asked with a deathly serious voice. Izuku and Asuna looked at each other before shaking their heads. "No, unless you count Kayaba, we never killed anyone," the detective nodded, his quirk letting him know the boy was telling the truth. "But, I did come really close at one point." Tears pooled in the boy's eyes as his hands tightened into fists. Normally Asuna would have tried to comfort him, but she too had a furious and pained look on her face as she recalled the bastard who caused Izuku so much pain, in more ways than one. "We'll get to that later," Izuku muttered. "Shortly after meeting Silica, Asuna decided to come and clear a dungeon with me," he said, his eyes looking up to the roof. "Although things didn't go as planned once we got inside, Asuna Yuki, or as she uncreatively named herself, Asuna stood around a table among the other high-leveled guilds. These were the players known for being the strongest, the most capable, and overall the best of the best in Sword Art Online. Furinkazan, Divine Dragons Alliance, Aincrad Liberation Forces Clearing Sector. These were all well-known, well-respected and high-leveled clearing guilds, but none could hold a candle to Knights of the Blood, which was considered by many to be the lead guild. Asuna had started out as just a rookie after fighting Nicholas the Renegade with Yamikumo, and through training and sheer grit, she'd managed to quickly rise through the ranks to become one of the 4 sub-leaders, serving only under Heathcliff, their leader. Asuna was proud of her accomplishment. Her own decisions got her into this position and, since she was a sub-leader, she didn't have anyone telling her what to do or where to go, unless it was Heathcliff, but he normally just let the sub-leaders do their own things since all of them were competent. As such, she was the one leading the charge against a surprisingly stubborn field boss called the Geocrawler, as Lind from the Divine Dragons Alliance told her. With all the players around her watching, she pointed to the town close to the field boss. "We'll lure the boss into the village. While it attacks the NPCs, we can strike and take it down." Murmurs rose up, some not sure of the plan, but no one spoke up and disagreed with her. Except for one person. "Sorry, but the plan has a few problems." Despite almost everyone in the room being a part of a guild, there was a single solo player among them. The players parted, letting Asuna see her green-haired friend walk forward. While Asuna had very few friends in this game, Yamikumo was her first and probably best friend. He was unique among all the other players she'd met, in that he was probably the second strongest player she knew, right behind Heathcliff. And that wasn't just info she alone knew. There was an unspoken rule about Yamikumo. If you were to fight him, you'd need to take him out immediately. The most dangerous thing about the katana-wielding boy was the fact that he could learn and adapt to best counter his opponent. The longer he stayed in the fight, the worse your odds became. His skill, strength, intelligence and commitment were beyond anything she'd ever seen before. Compared to most, he was on a whole different level. Despite this, the boy didn't hold himself upon a pedestal. He spent all his time helping other players as a merc who didn't charge anything for his services. And from what she'd heard, he'd never failed a single job. He never bragged about his accomplishments and didn't show off, which is probably why she so easily befriended him. That didn't mean the boy had no faults though. He had horrible self-esteem, always believing many players were better than him, when she was confident he could fight all of the players here in a one-on-one fight and come out on top. He also worked alone. He wasn't like the edgy lone wolf, instead it felt more like he just liked to be by himself. He worked with others quite well and was able to take charge when things went wrong, but it was just weird to see that fearless leader turn into this timid and quiet boy when all the threats were gone. There was also the fact that Yamikumo seemed to be set out to please everyone he came across. Taking on jobs and requests from other players, and from what she's heard, he hadn't failed once, but he was always moving. Asuna was certain that the only times he took a break was when they relaxed after a floor boss had been defeated, or when he slept. It was like he was letting everyone else choose what he was allowed to do, and that irked her the wrong way. He didn't even ask for payment for his jobs either when he was constantly going into dangerous areas. But no one was born perfect. Everyone had strengths and weaknesses, and Yamikumo was just like that. If he didn't have those flaws, then he wouldn't be the boy she knew and befriended. All in all, he was a trusted friend and a valuable ally. So it slightly annoyed her that he would disagree with her plan. Asuna was a firm believer that respect went both ways. If someone was going to treat her like shit, then she wasn't going to be the nice one. Even though her brother was going to take over the family business, she was still told by her father that she needed to play nice with certain people, yet his words just went in one ear then straight out the other. If someone was going to be rude to her or her friends, then she wasn't going to hold back. So even though she was annoyed that Yamikumo was challenging her plans, she wasn't going to be rude and obnoxious since he was showing her respect. "Okay, what's wrong with the plan?" she asked, gesturing for him to come and stand next to her. Moving through the crowd and offering apologies to anyone he accidentally bumped into, Yamikumo stood next to her. As if a switch was flipped inside his brain, he examined the map. The unbreakable gate out the front would be the biggest issue. "We'd need roughly 2 players to open the gate," Yamikumo pointed to the front of the town. "We have around 40 players here. We can spare 2 players, Asuna stated. That wasn't a big issue at all. The 2 lowest leveled players would be in charge of the gate. "Okay, but then there are the streets." Yamikumo shook his head as he looked at the town. "The streets are too narrow. We might be able to fit 3 people in front and behind the boss, but because we want the boss to chase after NPCs, we'd need to leave the front open, so only 3 melee attackers." The boy hummed and looked up at all the other players in the room. "How many here are proficient with ranged weapons? Bows, crossbows, blowguns, spears, slingshots, throwing knives?" Only 10 of them raised their hands. "Yeah, that's going to be a big issue," Asuna thought with a frown. Most players preferred melee combat as that was simple and didn't require external ammunition that could run out. "We could try and lead it into the town center." She paused and frowned before sighing softly to herself. "No, the NPCs would just run away and lead the boss after it," she realized. "And I wanted to quickly ask everyone something." Yamikumo looked at every player, who all were now looking at him. "Has anyone ever seen an enemy attack an NPC?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and it was pretty clear that none of them had seen an enemy attack an NPC. Asuna certainly hadn't. NPCs never leave the town or their designated area, which normally didn't have many enemies around. She was making an educated guess. Monsters normally attacked anything that wasn't hostile, like regular animals, so why wouldn't they also attack NPCs? "No, too much is left up to chance. We can't let anyone die," Yamikumo muttered to himself, examining the map once more before pointing to an open field close to where the field boss would spawn. "Here, this would be a good area to attack." Asuna peered over his shoulder and recognized where he was talking about. "Good vantage points for ranged fighters, plenty of space for melee combat. The only problem is that we'll need the field boss to be distracted to hit the weak points." "That's why," she commented. Yamikumo's face turned pensive as he pursed his lips, tapping his finger on the map before his face lit up. "Is the field boss fast?" he asked, looking up at the rest of the players. "Nope, it's slow, but it packs a punch if it lands a hit. Nearly took out a third of my health with just a punch when my guild and I came across it," Lin stated. Asuna raised her eyebrow at Yamikumo as he opened up his inventory before pulling out a potion with no lid and a crimson-red liquid. He gently shook the bottle side to side while looking at her, as if to say that this was a good idea. "It wasn't. Absolutely not," was the first thing that came out of Asuna's mouth. "We aren't going to use you as live bait. The NPCs would respawn. You wouldn't," she reminded him, absolutely dumbfounded at how stupid his idea was, and from the sounds of the players behind her, she wasn't the only one who thought the plan sucked. "Okay, I know it's a crazy idea but hear me out," Yamikumo pleaded with the guilds. "If I learn its attack patterns and moveset, I can parry and dodge all the attacks, leaving it open for a counterattack. If that doesn't work, I can just run around the field. It's spacious enough and I'm a fast player. I can avoid it. The only issue is that we'll need to allocate one of the attack and support parties to be on the lookout for any enemies attracted to the potion of aggression," he finished explaining. Asuna wanted to shoot down the idea so badly, but she couldn't ignore how much better the plan was than her original one. The fight would be faster and there would be less chances of casualties, however there was a higher chance of Yamikumo dying, even if he had one team focused on protecting him, so she decided to increase the number. "No, We'll have 2 teams dealing with any unexpected enemies. Asuna changed his plan. Yamikumo looked at her and she just said how she felt. I'm not risking your life, Yamikumo. He seemed slightly taken aback by her words, before nodding in confusion. Okay, we meet up on Wednesday. I don't want anyone trying to be a hero and tackle the boss solo. Understood. The group nodded and shouted in affirmation. Good. Meeting adjourned. Asuna stood outside, watching as some of the guilds got together to go do a dungeon run on the 53rd floor. Normally, that would be strange since they were currently on the 56th floor, but the guilds needed a special item that could only be obtained on the 53rd floor, hence why they were planning to visit the dungeon. Looking around, she saw that everyone had split off into different groups. Some were planning the dungeon run, others were talking about tackling a field boss on the floor below them. Everyone was planning their own thing, and that made her ponder what she would be doing. Most of the Knights of the Blood members were doing the dungeon run, so she was going to be joining them. She wasn't a huge fan of sitting down and doing nothing. Relaxation was a waste of time and could be better spent trying to beat the game, but there were some occasions that were fine, like talking or hanging out with her 2 friends when she didn't have any obligations. Speaking of friends, Asuna looked around, trying to spot where Yamikumo had wandered off to. He couldn't have gone far, she thought to herself before moving through the players. She checked the blacksmith, potion and the crystal stores, but nothing. Frowning, she moved deeper into the town, making sure not to go too far from her guildmates. Making her way into the center of town, she stopped when she saw Yamikumo sitting on the edge of the fountain, his head facing away from her and towards the fountain. Yamikumo, she called out, walking towards him. But he didn't respond, only staring into the fountain. Asuna didn't understand what Yamikumo was doing. If there was anyone who didn't relax, that would probably be her best friend. He was always on his feet, doing tasks and requests from other players. She was sure that the only 2 times he relaxed were when he slept and when the 2 of them hung out. So to see him sitting down looking into a fountain, it confused her. As Asuna stood next to him, she caught a glimpse of Yamikumo's face. He was just staring out into the fountain, his eyes glassy and his face slack. That concerned her greatly. Yamikumo. Asuna gently addressed the boy, but he didn't react at all. Yamikumo, she repeated, this time gently shaking his shoulder. That seemed to get a reaction as he straightened his back and his eyes regained focus. He looked around confused and startled before he locked eyes with her. He breathed out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Yamikumo, are you all right? She asked, not understanding what just happened. Yeah, sorry, he sheepishly apologized, rubbing the back of his head. I sometimes get caught up in my thoughts that everything around me drowns out. What were you thinking about? Asuna asked, taking a seat next to Yamikumo. Just a bunch of things. Weapons skill, potions, how the real world was going, if any new pro heroes debuted, and what their key. Yamikumo shut his mouth tightly and just offered a small, but strained nod. There were 2 tidbits of information that were considered taboo in Sword Art Online. A player's real name, and their quirk. These were rarely ever shared between players. Names were a given because some people still wanted a shred of privacy, but there was also a darker reason behind it. Telling someone your real name increased attachment, and in a world where anyone could die, it was too compromising. Then quirks were considered moot. Some pretentious players tried to brag about how strong their quirks were, but no one was capable of using their quirks in this game. Out in the real world, quirks may have held weight in popularity, but in here no one could prove what quirk they had. Eventually people just decided to not talk about quirks and it became an unspoken rule to just not mention quirks at all. Asuna was fine with those rules. She had no intention of telling anyone her real name, and people didn't need to know what her quirk was. But it looked like Yamikumo was still struggling with the change. I take it you like quirks, Asuna spoke aloud, shocking the boy. Yeah, Yamikumo nodded shyly, looking around to make sure no one could hear them. Asuna just lightly shook her head at him. While people didn't talk about quirks that much, it wasn't illegal. Back in the real world, I like to study them. What they could do and theories about how they worked, he explained. Like a quirk analyst. Yeah, I had a bunch of notebooks containing information on all different types of quirks. From my classmates to pro heroes. I wrote them down because. He paused before shaking his head with a nervous laugh. Never mind, it's nothing. Asuna stared at him as he tried to evade her gaze. It didn't sound like nothing, but she wasn't going to push him on the topic, at least not until he was comfortable with talking to her about it. So, are you going to join in on the dungeon run? Or are you going to go tackle one of the field bosses with the others? She asked. Neither, Yamikumo answered, pulling out a small leather notebook and opening it up. Peering over his shoulder, she could see what looked like multiple jobs written down. Asuna was shocked at how many jobs he'd done, and how many he still had. As the boy flipped through the book, he finally landed on a page where there was a mix of usernames and jobs crossed out and ones that weren't. Looks like a dungeon on this floor. His smile faded slightly as he noticed something. Although I don't think anyone's ever cleared it yet, it hasn't been put in the guidebook written by the beta testers. Asuna grimaced as she took in Yamikumo's words. Unknown dungeons were a very big risk with a mixed reward. Sometimes the loot could be amazing, other times it was weak and worthless. And then there were the monsters. She'd done her fair share of unknown dungeon runs, and sometimes the monsters were insanely strong. You never knew what you'd get going into the dungeons. She was sure Yamikumo had done plenty of unknown dungeon runs before by himself, but she knew how risky they could be. Her head turned back to where her guildmates were in thought before turning back to him. I could come with you this time if you want, Asuna suggested. Yamikumo's head swung to face her, a look of shock mixed with confusion etched onto his features. Are you sure? I can do it by myself, you don't need to trouble yourself. Besides, I thought you were going to join the others on the dungeon run, he pointed out. You make it sound like you don't want me to come along, Asuna said without any malice in her voice, but the boy still panicked and started waving his arms around, trying to deny what she just said. Don't worry, Yamikumo, I was just joking around with you, she claimed before she turned her head towards the other guilds. Those players have done this dungeon run 6 times now. This will be their 7th time doing this. At this point, I'm sure they could do this with their eyes closed. If you're sure about this, he mumbled. But any chests we find, we split the loot 50-50. Deal. Asuna held out her hand for him to shake. Izuku blinked in confusion before reaching out and clasping her hand in his. I thought that was a given. You'd be surprised at how many people will try and screw you over, Asuna commented as she dipped her hand into the fountain's water. Knights of the Blood had helped out other players before. Not to the extent of Yamikumo though, no one could match him when it came to helping others. When she was starting out she'd been placed into a group helping other players, just like her friend. However, a lot of the time the players they were helping would just try and control their every action, and then try to hog all the loot for themselves. After the 6th asshole, she'd made a request to Heathcliff and requested to not be involved in any more of that kind of work. He agreed, and she was instead transferred over to more combat-focused missions, which is how her talent was recognized and how she quickly climbed the ranks. Regardless, when were you planning to head out? Asuna changed the subject, wanting to know when he was ready. Does going now work for you? Yamikumo asked. It should. I'll just go let my guildmates know. Give me a second, Asuna said before heading over to her guildmates. The entrance to the dungeon was cold. That was the first thing Izuku noticed when he entered, although thankfully he couldn't see his breath, which calmed him down somewhat. He didn't really want to be reminded of what happened in April. As he and Asuna walked to the entrance, he noticed that it had a metal door that needed to be lifted to enter the dungeon. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Some dungeons had a door for the entrance, others didn't. It was a good indicator of if a dungeon had a complex layout, or if they were more simple. And to his slight displeasure, this dungeon would be more complex than the regular one. Approaching the door, Izuku bent down and grabbed the bottom of the door to lift it open, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't open at all. With furrowed brows, he tried again, but to no avail. Normally doors could be opened by a single player, so why couldn't he open this one? Asuna, could you give me a hand please? Izuku requested. Asuna turned her head before quickly hurrying over and bending over next to him. Both of them grabbed the bottom of the door and took in a deep breath. Without much strain, they managed to lift it open. You couldn't open this by yourself. Asuna raised her eyebrow at him. I don't know. It just wouldn't open, Izuku defended himself. The two of them walked through and the door slammed shut behind them. Great, it's one of these dungeons, Asuna mumbled to herself. She tried to lift the gate. She groaned and grunted as her body strained to open the gate, but it wouldn't budge. Okay, now I see what you mean, she muttered as she stood up. Izuku equipped his torch in his offhand and the two of them made their way deep into the dungeon. As they traveled, Izuku found a ledge with a chest on it. He walked up to it and charged a leap skill, but couldn't reach it. Weird, he thought to himself. Asuna, who also noticed the chest, turned to face him. Mind giving me a boost? With Izuku's permission, she walked up to him before stopping and staring him in the eye. I trust you won't look up my skirt. Blushing, Izuku quickly began waving his hands around. Oh, of course I wouldn't. He was quick to reassure her. Asuna nodded before climbing onto his shoulders. Izuku kept his head forward and eventually felt her leap off his shoulders. She reached up and grabbed the ledge before pulling herself up. Izuku watched as she disappeared from sight. It was silent for a moment before he heard a chest open up and the sound of her rustling through it. Silence again, then her voice. Heads up, Asuna's voice rang out from above. Something was thrown over the edge, heading straight towards him. Izuku caught it and quickly added it into his inventory. It was another katana. Quickly equipping it, he swung the sword, although found it was a little slower than his current katana, but the damage could be a bit higher. He'd just need to test it out on an enemy when he came across one. Asuna jumped down and landed right next to him. Looking at the new katana, she pursed her lips. It might be worth getting a new katana made for you instead of finding them from loot. They normally perform better, she advised him, tapping her custom-made rapier, which was made by her friend. My friend Lisbeth owns a blacksmith shop on the 48th floor. You should go check it out. I would, but looting these katanas is good enough for now. I still can do a lot of damage. Besides, after this I'll need to go to the client and then stick around for a little bit just in case someone has a request for me. Izuku explained why he wouldn't go. So you can't manage a simple trip to a blacksmith? Asuna shook her head in disappointment. Well, I've kinda been a little bit busy, Izuku calmly defended himself. He went silent as he peeked around a corner before continuing. I'm focusing on leveling up my skills. Asuna hummed. What skills are you focusing on? She questioned as they turned a corner into an open room. There were no enemies, just a bunch of bones laying around. Well, I've nearly maxed out the katana and searching skills, Izuku commented as he stepped over a bone. So I've been focusing more on other types of skills, trying to level them up instead. Blade throwing for my throwing knives, alchemy so I can brew potions, battle healing for the added healing bonus, parry for the critical hits, acrobatics since I'm always rolling and moving around the enemy, one-handed weapon creation just till I can create throwing knives, and I sometimes cook when I feel like a specific meal or want a small buff. He listed off the skills he focused on the most before turning to Asuna. What about you? Let's see, Asuna hummed, putting her finger on her chin as she tried to remember what she'd been leveling up recently. One-handed rapier is maxed out, light metal equipment since my armor has small amounts of metal. I'm also leveling up parry, acrobatics, and battle healing, but I also focus on first aid since I sometimes have to heal my guildmates, and I'm also close to maxing out cooking. I never took you as someone who enjoyed cooking, Izuku said, looking over to Asuna with a small amount of surprise in his eyes. Asuna just shrugged at his words. Neither did I at first, she admitted. When you gave me that meal you made back when we were going to tackle the first floor boss, I noticed it tasted much better than any of the food I'd ever purchased. I started cooking shortly after that, she explained her reasoning. Ah, Izuku opened a chest, taking out a few healing crystals and leaving the rest for Asuna. Cooking food does normally taste better than tavern food, but there are places that can almost match the quality. You just have to know where to look. A friend of mine took me to Weathercock Pavilion on the 35th floor. Their cheesecake is possibly the best I've ever had in this game, Izuku said. Really, I'll have to check it out sometime if we get a mission down on the 35th floor. But no food here will be as good as the food in real life. I'd solo a floor boss just to have some sukiyaki, Asuna groaned, thinking about one of her favorite foods as she rummaged through the chest. Yeah, I kinda know what you mean. Once everyone is free from this game, I'm going to have a nice bowl of katsudon. Izuku nodded as they left the large room and ventured down into another corridor. They moved through the dungeon, but something was wrong. There were many chests, but none containing the item his client was looking for. That made sense though. Sometimes the more valuable items were deeper in the dungeon, but what didn't make sense was the lack of enemies. Normally by now he'd have encountered and defeated hordes of enemies, but neither of them had seen a single one since entering the dungeon. Something that Asuna was also quick to notice. This isn't normal, she commented, looking into a chest and pulling out a small bag of core. Yeah, Kayaba wouldn't have just created a dungeon with no threats, especially not at a level as high as this. Izuku agreed with her, peeking over her shoulder and grabbing some ingredients for a poison potion he planned to make later on. So then where are the enemies? He asked, taking a step back. A loud crack reverberated through the dungeon. Izuku and Asuna froze in place before Izuku slowly looked down to see what just happened. To his relief, he'd only stepped on one of the bones that littered the ground. Breathing out a sigh of relief, he stepped off the bone and walked forward. However, the tiny sound of rattling caught his attention. Slowly turning around, he saw the bone he stepped on shaking on the ground. But it didn't stop there. All of a sudden, another bone was shaking, then another, then another. That continued until every bone in the room was rattling. What the? Izuku whispered. He watched as a bone scuttled by his foot and connected to another bone. Soon multiple bones connected to one another and the newly formed skeleton rose up. Asuna quickly drew her rapier back before shooting forward and piercing the skeleton. When she retracted, the monster had zero time to move as Izuku quickly unleashed a 7-hit combo on the skeleton which depleted its health bar and sent its bones falling to the ground. The pair stared at the remains of the skeleton in confusion. It's supposed to burst into particles if it dies, isn't it? Asuna frowned. Her suspicions were confirmed when the bones began to rattle and rejoin themselves, the health bar reappearing. This isn't good, Izuku said, taking a step back. Looking around the room, the bones were starting to join together. Quickly counting, Izuku summarized that there were around 6 skeletons in this room. All of which could not be killed. Yamikumo, I think we need to leave, Asuna whispered, taking a step back. She shouted when a detached skeleton hand grabbed her ankle. Izuku quickly kicked it off her before it joined a new fully formed skeleton. Run. Okay. I think we lost them, Izuku said, peeking out from the doorway he was standing in. After a few minutes of the monsters chasing them, they managed to escape and quickly took shelter in a room nearby. Those skeletons are going to be an issue. I don't know if we can even kill them. Opening his inventory, he hovered over his old katana and re-equipped it. The new katana had lower damage. He could have killed that skeleton in 6 hits instead of 7. Combine that with the slower swinging, and the katana just wasn't good enough. Why bother? Asuna questioned from across the small room. We should just leave now before more of those skeletons spawn. I'm not leaving, Izuku stated. His client was relying on him. He'd never failed a gig before, and he wasn't going to start now. Why? So what if one client doesn't get what they want? That's just reality. You can't always get what you want. If your client is mature, he'll understand that, Asuna bluntly told him, her voice stern. You're also doing this for free. If your client really wants whatever he asked for, then they should come here themselves instead of exploiting you. No one is taking advantage of me. I do jobs for free because it's the right thing to do. Izuku stubbornly said, his voice starting to rise and his normally soft gaze turning into a glare. This was important to him. Why couldn't she see that? He asked me to get this item for him, and I'm not going to let him down. He stated, I'm not going to be useless, he thought, his inner thoughts starting to surface. He tried to hold them down and keep himself in check, but it was getting harder and harder until Asuna pushed one final time. Yamikumo, why are you so insistent on getting yourself killed? Asuna shouted. Because doing this is the only way I can matter. Izuku screamed back, his voice raw and hoarse. The combination of him facing a tough enemy, the constant work, the continuous reminders of the time he died, and Asuna's attempts to get him to bail on his client caused him to blow up. Asuna froze where she was standing, staring at him with her mouth agape. She clearly wasn't expecting an answer like that. She watched as Izuku's eyes widened in shock before they slowly closed. He slumped down, his back resting against the wall. Yamikumo, what do you mean? Izuku remained silent, not wanting to say anything. He'd kept this close to his heart and tried not to share it with anyone. Not even his parents knew about it. But he didn't want to lie to Asuna. Mentally debating what to do, he took a shaky breath before deciding, screw it. I'm not well liked in the real world, he said. He wasn't going to out himself as quirkless though, that would be disastrous in his mind. He could twist the story a bit to leave that part out. My teachers don't like me. They would turn the other way when my classmates hurt me or made fun of me, and then blame me for causing a scene. My classmates would laugh at my dreams and constantly try to squash them. My best friend calls me useless, worthless and pathetic. He sometimes even uses his quirk on me and hurts me, Izuku told Asuna before a comparison popped into his mind. One that made way too much sense in hindsight. Everyone around me treats me like I'm nothing more than a wooden doll for them to play with and then throw away when they're done. The only two people I have left are my mom and dad. But mom worries too much, so I have to hide what happens at my school to make sure she doesn't worry about me more than she already does, and my dad is working overseas and can't visit much, Izuku stated. He wished he could go to his parents and tell them what was transpiring at Aldera, but doing so would just cause them to worry more than he thought was worth it. They'd send him to a different school, but that would cost too much money and cause unnecessary stress, so he thought it was better to just keep his mouth shut and bear it until he was out of that school. Izuku's face then brightened a little bit as he focused on the here and now. But here, people actually like me. They don't hurt me or tell me I'm pathetic. They come to me for help. They look at me when I arrive and they know that they'll be fine. I'm able to help people in ways I never could in the real world. I actually matter here, he told her his true thoughts about this world. While his primary goal was to beat the game to free everyone, he knew that once he did, he would go back to being a quirkless nobody. In the real world, I'm nothing. But here, I'm Yamikumo. The mercenary who will never let you down. If I stop helping others though, I'm scared that what happens in the real world will happen again here. I just want people to not see me as garbage. Izuku took in multiple deep breaths and leaned against a wall before sliding down, tucking his legs into his chest and hugging his legs. I don't want to feel useless again. He choked out with a hushed whisper. Asuna stood there, silently. Izuku was expecting her to just laugh at him like the other students did, or tell him to grow up like his teachers would. But instead she looked at him, concern and worry in her eyes. Yamikumo, she softly spoke. Her tone filled with gentleness and a silent rage boiling beneath, though Izuku felt it wasn't aimed towards him. Have I ever called you worthless? No, Izuku replied, unsure where she was going with this. Have I ever hurt you? No, that's because you're my best friend, Asuna confessed. Friends shouldn't hurt or belittle each other. Sure, there can be a bit of friendly teasing here and there, but it's all jokes in the end. The asswipes who hurt you aren't your friends. They are bullies who don't care about or respect you, she bluntly told him. She was never good with trying to play nice and let someone down slowly. You don't need him. You don't need any of them. None of them see the real you. But I do. Yamikumo, I'm your friend. And nothing is ever going to change that, she finished her little speech. The two of them stayed silent for a few more moments. Izuku looked to the ground, his mind still trying to process what Asuna told him when he heard her softly chuckle. You know, we're both a lot more alike than I thought, but we're so very different at the same time, she said. Izuku hummed, confused by what she meant. In the real world, I don't like the school I go to. Everyone tries to get on my good side or tries to get close to me and befriend me, she admitted. Izuku, confused by how they were the same in that regard, opened his mouth, but shut it when Asuna continued. But they don't really care about me. None of them do. All of them just want to be around me because of my family. They couldn't care less about me, just what I could give them. All my classmates just aren't the type of people I'd want to associate myself with. A few of them are divas, some of them are show-offs, and none of them are mature enough. I constantly have to remind myself that they're only 15 years old, but still. Asuna huffed, trying to calm herself down so that she could continue. I don't spend much time around other students because of them. There is one girl who I can actually talk to without getting annoyed or angry, but I just always get scared that I'll mess something up, so I never get too close to her. I just have trouble with being open with other people, so I spend my time away from others. But, you're so kind to me. Izuku frowned, unsure of the validity of her words. That's because you and my other friend both don't show off. You're both mature, neither of you acts like a whiny brat when things don't go their way, and the two of you don't try and put on acts to please other people. Lisbeth will rip into someone without remorse if they disrespected her, and you're just naturally kind and gifted with other people. It's just so easy to talk to you two. But for others, I struggle too much, Asuna claimed before her mind wandered to one of the things she said. I just hate when everyone puts on an act around me. And what really makes me angry is that I have to put on a similar act when I'm around them as well, Asuna complained. My parents always have such high expectations of me, and they basically dictate what I do and how I must act around other people. It's always, honey, do this. We think this will be a good school for you. Your mother and I have decided that you should take up a musical instrument, Asuna growled, recalling everything her parents have demanded of her. My whole life, I've had to push away who I wanted to be in order to please them. To please everyone. Only when I was alone could I just be myself. Asuna huffed, calming down from her rant before lowering her head with her eyes gently closed. You say you're a wooden doll. In that case, I'm nothing more than a mannequin. I need to stand, act, dress and talk the way others want me to. She made comparisons between them. Everyone came to Sword Art Online to pretend to be someone they're not, she whispered softly before turning to look Izuku in the eyes. I came to Sword Art Online to finally be myself. She leaned back against the wall next to him and slid down it, sitting next to her best friend. Izuku was speechless. He never knew she felt like this, but looking into her eyes, he could tell she was telling the truth. It was sad that she didn't have any friends, but was he different, or the same? Was Bakugo ever really his friend? Or had he just been lying to himself this entire time, trying to trick his mind into believing he had a friend so he could feel less lonely? But now he had Asuna, Silica, Agile and Kirito. None of them treated him poorly. All of them valued him as much as he valued them. There was no physical harm, no cowering in fear and no trying to prove themselves superior. There was only respect, care, and support. Izuku had never met people like this, and it confused him. He always expected to get hurt, or to be told to shut up and leave them alone, but that sting never came. His mind was so used to those scenarios that he just expected them to do what Bakugo and his classmates constantly put him through. He really was messed up in the head, wasn't he? Izuku let out a small, but sad exhale. Asuna's eyes drifted over to Izuku's crestfallen face. Her fingers twitched as she contemplated if she should go through with it. Deciding just to go through with it, she moved her hand to his, her fingers gently snaking in between Izuku's fingers. Izuku was too emotionally spent to care that a pretty girl was holding his hand. Instead, he just gently squeezed her hand and closed his eyes. It's funny, you're fine with other people controlling what you do, while I hate it. We really are completely different in that aspect, Asuna chuckled softly to herself. I guess we're nothing but a bunch of messed up kids, huh? The two of them sat there in silence, holding hands for what felt like forever before Asuna's eyes widened. She jumped up to her feet and turned around to look at Izuku. Wait, I think I have it, she exclaimed. She began to pace around the room while Izuku watched. Kayaba wouldn't have made an immortal enemy. It wouldn't match the rest of this game. It's challenging, but not impossible, and even if he did, the monster wouldn't have a health bar, Asuna muttered out loud. What if something is controlling them from afar? An enemy we haven't seen yet. You think an enemy is responsible for bringing them back to life? Izuku questioned, quickly catching on to what she was saying. Exactly. It would make the skeletons fair, Asuna nodded. Some dungeons have mini-bosses, don't they? Izuku slowly trailed off. The two of them shared a look, then as if their minds were connected, they bolted towards the door back out into the dungeon. The duo ran through the dungeon, ignoring everything they came across. A chest. Ignored. They could loot later. Skeletons beginning to spawn. Don't care. If they could kill the boss, then all the skeletons should despawn or die properly. Turn after turn, enemy after enemy, they ran until eventually bursting through a large double door. The door slammed shut behind them, preventing their escape. Izuku kept his eyes forward, looking around the room to try and get a grasp on what was going to happen. The floor was completely covered in bones. There were so many, that neither he, nor Asuna, could accurately guess how many skeletons would spawn. The most notable bone was the giant skull in the middle of the room. It was massive, standing at roughly Izuku's height. The ceiling looked like it would collapse at any moment, with large cracks and crevices covering the roof. The corners of the room were completely coated in shadows. The only source of light was from a single giant lantern hanging from the middle of the room. Without warning, some kind of black goo seeped through the cracks of the ceiling and down onto the floor, creating a large puddle around the giant skull. The bones, every single one, began to rattle furiously. It wasn't like the regular skeletons, this was much more intense. All the bones shot towards the giant skull and slammed into it. The bones made disgusting snapping sounds as they broke apart, only to be put back together in completely different ways, all connecting to the giant skull via the shadowy goop. Slowly the skull began to rise up before them, forming the boss. Two small white flames appeared in the skull's eye sockets. Even though the flames didn't move, Izuku could feel the eyes stare deep into his soul. It was large, standing at over 3 times his height. All types of bones were sticking out, making its proportions disjointed and uneven. It didn't have any legs, instead planted firmly in place. 2 amalgamations of bones stick out from its side, forming arms. Reaching for the lantern, it grasped it with one hand while its right hand reached out. Izuku and Asuna watched in stunned silence as a scythe manifested in its grip. And to make matters worse, 6 skeletons were standing in front of the boss, acting as bodyguards. I'm really starting to not like skeleton enemies, Izuku sighed. He brought his katana up to his elbow, grinding it for a few seconds, bringing it back up to full durability before pointing it towards the enemies. Well, hopefully we'll never have to deal with them again after this. Asuna nodded as she mimicked him and held her rapier towards the enemies. The 2 of them ran towards the enemies, looking to score the first hit in the boss fight. Izuku intercepted a skeleton and quickly cut it down before getting slashed by another skeleton. Gritting his teeth, Izuku quickly ducked down and swept the skeleton's legs before stabbing it straight through the ribcage, sending the bones sprawling to the ground. Asuna vaulted over Izuku and landed atop another skeleton before obliterating it in a matter of seconds with multiple slashes. Looking up, she found she was close to the boss and quickly rushed towards it, hoping to land a hit. The boss swung its scythe, aiming for the closer of the 2 players. Asuna didn't stop her charge, but right when the scythe was about to make contact, she raised her rapier and parried the attack, leaving the boss open to a multitude of slashes. She was about to launch a devastating combo, but one of the skeletons swung at her, forcing her to dodge. That gave the boss enough time to break out of the stagger and attack Asuna. The attack landed and sent her flying backwards, her left arm now gone. Damn it, Asuna cursed, as she drank a health potion from her right arm. Give me a few seconds, she yelled out, waiting for her arm to regrow again. Izuku parried a skeleton and sent it crumbling to the ground before rolling to the side to dodge an attack from behind him. After rolling, he quickly sliced another skeleton and sent that one down, but the previous skeleton he'd just defeated was already back up and ready to fight. They're not staying down, he yelled out. Asuna, now fully healed, rushed back into the fight and headed straight for the boss, only for 2 skeletons to get in her way and block her. The skeletons weren't going to let them attack the boss. This is stupid. Why can't they focus on just one of us instead of us both? Izuku froze in place, the gears in his brain turning at full speed. Having the enemies focus on something else, that was a good idea. The potion of aggression came to mind, but that makes everything target one player. There's no way he was going to use that potion on himself or Asuna. But did it have to be a player? Asuna, hold them off me, Izuku yelled out, quickly crouching down and opening his inventory. What are you doing? Asuna shouted back, quickly sidestepping a skeleton before ducking to avoid the scythe attack courtesy of the boss. I have an idea, but I need time, Izuku exclaimed. Examining his inventory, he found that he didn't have any plain throwing knives left. Only poison and paralysis. I need to craft something. Asuna growled and turned to face all the enemies. Taking in a deep breath, she held up her rapier and glared at all the enemies. Just don't take too long. And with that, she was off, keeping all the attention on herself. 3 metal and 1 leather, that's enough for a basic throwing knife, Izuku thought, waiting as the timer ticked down. His eyes moved over to Asuna, who was ducking and dodging every hit while trying to harm the boss, but failing miserably. Come on. With a new notification popping up in front of him, he quickly saw the plain throwing knife in his inventory. Normally these were to be made at smithing tables for higher quality knives, but they could be crafted in a pinch. It wasn't as good as the ones he normally looted or smithed, but that was fine. It just needed to be able to have a potion attached to it. Every throwing knife could have a potion attached to it. From poison, to even health potions for whatever reason. Normally, people only used poison and paralysis and nothing else. Throwing knives weren't a popular weapon choice for their low damage and the fact that they break after 1 hit. But if you looked past that, you were gifted with a versatile weapon, and, after applying the potion, that's what Izuku held in his hand. The blade looked like any other throwing knife, but the metal was coated in a crimson glow. Looking up at the boss, he quickly began to sprint towards it. He didn't trust himself to throw it. If he missed, it could potentially cost both of them their lives. In truth, he had no clue if this would work, but there was only one way to find out. The boss reared back and swung its scythe, trying to kill the boy in front of it. But Izuku quickly charged up a leap skill and soared into the air, jumping over the horde of skeletons and Asuna, who was dealing with them. He flew towards the boss and increased his grip on the throwing knife in his hand. With a scream of determination, he plunged the throwing knife deep into the bones of the boss. It roared and swung at Izuku, sending him flying into Asuna. The two of them tumbled to the ground right in front of a skeleton as it raised its sword high up. Come on, come on, come on. Izuku thought desperately, watching the boss. The skeleton above them paused for a split second, but that's all that was needed. A red outline covered the boss, leaving it covered in a faint crimson glow. The 6 skeletons in the room then turned around, focused only on one target and ran towards it in an attempt to kill. The boss swung its scythe and destroyed one of the skeletons, sending its bones flying across the room. But the bones just rattled and reconnected themselves to try again. Everything in this game was designed to be balanced and fair. No cheats, no exploits. The game was regularly being updated while they played, in real time, so barely anyone was able to make use of a secret exploit, and even if they did, it was usually something small, like duplicating a certain item, or dealing an extra hit. Shortly after using the glitch, it would be removed or patched, but what Izuku had just done was beyond any of that. He'd just utilized a glitch that no one had ever tried before. A glitch Kayaba never even thought would be used. Izuku Midoriya had just broken Sword Art Online. All the skeletons attacked the boss, lowering its health bit by bit. Izuku was quick to heal up, grind his katana back up to full durability, and rush back in to join their new allies. Asuna was right behind him. Together, they overwhelmed the boss, barely even taking a hit while the giant skeleton creature was demolished. As soon as the boss shattered, so too did the skeletons. The 2 players were then left all alone in the room. Gaining XP and core from the boss along with all the loot, they ventured back out of the boss room. As they walked back through the dungeon, both of them noticed that all the skeletons were gone, reduced to nothing more than a lifeless pile of bones. Walking around, they came across a chest they'd passed when running towards the boss room. Izuku walked up to it and flipped the lid open before a notification let him know he'd just received a weapon. Found it. Good, now let's get the hell out of here, Asuna muttered, completely exhausted. Izuku and Asuna walked around the 8th floor after Izuku's client had messaged him his location. Asuna was perplexed as to why a player resting on the low-leveled floors knew about an item that was up on the 56th floor. Izuku was quick to explain that the boy was asking for a sword with a lightning motif, and Izuku had heard from some NPCs about a sword that matched in the dungeon. NPCs were normally there to give quests, but sometimes they could give tiny hints to point players in the direction of powerful loot. Asuna was quick to understand, explaining how her second rapier was obtained because an NPC gave a hint about a dungeon. As they entered the town square, Izuku stopped when he saw someone not too far away from them, looking around as if trying to spot someone. It was a boy around their age, with blonde hair and golden eyes. His outfit looked like it was bought in a store, favoring style over practicality. What really caught Izuku's attention was the black lightning bolt on the left of his hair. Charge Bolt. Izuku called out to the boy. Charge Bolt looked around, unsure of who called his name before spotting Izuku and Asuna walking towards him. A hopeful smile spread across his face and he ran over towards the pair. Yamikumo, you found the sword, Charge Bolt said, a large smile present on his face. Yep, was a little bit difficult. But Asuna here helped me out. I wouldn't have gotten this if it weren't for her, Izuku praised the girl next to him. Asuna looked away, with a tiny amount of red on her cheek. You were a lifesaver, man, Charge Bolt praised as Izuku gifted him the new weapon. The sword in his sheath was then swapped with the new one. Hey, if there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I could buy you dinner if you want, Charge Bolt suggested with a small shrug and smile on his face, looking mainly towards Asuna. Not interested, Asuna said, her voice cold and emotionless with a bit of bite. Charge Bolt was taken aback by how she sounded before quickly shrugging it off. Worth a shot, he whispered to himself. But seriously, thank you both so much. I won't forget this, he bowed to the two players before running off to test out his new weapon on a low-leveled enemy. Izuku watched him leave with a smile, happy that he managed to help the boy out. A tap on his shoulder diverted his attention from Charge Bolt to Asuna, who looked incredibly confused. Are these the type of people you help? Asuna asked, completely confused. More or less, yeah. Sometimes players stick around and try to buy me a meal, or pay for what I've done, but I always turn them down. I don't want to bother them and there are other people that need help, Izuku said with a nod. Asuna was always under the assumption that Yamikumo had to deal with the same arrogant players who believed they were entitled to have some of the strongest guilds do their work for them. However, this was the complete opposite. Her previous clients were rich players who wanted everything done quickly while they kept the profit. While Yamikumo's clients knew he would take a while, they were fine with letting him do whatever he wanted since he was doing it for free. Looks like Yamikumo could still surprise her. So, I guess I'll see you later, Izuku said with a soft smile aimed towards her. Really? After all we've just been through? Asuna thought, mentally rolling her eyes and how much of a dork he was. Striding forward, she engulfed him in a big hug, wrapping her arms around his waist. Izuku froze and a heavy blush arose on his face as his arms stuck firmly by his side, unsure of what to do. You know you can hug me back, right? Asuna muttered in a light-hearted tone. It's okay Izuku, she's your friend. Friends hug each other, right? He thought, unsure if that was true or not. No one ever hugged him except his mom and dad. Taking in a small, shaky breath, Izuku raised his arms and wrapped them awkwardly around her waist. There you go, Yamikumo, Asuna whispered softly, melting into his body. The two stayed like this for a few moments before Asuna pulled away, her cheeks red. Izuku wanted to pull her in for another hug, missing how warm she felt against him, but held back. Well, I'd better get back to the guild. We should do this again sometime, minus the part where we almost die, Asuna said, flashing him a smile. I'll see you later, Yamikumo, she gave a wave and then she was off. Izuku watched her leave, the blush still not leaving his face as he recalled the hug. It was probably one of the best ones he'd received in his life. Although granted it wasn't many, this would probably always be the best. He was lucky to have such a good friend. A notification snapped him out of his thoughts. There was a new message in his inbox. Izuku quickly glanced towards it, but something was off. Every notification said who it was from before opening it. Whether that be a player, or the system itself, but this couldn't be right. There had to be a bug or glitch in the system. But opening up the message confirmed it was no glitch. I applaud your use of the potion of aggression. I did not prepare for someone to use it like that. However, I would advise not doing that again, as it will no longer work. Akihiko Kayaba. Akihiko Kayaba enjoyed watching everyone play the game he created. Although game probably wasn't the best word for what he'd created. Some regarded it as just a video game, others thought of it as their new reality. None of them truly grasped just what they were in. He wasn't going to pop up and tell them though. He liked to keep his cards hidden, only playing them when the time was right. Or just not play them entirely and see what would happen. Not to mention informing them could hinder the results he wanted to get, so for now he'd just watch and wait. Something he enjoyed was watching everyone come up with new tricks to beat monsters and scour loot. He'd already seen many tricks, both as an invisible observer or as the avatar he'd chosen to blend in among them, but none of them truly impressed him. Until today, the potion of aggression was a last-minute addition to the game. He'd spent many nights fixing potential bugs and glitches with the potion. Akihiko wasn't perfect. He sometimes made mistakes and looked over things. He expected to find more issues with the potion once Sword Art Online launched and resolved to fix the bugs. 10,000 trapped players later, and he found that everyone avoided the potion like the plague. A handful of people used it, but not enough to find anything that could break the world he'd made. So, he decided to just leave it and focus on other bugs that came up. He had a little system set up. To put it plainly, when something occurred that the rules didn't allow, the system would alert Akihiko and then he'd fix it. That's how he was able to stay on top of the bugs. They weren't serious most of the time. Just a small glitch like clipping through a tree, or a monster acting strangely. Nothing that could potentially break the game. That was until today, when he got an alert that a boss's minions were attacking it. Quickly teleporting to the location and staying an invisible observer, he watched as Yamikumo and Asuna took down the boss with ease. Looking into the matter, he found something that both shocked and impressed him. Yamikumo had applied the potion of aggression on a throwing knife and used it against the boss, causing every nearby enemy to attack the boss. He'd had his eye on the boy since the start of the game, along with various other players, but Yamikumo was an interesting case, mostly because he was the first player to utilize the secret mechanic he'd added in the game 15 days after Sword Art Online started. So he did a bit of digging. Yamikumo, or as he was known in the real world, Izuku Midoriya. A 16-year-old boy who went to Aldera High before entering this game. But Akihiko didn't care about that. He cared about the bold letters that stuck out on every doctor's notice, every school application. Quirk. N.A. Akihiko had to bite back a laugh. He was a quirkless boy who wasn't special in any way, shape, or form, and yet somehow he was cheating death, demolishing any enemy that stood in his way, and gifting materials and equipment that allowed other players to go out of their safe haven. And now he'd just managed to break Sword Art Online. Now in hindsight, he should have expected something like this, but he was more focused on adding in new enemies and changing around some of the mechanics than to focus on one small item he added in days before the launch. And now he was paying for that mistake. Without too much effort, he patched that feature so that it would no longer work. However, he wasn't done just yet. With a tiny smirk, Akihiko quickly typed up a small message to Izuku. With that done, he focused his attention to the special mechanic he'd been creating for the past month. It was late in October right now, and next month would be the 1-year anniversary of his experiment. As a little gift, he'd created a new power system in Sword Art Online. Skills that were unique, in that they gave the user incredible power, but also that they came with drawbacks that could easily get the player killed. Unique skills would be handed out next month. This would no doubt shake up the foundation of the game. He'd only created 10 unique skills, with one of them obviously being reserved for his avatar. But the other 9 would be handed out amongst the players. And it looked like Izuku Midoriya was primed to receive the most interesting one. June 26, 2138. To this day, I still consider skeletons to be the worst common enemy in Sword Art Online, Asuna stated, her eyes twitching as she remembered all the monsters she'd killed. None of them held a candle to how annoying the skeletons were. If you kill something, it should stay dead, not come back to life. I kinda like the skeletons now, Izuku admitted softly. Asuna shot him a look of betrayal, but he was quick to clarify. If the skeletons didn't respawn, then we wouldn't have gotten closer, he explained his feelings. Asuna huffed and averted her eyes from her boyfriend. I still hate them, she muttered with a frown. Were there worse enemies? The detective questioned. Yeah, skeletons were a little bit annoying, but they weren't that hard to take down. As soon as you kill the one summoning them, then they aren't that bad. Just a few swings with even a weak sword can destroy them, Izuku informed the detective. Were there any enemies that you did like? The detective asked. He knew he was deviating slightly from the topic, but his curiosity got the best of him. Izuku's smile wavered for a second before it returned, but the detective could tell that this one was more forced. It was actually a month later that I found my favorite creature. I'd just finished my loadout with the last major weapon with Agile, and then Izuku drifted off. Asuna noticed this and gave him a concerned look as it dawned on her. The boy tried to fake his smile, but failed as a tear rolled down his cheek. And then I found the best companion anyone could ask for. Stay near the light, Izuku screamed out over the sound of squeaking. He held up his torch, illuminating a small circle around him. The rest of the large hall was pitch black, save for the other players who had their own little circles of light around them. In his other hand held a poison-throwing knife, trying to locate where the boss was. Quite a few players were grouped up together in the light, Izuku noted, although he wasn't so different. Feeling something bump up against his back, he turned his head to see Asuna's back pressed up against his. Her rapier was raised up high, slicing anything that came close to Izuku. Archers, aim for the boss, Asuna yelled out. We're trying, but we can't see it. A player yelled from across the room. Damn it, Asuna muttered, looking around the room. She kept one hand on her rapier and held onto the back of Izuku's shirt with the other so she wouldn't be pulled into the darkness. If that were to happen, it would be her end thanks to the flying critters that the boss was spewing out. One such critter flew towards her from the dark at high speeds. Quickly raising up her rapier to block, she took a tiny amount of damage since she wasn't blocking with a shield. The rotting bat wrapped its tiny claws around her blade, its weak grip tightening. Opening its mouth, 3 small tendrils shot out and wrapped around the rapier, as it tried to wrestle it out of her grip. Get off, Asuna shouted, swinging her rapier down to the ground, slamming the attached creature into the ground. It squealed in pain and let go of the rapier, which Asuna took advantage of and skewered the creature. It flailed around before going limp and bursting into particles. Watch out for the smaller bats. They'll try to disarm you, Izuku commanded the group as he continued trying to hear where the boss was. This whole fight was a shitshow right from the start. The 60th floor boss, Vesper the matriarch, was there when they entered the hall. It was a giant bat-like creature with razor-sharp teeth. There were multiple large writhing cysts all over its body. The players remained on high alert, not knowing what to expect, but as soon as all of them made it into the hall, the door slammed shut, locking them inside, which was normal. Then the lights turned off, and everything went to hell. Players ran around like headless chickens in the dark, unsure where to go or what to do. Asuna kept her hand wrapped around Izuku's so the two wouldn't get separated. The shouts of shock and surprise were soon drowned out by the sound of a disgusting, wet squelching sound followed by what sounded like a tomato being squashed. That's when the chirping began. The sounds of screams rang out before the sound of 2 unknown things shattering into particles. Izuku was among the first to get their torches out, and they weren't getting touched all that often. Other players quickly followed suit and pulled out their torches or stuck close to the light. Sadly, their raid leader, Jin, was nowhere to be seen. Izuku and Asuna quickly took up the leadership position, and ordered everyone to stay near the light. But the problem was the smaller creatures were trying to pull stuff away from the players. Either their weapons, or their only source of light. Izuku whipped his head around when he heard a scream of terror. He saw one of the players struggling to hold onto their torch, with another player behind them trying to help. Izuku watched in horror as the bat creature tried to rip the torch out of their hands. He quickly switched to a regular throwing knife and threw it. But because they were so far away, his knife couldn't reach them, falling to the ground a few meters away from them instead. The creature managed to wrestle the torch out of their hands. It landed on the ground and something large swooped down and smashed it. The flame was snuffed out soon after. In the darkness Izuku could hear the terrified screams of the duo before the sound of their bodies shattering into particles. Izuku grit his teeth, anger flooding through his mind. Gripping the handle of his throwing knife tighter, he closed his eyes and listened. Countless chirps from all over the room, masking where anything was. Asuna turned around and saw Izuku with his eyes closed and brows furrowed, the hand holding the throwing knife moving around the room. Realizing what he was trying to do, she tried to remain as silent as possible while also surveying the remaining groups. The other players were shouting and trying to defend themselves, but she just hoped that Izuku could get around that. Izuku focused, differentiating all the chirps from one another. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All the chirps were the same. That was until he heard it. One chirp, at a lower pitch and slightly louder than the rest. Izuku opened his eyes and focused solely on that chirp. He turned around, trying to pinpoint the source of the chirp. The echoes around the hall were making it difficult, but not impossible. Focusing on his left, Izuku waited, and then heard the chirp again. He quickly turned his head and glared towards a dark spot in the hall. If the room were to light up, then he would be staring directly at the boss. "Found you," Izuku whispered. He threw the throwing knife into the darkness and a loud squeal of pain rang throughout the hall, followed by a loud thump as something large fell from the sky. A player nearby equipped a second touch and lit it before tossing it towards the source of the thud. The light illuminated the boss writhing around on the ground, coated in a green outline which indicated it had been poisoned. "Fire!" Izuku and Asuna both shouted. A hail of arrows soon flew towards Vesper, ripping it apart within seconds. The lights in the room then returned and players gained XP. Izuku blinked, completely shocked at how quickly the boss seemed to die after just one wave of arrows before it hit him. "Gimmick boss," he muttered angrily. Gimmick bosses were extremely weak compared to the other floor bosses, but they didn't fight like regular bosses. They had a weird mechanic that contradicted all the previous fights. They were unpredictable and had a very high death count. And now more would join those numbers. 4 casualties, Asuna informed the group, her face sour. Izuku's shoulders slumped and he hung his head low to the ground, his hands tightening into fists. There were already too many dead. It was always a risk, and people always died in these floor dungeons, but the past few held 0 casualties. Even one death hurt Izuku, 4 was just too many. Asuna stood beside him, gently grasping his hand in hers as the players moved forward towards the door to the next floor. Izuku poked at his food, his mood sour, and the fact that Asuna kept shooting him worried glances didn't help with his mood either. The establishment they were at were filled with the players who'd just defeated the boss along with them. Normally other players would have been on the floor with them, but since they had fought the boss so late at night, everyone else was probably asleep. Izuku stared at his food, trying to think of something, anything, but all his mind could think of were the terrified screams of those 2 players as their light was extinguished. The fear they must have felt before. Eventually he just could handle it anymore and pushed his food away from him. "I'm not hungry," he proclaimed. Asuna breathed out a sigh. "Yamikumo, I know you're upset. We all are, but you're being too hard on yourself," she told him softly. "I'm not. I could have helped them. If only." "If only what?" Asuna cut in, her voice even, but stern. "If you ran towards them, I would have died. If you handed me the torch and ran into the darkness, you would have died. If we both tried to run over to them, they still would have died since we wouldn't have made it over there in time. There was no way for you to save them. The other players, maybe, but not you," she reinforced her opinion. Ever since that dungeon they'd done together, Izuku noticed that Asuna has been closer to him. She tagged along for a few requests when she was free, they ate out together more often, and she was the first to help him if he was going through a tough period, like right now. Izuku hesitated, his mind trying to figure out any way he could have saved the 2 players without anyone else dying, but his mind was coming up with nothing. I just wanted to save them, but I couldn't. I was useless." "Hey," Asuna cut in, gently holding his shoulder. Izuku turned his head to look at her and saw her eyes blaze with a mix of anger and sympathy. "You couldn't do anything there. You weren't useless, and nobody here thinks that about you. If they do, well they can go screw themselves." Her voice was starting to rise, catching the other patrons' attention. She noticed this and quietly lowered her voice. "Life isn't a fairy tale, Yamikumo. You can't save everyone, and dwelling on it won't help you," Asuna gently reminded him. Izuku gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying desperately to block out what Asuna told him. His whole life, he wanted to be a hero who could save everyone with a smile. But being in Sao proved that his optimistic views on the world were impossible. He couldn't save everyone, no matter how hard he tried. He'd been trying to force that thought out of his mind ever since Diabell, but as time went on, it got harder and harder to ignore it until he couldn't anymore. What upset him the most was that he could have saved them, if only he had a particular weapon. Opening his eyes, he stared at his food with a narrow gaze. "I'm going to make a visit to Algade tomorrow," he said, catching Asuna's attention. "I may not have been able to save them, but I can make sure that next time something like this happens, I can help." A bow. Agile took down a sword from one of the shelves for the last customer in his store before turning to face him. "Didn't take you for someone who was into ranged combat," he commented. "A few things have happened that made me realize how useless I am at long range. Throwing knives are great and all, but they can't reach enemies far away from me. I need another weapon, one with good range," Izuku said, staring up at all the ranged weapons Agile had for sale. "Buy cheap, sell cheap," that was the motto of Agile's shop on the 50th floor. It was situated in a small and narrow alleyway in Algade, but that did little to stop the flood of patrons. It was mostly popular because of the prices. They beat out every other store on the floor, however Izuku wasn't here just to browse. He needed advice. Ranged weaponry, huh, Agile muttered to himself before handing the sword to a customer. The patron smiled and left the store, leaving the two of them alone. "Are you just looking for something with range?" "Mostly, yeah. If it did a good amount of damage that would be even better," Izuku nodded along. "Okay, well I sell 3 types of ranged weapons in this shop. Been looking to get more, but I don't have the space." Agile looked around his shop, a sigh escaping his lips. "But honestly I enjoy it here. It's a nice little shop. Besides, there are really only 3 ranged weapons people ask for." Agile hummed for walking over to his door. "Business has been slow today. Not many customers have come in, so I might close up shop early," he muttered to himself before flipping the sign on his door from open to closed. "So how about we head out? I'll let you try out the weapons and you can pick which one suits you the best." "You're the best, Agile," Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his friend would help him out with this. Out of everyone he knew, Agile knew the most about weapons since he sold quite a few of them for his store. "I wouldn't say I'm the best," Agile held his hands up, with a light chuckle. "I know the basics of the weapons and armor. If you want a detailed view on those, a blacksmith would be your best bet. Though I expect you probably have one of them already." Izuku blinked and opened his mouth before gently closing it. His eyes looked to the ground in confusion before he looked back up to Agile. I've never met with a blacksmith before." Agile froze before his brows furrowed in pure confusion. "Hold on, does that mean all your weapons are looted and not crafted or fused? Every single one you've ever used?" the man questioned. "Is that bad?" Izuku meekly replied. "Do crafted weapons do more damage than regular ones?" Agile stared him in the eyes with a look of either horror or awe for a few moments before letting out a haughty laugh. "You are something else, Yamikumo," he chuckled softly, his laughter dying down. "We can talk about finding you a good blacksmith later. For now though," he held up a bow with a twinkle in his eyes and a grin on his face. "Wanna go try them out?" "I'm getting serious deja vu," Izuku told Agile as they walked along the outskirts of the town of beginnings. "Hey, I know what you mean. It was nearly a year ago I took you out here to teach you how to play," Agile commented as they jumped over a log. "Thinking about it, this afternoon should mark the anniversary of when Kayaba told us all we were trapped as well." After a few moments, they entered a small open field within the forest and looked around. A few enemies were scattered around, but none had noticed them yet. "Okay, what weapon do you want to test out first?" Izuku pursed his lips in thought. There weren't many choices, and it'd probably be best to try out the one he thought would be the worst first. Who knows, he could be surprised by the weapon. "I'll try the slingshot first." Agile rummaged through his inventory before pulling out a small slingshot and 3 pellets. 2 of those pellets are just stock standard ammunition. The red one packs a lot more of a punch. "Nearly everyone would rather use the trick pellets than the normal ones," the man informed Izuku. Nodding, Izuku took the slingshot and the red pellet from the 3 and looked at the closest enemy to the both of them. Izuku pulled back the leather pad and let go. The small pellet flew towards the nearby enemy at a decent speed. The real kicker was when the pellet made contact with the enemy. He had to physically shield his face from the heat that was produced from the massive explosion. Uncovering his face, Izuku saw the creature had died. No doubt from being a level 1 monster hit by a level 77 player. Flashy attack, but not enough damage to back it up. AoE damage will be an issue, and even without it range is too subpar. Izuku muttered softly to himself before handing the slingshot back to Agile. Can I try the crossbow next? Sure thing, buddy. Agile took back the slingshot he'd rented out and immediately handed Izuku a basic crossbow. Izuku took hold of the new ranged weapon and the two trekked off to find another monster. It wasn't too long until they encountered another crab-like enemy. Izuku raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. A bolt shot into the crab, killing it instantly. Since Izuku didn't have to cover his face, he could see just how much damage the crossbow did. Much better range than the slingshot. Damage is decent but the reload time. Izuku mumbled, rotating the crossbow and looking at it from all sides. He would have picked that as his main range, but there was still one last weapon to test out. He gently chucked the crossbow to Agile, who caught it with ease. Last weapon I got. The tried and true. Agile equipped a new weapon and threw it at him. With one hand, Izuku caught the final ranged weapon. A basic shortbow. He gripped the bow tightly in his hand and grabbed the arrow that Agile also handed him. Izuku saw a purple wolf that was standing on its hind legs walking around the forest. Closing one of his eyes for better aim, he grabbed onto the end of the arrow and pulled it backwards. He could hear the bow strain as he continued to pull the string back. Lining it up, Izuku made sure that he wasn't going to miss before letting go. The arrow rocketed through the forest, going further than the crossbow's bolt did. However, it did lower damage when it hit its target and killed the wolf. Izuku thought about his options. Slingshot was out instantly. AoE damage was great, but there was a much higher chance of a player getting caught in the blast. Not to mention base damage sucked. There was probably a reason most of the floor clearers didn't use slingshots and the players who did only used it for hunting quests. And then there was the abysmal range. Slingshot was the worst choice by far. The crossbow was a great choice, in all honesty. Good base damage, but the range was just okay. It was definitely a viable option, but the range concerned Izuku the most. His mind flashed back to how far the two players were. A crossbow could have made it, but what if they'd been further down the room? The bow was a bit different. Lower damage, but the range was much better than the crossbow. Not to mention if he got to level 200, he'd get the triple arrow bonus for closer combat. So to get the best of the bow, he'd need to spend around a month using the ranged weapon. The crossbow was better if he was closer to the enemy, however he was looking more at range than damage. I think I'll take the bow, Izuku decided, clutching the bow tightly in his hand. He needed to do some more training for it before he could use it against high-leveled enemies, but that was fine, he had plenty of time to train with the bow. How much do I owe you? On the house, Agile graciously informed him. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but Agile held up his hand, silencing the boy. As long as it keeps you alive, that's all that matters, Yamikumo. Besides, I already give away free gear to low-leveled players. What's the harm in giving away one bow to a friend? You give away free gear? Izuku asked. Yeah, believe it or not, it was you who inspired me to do that. Everyone you help ends up stronger, meaning they have a higher chance of surviving. Agile's grin slightly lowered. However, running it can be a bit difficult. My shop is my main focus, so I have trouble getting both weapons and armor for the low-leveled players, he explained. That's so kind of you. Izuku praised the older man. His smile turned thoughtful as an idea popped into his head. Maybe I can pay you back this way. Seeing Agile's confused look, he opened his inventory and pulled out a mid-leveled chestplate. Would you be willing to give them to low-leveled players? If you already run a charity, you'll reach more people than I could. Agile stared at him before chuckling softly. You're a good kid, Yamikumo. He smiled and patted the boy's back. I'll be sure to let everyone know you collected this armor for them. Izuku was taken aback by this and was quick to reassure his friend that it wasn't necessary, but Agile quickly cut him off. It feels wrong to tell people I collected this armor. Besides, it's only fair they know who did all the hard work. As long as I'm able to help others, that's all that matters, Izuku said with a confident nod. For the next couple of minutes, Izuku traded all his armor except for the Hollow Guardian set and the Gothic Huntsman set he wore with silica. After that was done, Agile had to return to his shop, and Izuku watched him go with a smile. A little ping garnered his attention as he looked at the new message he received. Upon reading it, his eyes widened in pleasant surprise. It's been a month since she promised to look. If Izuku was being honest, he thought she'd forgotten. However, it was clear that was not the case. Silica. I think I've found a beast for you. So is there anything you can tell me about this beast? Izuku asked as they arrived on the 59th floor. He hung back a little bit, letting Silica take the lead since she was the one who knew where the beast was located. It's called an Ashen Wolf, Silica told him as they walked west, an area Izuku never really went to due to the low amount of loot and dungeons. He'd never even been given a job to venture into this part of Aincrad before, that's how little people cared about this area. They live in the Ashen Forest. They're really fast, faster than any beast I've seen before, so they should be a good beast for traversal. We'll try to find you a juvenile Ashen Wolf or an adult Ashen Wolf. We should try and steer clear of the great Ashen Wolves though. I'm not confident if you can even tame one of them. Great Ashen Wolf, Izuku repeated, his curiosity piqued at the mention of them. Are they more dangerous than normal Ashen Wolves? He questioned, wanting to know more about the creature. The great Ashen Wolves are sort of regarded as royalty among their kind. They're much bigger and much stronger than the other Ashen Wolves, Silica answered his question as they continued to walk to the forest. Baby and normal Ashen Wolves require a show of respect, but I don't know what great Ashen Wolves need. It could be the same, or it could be something else. Okay, so we'll try and avoid the big ones, Izuku nodded. Is there anything you can tell me about taming beasts? I still don't really know how it works, he confessed. He'd been so busy that the thought of checking the beta tester guide had completely slipped his mind. That and the fact that Silica didn't really message him about the beast made him think she might have given up or forgotten. Silica smiled widely, happy to share her specialty with her friend. So taming a beast starts by finding a monster that can be tamed. They're normally called beasts so that it's easy to tell them apart from monsters. Izuku nodded along, but something Silica said confused him. Wait, how can you tell them apart? I've fought countless monsters and I've never been able to tell they're beasts. Silica trailed off, unsure of how to explain it properly with Izuku. Not many people asked about the details of taming beasts. You can't really tell the difference between them, she finally admitted. Some monsters can be tamed, others can't. You need to test it out, which oftentimes can get beast tamers hurt. It's the main reason why there aren't many beast tamers. So you just have to fight a creature and hope you get lucky. Izuku repeated what she told him with an incredulous look. That doesn't really sound that great if I'm being honest. Well, it doesn't just stop there, Silica added with a small, but strained smile. The thing with beasts is that if you've killed enough of their kind, then you can't tame them at all. That's why I had to go looking for an area that barely anyone goes to find a beast for you. And then does each beast have a different taming method? Izuku queried. Yes, some are much easier than others. For example, bnha had a simple taming process. Bnha's species is normally killed by players because their saliva can be used for high-grade health potions. I'd never killed a single one, so when I met bnha, she was actually friendly towards me. I gave her a peanut, and we've never been apart since. Silica smiled brightly as bnha rubbed her cheek against hers. She gently raised her hand and stroked bnha's spine. The dragon made a small sound that almost sounded like a cat purring. Okay, so an Ashen Wolf will need a show of respect, Izuku repeated what Silica had told him previously. I wonder how I'll do that. Izuku stopped talking as something had caught his eye. A tiny speck of something white began to slowly float down. Snow, he thought to himself. He held his palm out and watched as the little speck floated into his hand. With his opposite hand, he rubbed his thumb against the speck, and a gray smear spread across his palm. It wasn't snow, it was ash. As they continued walking, the trees around them were slowly taking on a frail, more burnt and charred look, as if a raging fire had torn through this area, leaving nothing untouched. More and more ash filled the air. It was clear they'd entered the Ashen Forest. Okay, now we just need to find an Ashen Wolf. Hopefully a juvenile Ashen Wolf, Those should be the easiest to tame, Silica said as they walked deeper and deeper into the forest. Yet the further they walked, the more something became apparent to them. Where are the ashen wolves? The young dragon tamer looked around. They're normally easy to find here, and all these tracks are old, which makes no sense because ashen wolves don't leave their homes unless. Izuku watched as her face turned as white as the ash falling around them. We need to leave. Right now. A howl ripped through the air, piercing Izuku's eardrums. Silica's body locked up as her head slowly looked upwards behind him. Slowly turning around, Izuku craned his head up and saw a wolf standing atop of a large jagged rock. Its fur was ash gray, and its eyes as red as fire. It was enormous, probably 4 times the size of Izuku. It let out a growl and bared its razor-sharp teeth to the pair. With a quick leap, it jumped over the pair and landed opposite them. That's a great ashen wolf, Silica stammered out in fear. Do we run? Was the first thing Izuku said, staring at the giant creature, waiting for it to move. It's no use. A juvenile ashen wolf could easily outrun us, let alone a great ashen wolf, she whimpered, clutching onto Izuku's arm. It was waiting. For what? Izuku did not know. He slowly reached for his katana and the beast's snarls grew louder. Freezing in place, Izuku slowly raised his hand away from the katana and it returned back to staring at him. It's all about respect, Izuku quietly whispered to himself before his eyes widened in realization. He quickly grabbed his katana and watched as the great ashen wolf bared its teeth once again at the boy, but it did not attack. Izuku stared at the creature before bowing softly. He watched as the creature huffed a plume of ash from its snout before giving a small bow in return. It wants a duel, Izuku muttered softly as he stared at the great ashen wolf. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku held up his katana and grinded it up to full durability. He watched the creature closely. It was ready to attack, but it was waiting, most likely for him to make the first move. Quickly assessing the battlefield, Izuku didn't like what he saw. Trees that looked like they would crumble into ash with just a poke, no good places to hide. All he really had to work with was an open field. In summary, a very poor place for him to fight. That's fine, Izuku thought to himself. If you can't use the battlefield, use the enemy to your advantage. From just a glance, it didn't look like the great ashen wolf had any obvious weaknesses. No areas that looked weaker than the others. No blind spots he could hide in. However, everything had to have a weakness. Izuku just needed to think outside the box. Use its size to your advantage. He thought. Silica, when I attack, quickly hide behind one of the trees, Izuku advised his friend. Gripping the katana tightly in his right hand, Izuku let out a cry and rushed forward. The great ashen wolf sprung into action and dashed towards him at speeds Izuku could barely comprehend and leapt at him. Izuku quickly rolled to the left and threw a throwing knife at the beast, but that barely scratched its hide. Silica quickly ran close by and took cover behind a tree. She wished she could help her friend out, but she wasn't a high enough level to deal with a great ashen wolf. Her equipment could do a bit of damage to it, but the risk of her dying was too high to ignore. He mentally kicked herself as all she could really do was watch as the two fought. The great ashen wolf quickly turned around and ran towards Izuku and opened its mouth, ready to bite the boy in half. Izuku ran towards it, but just before it attacked him, Izuku quickly slid underneath it. The beast didn't have enough time to slow down, so it ran over the boy. However, due to its size, he fit right in the middle of its legs, being right under her torso. Without hesitation, Izuku slammed his katana upwards and into the stomach of the great ashen wolf. It howled in pain and rolled over violently. With how violently the creature was moving, the katana became unlodged and Izuku went flying up into the air. But Izuku didn't let that stop him. Holding out his hand, the new bow he'd been given by Agile materialized in his hand in place of the katana. He quickly aimed an arrow at the beast before sending one arrow directly into its back. He landed unceremoniously on the ground before getting up. The great ashen wolf was already in orange health due to Izuku being a higher level than he was meant to be for this area. If the fight continued as it was, the creature was sure to perish, but it wasn't giving in. The beast growled before rushing towards him, ready to attack again. Respect, Izuku thought before his bow disappeared into pixels as he unequipped it. The great ashen wolf immediately began slowing down, its brutal rush becoming a slow trot as it neared the now unarmed boy. Show it respect. Izuku quickly got on one knee and kneeled before the creature, lowering his head to show respect. His eyes were shut tightly as he expected the wolf to attack. His body shook as he heard the great ashen wolf get closer and closer, but then the sound of its footsteps slowed down further before stopping altogether. It was quiet. All Izuku could hear was his rapid heartbeat and the sound of the wind rustling the leaves on the trees and the breathing of the beast in front of him. "Why Yamikumo?" Silica whispered softly. Even though the forest was quiet, Izuku could barely hear her voice. Not moving his body from his kneeled position, he slowly looked up to the great ashen wolf, who stared back at him. The two stared at each other for what felt like centuries before it lowered her head, bowing to him. All the malice in its eyes vanished, as if it no longer wanted to kill him. Izuku wanted to collapse in relief so badly, but he hadn't tamed the beast yet, and didn't want to ruin his chances. "I just have to feed it now," he thought. His movements were slow and careful, not wanting to upset the great ashen wolf. He almost had a heart attack when she raised her head, but she didn't move from her position, only continuing to watch him. Opening up his inventory, he grabbed a piece of steak he'd cooked a while ago. He gently raised it towards the great ashen wolf. It sniffed the piece of meat before looking into Izuku's eyes. Izuku softly gulped before raising his shaky hand up. He swore he could have heard Silica let out a frightened yelp from the side. He moved it over to the great ashen wolf's head and, with a feather-light touch, rested his hand on her muzzle. The beast's eyes softened at this gesture, and with one clean movement, scarfed down the steak in Izuku's hand. Izuku stared at the great ashen wolf as its eyes softened and it started gently nudging Izuku's cheek with its snout. A small blue dot appeared above its head replacing the red enemy indicator, meaning only one thing. He'd successfully tamed a beast. "You did it," Silica cheered, running out from behind the tree and jumping up and down next to him excitedly. "That was amazing. I've never seen someone tame a beast like that." She shook his arm with excitement. She stared up at the giant wolf. Looking at it closely, she noticed something interesting with how its body was shaped as it moved to observe the new arrival. "It's a girl," she pointed out. "What are you going to name her?" Izuku stared at the beast looking down at him with soft, yet regal eyes. He smiled and raised his hands to gently rub her chin. "Hamari," he said softly. Hamari howled in happiness before moving backwards and sitting down. "I think she wants us to get on," Silica told Izuku. Izuku and Silica walked up to Hamari before Izuku jumped on top of her back. Leaning down, he grabbed Silica's hand and hoisted her up behind him. Hamari got up and leaned forward, ready to move. That's when Izuku remembered a question he never asked Silica. "How fast can a traversal beast move?" he asked, rubbing the side of Hamari's neck softly. Well, it all depends on what beast you tamed. An ashen wolf can move around 50 kilometers an hour, Silica explained to Izuku. "And how fast can a great ashen wolf run?" Izuku slowly asked her. There was a long pause. "I don't know," Silica gravely whispered before wrapping her arms tight around Izuku's torso so she wouldn't go flying. Izuku looked down at Hamari, who breathed out of her nose, ash filling the air. Gulping, he leaned down and grabbed a hold of the great ashen wolf's fur. "Okay Hamari. Let's take it nice and slow, okay?" he whispered softly to the wolf. Looking up to the valley of trees in front of him. "Go." Izuku was almost launched off Hamari at the speed she ran. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have been sent flying. He kept a tight grip on Hamari as they rocketed through the forest. Hamari dashed around the trees, adeptly moving through the foliage. It was almost as if her reaction time was instantaneous, which made sense considering she was an AI. But it was horrifying for both Izuku and Silica. It constantly felt like Hamari would crash headfirst into a tree or a boulder, but she would always swerve at the last second. Izuku kept his head down, trying to minimize wind resistance. But that action cost him his vision. He shut his eyes. The only thing he could hear was Hamari's rapid movement, Silica's screams of terror and the sound of the wind whipping past his ear. After a couple seconds, Izuku started to get used to the speed that Hamari was dashing at. If he had to guess, she was zooming around at around 100 to 120 kilometers an hour. He supposed he could compare it to riding a motorcycle down a highway. Suddenly Izuku began to feel weightless and could feel his body start to lift off Himari. Opening his eyes, he saw the horizon directly in front of him and a steep drop to land below him. The horrifying realization hit him like a truck. Himari had just jumped off a cliff. Silica screamed out in terror as she held onto Izuku for dear life. If she were to let go, she would easily lose a good chunk of her health from fall damage. Add all the monsters roaming around in the forest and the results wouldn't be pretty. Izuku held on tightly to Himari as they rapidly descended. Just as they fell into the forest, Himari used her hind legs to kick off a nearby tree, rocketing them towards another tree. Twisting her body around, she kicked off yet another tree before using her momentum to land on the ground and keep running. Izuku looked up and looked around, as they zoomed past everything. All the monsters went by in the blink of an eye. As soon as anything locked onto the three of them, they were already gone. And before he knew it, Himari skidded to a halt at the entrance of the forest. Izuku and Silica panted, trying to catch their breath from the wild ride that Himari just took them on. Out of nowhere, Silica began to giggle almost manically. Izuku let out a chuckle soon after before the two broke down into hysterical laughter at surviving the entire ordeal. Izuku stood in the middle of the 59th floor's main town, Silica standing right beside him with Pinya on her shoulder. Himari couldn't get into the town due to her size. Izuku was worried about leaving Himari on her own since a group of players might mistake her for an enemy and try to kill her for her loot, but he watched as Himari bolted off into the wilderness. Silica was quick to reassure him that this was normal for large beasts and that all he needed to do was call for her and she would arrive at his side, no matter what floor he was on. "Thank you so much for today, Silica," Izuku bowed to the younger girl. "This should really help with speeding up my requests in the future." Silica beamed at him. "I promised to help you with finding a beast, didn't I? I'm just glad we managed to find one so quickly. And now that you've tamed a beast, you're now officially considered a beast tamer." She cheered happily. "I think I'll stick to just being known as a mercenary. After all, I still don't know all the ins and outs of beast taming. I'll still need you for that." He chuckled softly at how excited the dragon tamer was. "Still, I couldn't have done it without you." Izuku bowed to his young friend. After bidding him farewell, Silica and Pinya ran off to who knows where, leaving Izuku all alone in the middle of the town. He turned to leave, but then he got a notification in his inbox. Opening it, he found a short message written to him, but it didn't say who sent it to him, which was weird. What was weirder was what he found inside. "To the player who has cheated death the most. Use it wisely." A small ping rang out in his head, notifying Izuku that he'd unlocked a new skill. "What?" he mumbled to himself. Izuku opened up his skills menu to find the mysterious new skill that he'd just been given. And there it was, right at the top of his skills, outlined in red. Blood Oath. June 26, 2138. Blood Oath. The detective repeated, not sure if he heard that right. Each of the two teenagers had differing reactions. Izuku nodded, his hand subconsciously moving towards his chest. Asuna, on the other hand, grimaced, her face going slightly pale at the reminder of Izuku's unique skill. "Why yeah, Blood Oath was, well it was something else," Izuku forced a smile. "I used it in the final fight against Kayaba," he stated. "Yes, I saw," the detective shuddered. He, along with everyone in the station, yelled in terror when they saw Izuku activate that skill. An awkward silence permeated the air. No one was sure how to continue the discussion of Izuku's unique skill, especially since it wasn't a topic anyone wanted to discuss. After a few seconds, Izuku cleared his throat and spoke up. "I had no clue what a unique skill was, and it turned out most others didn't either. I don't even know how many unique skills there were, I only knew a few others with one. I had questions, but I knew that barely anyone would have a satisfactory answer for me." Izuku explained his thought process when he received his unique skill, but then a small smile came to his face. "But I knew someone who might." Kazuto stared into the fireplace in the second-story living room. He let out a small, but calm breath as the nearby heat warmed up his body. It was small moments like these when he could really just relax. And the person sitting next to him certainly helped with that. Chiharu Saki, or as everyone else knew her, Saki, sat by his side, resting her head on his shoulder as they both stared into the fire. No words were said between them. None that were needed anyway. They were content with just being close to each other. It wasn't too long after they'd bought the house that the two started dating. It was small things to start off with, like Chiharu making tea for him, or him giving her extra treats when he went out shopping. Eventually it all culminated in her confessing to him. It was awkward as hell, but Kazuto wouldn't have had it any other way. Neither of them knew anything about romance or dating, so they agreed to take it slowly. Just one step at a time. Interestingly, the biggest moment in their relationship wasn't just between the two of them. The moonlit black cats all knew each other in the real world, so they knew each other's names. Kazuto was the only outlier, having joined their group as an outsider. So it was a big deal when Kazuto told them all his name. Not even a second later they all reintroduced themselves. That was when Kazuto was reminded just how lucky he was to have such great friends. Both the moonlit black cats, and the boy who almost gave his life for Kazuto to have this opportunity, Yamikumo. Chiharu slowly got off his shoulder and stood up, stretching as she wandered over to the window to look out at the horizons, something she loved doing. Kazuto stayed seated on the couch, totally relaxed. That was until Chiharu's voice reached his ears. Kazuto. Chiharu called out to him, her voice a mixture of fear and curiosity. There's some kind of giant wolf running towards our house. What? Kazuto frowned from the couch. He wasn't too concerned. Monsters couldn't invade a player's home. Only pets could, and even they had to be small enough to fit. If it was a giant wolf, then they would be fine. However, that still made Kazuto ponder. Most of the monsters around here were low-leveled orcs. Neither he nor any of his friends ever saw a wolf monster running around. Hold on, is that Yamikumo? Chiharu questioned in utter disbelief. I'm sorry, what? Kazuto got up off the couch and walked over to join Chiharu by the window. Just like his girlfriend said, on top of the wolf's back was Yamikumo. Since when did he become a beast tamer? Kazuto shook his head. Do you think it's important? Chiharu asked as Izuku and his beast got closer and closer to their house. Kazuto sighed and nodded. Yamikumo would have just sent me a message if it was just a regular question. Turning to Saki, he gently rested his hand on her shoulder. Sorry, but do you mind if we put our date on hold? He felt like a dick for asking that, but as always, Chiharu was totally understanding. Of course, I'll go make some tea for us all. Chiharu smiled brightly at him. I don't deserve you, Chiharu. Kazuto gave her a peck on cheek. Note to self. Take Saki out for a fancy dinner soon, he thought to himself before the pair walked down to the front door. Izuku hopped off Himari and gently rubbed the side of her head. Good girl. I'll call you when I'm done, okay? He softly said to his beast. Himari softly leaned down and nudged the bottom of his chin with her snout before turning around and running off into the woods, vanishing from sight. Izuku watched her leave with a smile on his face, until a familiar voice brought his attention to the front door. Out of everything, you became a beast tamer. Whirling around, he saw Kirito standing in the door frame with a relaxed smile on his face. Izuku gave a polite laugh and shook his head. Not really. A friend found me a beast and helped me tame her. Kirito hummed in thought. Does she have a name? Himari. Himari. Kirito repeated with a nod. Nice name. Anyways, come in. I'm guessing you want to talk about something. He stepped to the side, allowing Izuku to enter the house. Yeah, sorry I didn't message you. I didn't think this could be easily explained over text, and I needed advice as soon as possible. Izuku wandered into the home. It exuded a cozy atmosphere, warm and inviting. The house was a combination of wood and stone, having a perfect balance between the two elements. Despite the moonlit black cats telling him he could visit whenever he wanted, Izuku had yet to see their base. He was swamped with requests, and there was also the fact that seeing the group put a sour taste in Izuku's mouth, followed by phantom pain stabbing and slashing his whole body. It's fine, but a little heads up next time would be appreciated, Kirito said, leading him to the living room. A fire softly crackling in the fireplace. Izuku sat down on the couch. The furniture creaked a little bit, but instead of feeling old, it felt more rustic, which only added to the environment. Kirito sat opposite him on another couch. Noticing a flicker of movement behind the black-haired boy, Izuku tilted his head to the side and saw Saki walk in with 3 cups of what Izuku presumed to be tea. She walked over to him and handed him a cup. "Thank you, Saki." Izuku graciously took the cup of tea with a smile on his face. "You're welcome, Yamikumo." Saki smiled and gave him a small nod before moving back to Kirito and handing him a cup of tea before taking a seat beside him. But her eyes widened slightly as she looked at Izuku in a flustered panic. "Oh, I'm sorry, is this supposed to be a private conversation? I can leave if you want." "Oh, no, it's totally fine." Izuku was quick to reassure her. Saki visibly relaxed at his words and remained seated. Beside her, Kirito took a sip of his tea and nodded to Izuku. "Okay, shoot, what did you want to tell me?" he said, swirling the tea around in his cup. "So something weird happened last night," Izuku started. He noticed that Kirito looked up from his cup of tea, but just assumed that meant Kirito was paying attention. "I'd just arrived on the 59th floor and wasn't doing anything when I got a message, saying You got a unique skill." Kirito cut Izuku off, now paying more attention than he was before. "Yeah," Izuku trailed off, staring at Kirito perplexed before it clicked in his mind. "Wait, you got a unique skill too?" he asked, his eyes wide in surprise. "Yeah, I got one. So did Ducker. That's why it's only Saki and I here today. They went down to the first floor to try it out," Kirito informed him, slumping back in his seat. He let out a small chuckle before shaking his head. "So, what's yours called?" "Blood Oath," Izuku stated. "Sounds edgy." Kirito let out a small chuckle. A ping alerted them all, taking their attention from the conversation. Kirito and Saki opened up their inboxes to view a message sent by their friends. "Looks like they've finished testing out Ducker's unique skill. I'll see you tonight," Kirito said, smiling from the couch. With that, Saki left the room, leaving Kirito and Izuku all alone. "I was hoping you might know something about them since you're the only beta tester I know," Izuku continued with the conversation. To Izuku's displeasure, Kirito shook his head with a small huff. "I wish I knew more. I've been trying to understand these skills since yesterday, and think I have a decent idea on how they work. I'll take any information I can get," Izuku all but begged. While combat skills were what helped a player survive, the most important thing was knowledge. Knowing an enemy's weakness to maximize damage, knowing where to find a rare material instead of fumbling around for hours, or even knowing what ingredients worked with what to create a tasty dish. Knowledge was what Izuku focused on. Either with quirks in the real world, or mechanics and systems in this new reality, this was the best way to survive. Kirito took a sip from his tea before leaning forward, his hands clasped together. "Okay, Sadaka and I both got our skills yesterday evening, which is when you got it right." Izuku gave a small nod, prompting the black-haired boy to continue. "I don't know how many people got these skills, but judging by why Ducker and I were given our unique skills, not many people would have been granted. My guess is between 5 and 50. That last part sounded more like a question than a statement. "What did you two do to give you your unique skills?" Izuku asked, slightly cutting off Kirito. His thirst for knowledge was just waiting to be quenched. "Mine was for having the fastest reaction time, and Ducker's was for spending the most time unseen by close enemies," Kirito answered. "Ducker's unique skill is called Silent Blade and mine is called Dual Blades." "Hang on, I thought anyone could wield 2 weapons at once already." Izuku frowned, his brow furrowing in confusion at how Kirito's unique skill would differ from the normal playstyle. Players can dual wield 2 of the same type of weapon. Like 2 short swords or 2 battle axes. The only positives it gives is doing around 20% more damage. The negatives, however, are a whole different story. Both weapons must be able to be wielded with one hand. You give up a shield since both hands are full. So I'm guessing your unique skill works differently. Izuku leaned in, wanting to know more about Kirito's unique skill. "I can dual wield any weapon. They don't even have to be the same," Kirito dropped the bombshell. But it didn't just stop there. "What's more is that the damage is the combined damage of both weapons." "Hold on." Izuku perked up, a large smile on his face. "Does that mean you can theoretically equip a great hammer and a dagger, and if you stab the enemy with the dagger, you also get the added damage of the hammer?" "That's amazing. That opens up so many different pathways for you," You could equip 2 really powerful weapons and do massive damage, or grab a great weapon and a rapier, then your damage per second would be above everyone else's. You could. Calm down, Yamikumo, Kirito tried to pacify his friend. We aren't here to gush about my unique skill. Tell me about yours. Oh, sorry, I got excited, Izuku apologized. Taking a small sip of his beverage, he began to explain how his unique skill worked. So from what the description of the unique skill tells me, when I activate Blood Oath, my attack power doubles, Izuku stated. Kirito paused, the teacup still pressed up against his lips. His eyes darted up to Izuku's before slowly placing the teacup back on the table. Your attack power doubles, he repeated, unsure if he heard right. Izuku nodded, affirming his statement. Yeah, it continues to multiply as time goes on, and eventually inflicts burning damage on the enemy. When I activate Blood Oath, I lock onto a specific enemy and my skill will only stop once I kill that enemy. Izuku watched as Kirito's face turned pensive, his eyes darting to his teacup. But how could it? No, that wouldn't make sense, he muttered to himself. If Izuku's listening skill was at a lower level, he might not have caught what Kirito said, but it wouldn't have mattered because the black-haired boy looked him dead in the eyes. This doesn't sound fair. The balance of the game would break if your unique skill worked the way it says it does. Is there anything weird in the description? Anything at all? He asked, wanting to know anything and everything about Izuku's unique skill. Yeah, the only thing that really worries me is the activation. It's a little strange, Izuku trailed off, his jaw tensing as he recalled what was required. Yamikumo, it's a fantasy game. I doubt the activation will be worse than what we've already seen, Kirito huffed before walking beside his friend. Izuku lifted his hand up but froze for a second. He pursed his lips into a thin line before opening up the menu and navigating to his skills. He clicked on Blood Oath for more information about it, such as what it would do and how to use it, giving Kirito all the information he needed. Okay. Double strength, increase in power as time goes on, burn damage. Kirito summarized what he read about what the skill could do. It matched what Izuku was saying, albeit having a few unimportant details. Then he got to the activation. What the fuck? Izuku nodded in agreement, his eyes locked onto the activation requirements. Is yours something like this as well? Hell no, Kirito exclaimed, his jaw still dropped as he stared at the activation requirements. Mine just requires me to use 2 weapons and flick a setting in my skills. And Ducker's just requires him to kill an enemy with a critical hit while hiding. So mine is different from yours, Izuku mumbled, closing the menu and looking up at his friend. But it should be worth it, no. Kirito looked at him with a raised eyebrow, as if to ask what the hell he was spouting out. I mean, sure the activation sucks, but all that power should help me beat bosses. This could be the key to clearing the game faster. Kirito sighed and shook his head with a dissenting look on his face. Yeah, if only it were that easy. I thought the same thing when I got my unique skill yesterday evening, then I went to try it out on an enemy. It was only after I got hit that I realized that the descriptions only tell you the positives and leave out the negatives. Izuku blinked and looked Kirito in the eyes. What do you mean by that? He questioned, trying to probe for more information. If Kirito knew something about the unique skills, then that would be super helpful. I can't block attacks when using dual blades, Kirito stated, his words catching Izuku off guard. All I can do is parry or dodge. So my attacks are really powerful, but I have little to no defense. I'm a glass cannon. And Ducker? Izuku asked, wanting to learn more about these mysterious unique skills. That's why they're there on the first floor. That way there's zero risk as they test what his downside is, Kirito explained. It's frustrating. We have to find out what the downsides to our unique skills are all by ourselves, and depending on how powerful they are, the downsides are probably much more extreme. Izuku looked down at his cup of tea, his thoughts swirling around his mind much like the liquid in the cup. So much potential, but an unknown downside that could get him killed. Not to mention the activation wasn't just something he could do casually. It would take a toll on him. So what would you recommend? He asked, indecisive about what to do. This game is built around balance. If your unique skill is as powerful as it says it is, the drawbacks have to be insane. With the activation, I wouldn't be surprised if it killed you the second you activated it, Kirito huffed before collapsing on the couch. Rubbing his face with his hands, he looked up to Izuku. You wanted my advice, right? Never activate Blood Oath. It had been 2 weeks since Vesper had been defeated and things were going smoothly. The high-leveled players were still grinding for the next floor boss, and the low-leveled players were moving on up now that stronger gear was available. Although the strangest thing was the introduction of unique skills. Powerful, but also incredibly risky skills that change the way some people play. Around 8 people have come out with unique skills, but it was widely speculated that some players were hiding them. But none of that really mattered to Rika Shinozaki. The pink-haired girl was more focused on blacksmithing, which was what she was doing early that morning. She stood behind the counter, staring at her best friend, Asuna, as she prepared to do her job. Let's see if we can enhance your weapon to level 41, shall we? Rika gave a cocky grin as she checked her inventory for the supplies needed. A frown came to her face, however, when she realized she was missing a piece of Cleta ore. That wouldn't take too long to obtain via her personal merchant, but she really didn't want to leave Asuna for an hour and track him down. And going out and grabbing the ore wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? Asuna spoke from the other side of the counter, noticing the grimace Rika didn't even know she'd put on. Missing some upgrade material. Realizing she could hide it from Asuna, Rika let out a dejected sigh and nodded her head. Yeah, must have run out of Cleta ore yesterday when upgrading that halberd, she informed her friend. Asuna hummed softly, her brows furrowing in thought. She opened up her own inventory and swiped through the countless items she had before a lump of grayish ice-blue metal in her hand. I only have 3 of these, so if you need more we may need to postpone my upgrade for another day. Rika's jaw dropped at the sight of the ore. It wasn't incredibly rare, but it could only be found on the 52nd floor, which didn't contain many field bosses or rare items. It was primarily a mining town. Wah, I didn't expect the Knights of the Blood to be interested in getting ores, she shook her head. I wasn't with the Knights of the Blood, Asuna stated, placing the ore on the counter. Yamikumo's client wanted Nuri's ore and I tagged along since it was one of my days off. I did a bit of mining with him to help find the ore faster, and I ended up collecting a few pieces of different ores. And you didn't throw it away? Rika raised her brow. Ores were worthless to players like Asuna, who focused more on combat. It was only really useful for people who smithed weapons. Asuna fidgeted slightly under her gaze. With a small huff, she turned her head to the side, so as to not look at Rika's reaction. I kept it because sometimes Yamikumo gets requests for items he doesn't have, and I thought I could help by hoarding my unneeded items for him, she stated with a small amount of bite in her voice, as if ready to blow back at Rika if she laughed at her. Cute, Rika said with a smirk. What's that supposed to mean? Asuna fired back. It means, why haven't you asked him out yet? Rika had never met Yamikumo. She'd only heard about his exploits, charity and power. She'd heard it when going out occasionally, people praising the boy for helping them. However, the person she'd learned the most about him from was Asuna. Every time the two met up, Asuna would gush about the latest going-ons between her and Yamikumo. Praising some of his combat skills as well as just admiring his personality and the way he acts. Did it get on her nerves? Kinda, but the teasing she could do outweighed the cons, so she put up with it. It was obvious Asuna viewed Izuku as more than an ally. More than a friend even, yet the girl constantly skirted her way around the teasing, always shrugging it off. Normally she just gave a dry laugh and changed topics with the roll of her eyes. That was last month when she teased her. So it was a shock to Rika when a small blush coated her cheeks and her eyes subtly looked away. Rika's jaw dropped as she struggled to speak. Wait, seriously, holy crap, she whispered out in shock. It's not like that. Asuna tried to defend herself, but the small stammer and uncertainty in her tone was enough to give away that she wasn't being truthful. Asuna, Rika began, a smirk on her face and a twinkle in her eye. How long have we known each other? Since floor 12, right? She asked a rhetorical question. You've talked about Yamikumo every time we meet up. You gush about him all the time, way more than you do for anyone in your guild. Even the praise you give Heathcliff is a speck compared to how you speak about Yamikumo. Asuna looked like she wanted to deny this, her mouth open ready to argue, but no words came out. It was as if she'd been cursed with the inability to tell a lie. She closed her mouth and looked to the floor while rubbing her hand. So let me ask you this. If Yamikumo asked you out, like right now, what would you say? Rika asked. Asuna mumbled something under her breath, but Rika couldn't hear what she said. Do you mind repeating that? She asked, leaning in with a smile on her face. She already knew what Asuna was trying to say, but she just wanted to hear it. Asuna shot her a nasty glare before relenting under her gaze. I would probably say yes, she admitted. Before Rika could celebrate, Asuna quickly spoke up. It's not that easy. I don't know if Yamikumo feels the same way, and I don't know how he'd react if I told him. She ran her hand through her hair and clenched her eyes shut before letting out a long sigh. Yamikumo and I have a really good thing going for us. I don't want to ruin our friendship just because I wanted more out of it, Asuna sighed and slumped down. Oh come on. Just ask him. You won't get an answer if you sit here. Don't talk to me like you have experience with this. Asuna snapped at Rika before taking a few deep breaths. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. I just don't know what to do, she apologized with a sigh as she slammed her head into the counter. Hey, it's all good, Rika was quick to reassure her best friend. Thinking quickly, she tried to gauge how well Asuna could do if she asked Yamikumo out. Do you have any experience with romance? I've had multiple boys try and ask me on a date. Asuna started with a very disinterested look on her face, as if imagining the same boys right there in front of her trying to ask her out. Turned them all down. What do you expect? I didn't even know their names. I hate how they act, and then they walk up to me and ask me out to dinner, all while ogling me. I'd much rather dunk my head in a toilet. Asuna let out a dry laugh, rolling her eyes. I can see why you don't have many friends, Rika commented. Look, there are people out there that I click with, and I get along with them just fine, like you and Yamikumo. It's just my whole life I've been surrounded by arrogant and prideful rich kids, Asuna defended herself. Okay, let me ask you this then, who are you friends with? Rika asked, hoping this question would help Asuna understand. Asuna blinked before pursing her lips. Friends. Well, I have you, Yamikumo, and... Asuna trailed off. Realizing how this looked for her, she quickly pointed her finger at Rika, to tell her to shut up before the girl even said a word. Look, if I didn't go to a school for privileged snobs, then I'd probably be much more social, she defended herself. Noticing the disbelieving face her friend was sporting, she clarified. The kids there act all nice and chummy, but they're assholes, believing that their parents' money will let them cruise by with no challenges in life. They just put on acts to try and trick others to use them. I've seen it happen before, and it disgusts me. There has to be at least one person at your school that isn't a massive douche, Rika proclaimed. Asuna paused, her brow furrowing before she nodded. Yeah, there was one girl. Came from a very wealthy family, but she wasn't bitchy or snobbish. She was nice, though a little bit quiet. She also disliked the snobbish and arrogant attitude of all the others. Girls were jealous of her looks, the boys were slobbering all over her, and her quirk was super versatile, so everyone tried to get her to use it for themselves, but she never let it get to her head. She was just an all-round good person. So why didn't you try making friends with her? Rika asked with an eyebrow raised, expecting Asuna to say something like, she turned out to be a bitch, but that's not what came out of her mouth. Because I put this headset on before I could say hi, Asuna scoffed. Ah. Rika went quiet, realizing she just brought the conversation down. Thankfully, Asuna was quick to salvage the discussion by continuing, acting as if Rika never asked the question. You and Yamikumo are my only friends. I still get along with most of the people in my guild. I just wouldn't go so far as to call them my friends. Some of them are kinda weird, she claimed. Sure, Rika drawled, trying to provoke Asuna for some lighthearted banter. However, it backfired. What about you? How many friends do you have? Asuna shot back, turning around to look at the katana Rika had on display. Asuna's question left Rika frozen in place as her mind went racing. Countless memories of a girl with wild blue hair coursed her mind. A nervous, but kind smile, followed by the sound of something shattering. Her grip tightened on the counter to the point where her knuckles turned pure white. Her eyes stared off into the distance, yet she did not truly see what was in front of her. Noi, Rika thought, trying her best to not let the emotion show on her face as she recalled her friend. Swallowing down her feelings, she laughed off Asuna's question as fast as she could and returned to her normal expression before Asuna could turn around. I have plenty of friends, but I also know what you mean by weird characters. My cousin is absolutely crazy. Rika redirected the conversation, not wanting to remember what happened that day. I doubt it's that bad, Asuna dryly commented. I doubt she even knows my name, despite how many times my family has visited them. Rika sighed in exasperation, pinching the bridge of her nose. She only knows her parents' names, no one else. Do you have anything to talk about? Like something you both have in common? Asuna questioned, looking at all the rapiers Rika had on display. None of them could hold a candle to the blade her friend had smithed for her, but it was always fun to see the different types of rapiers and the designs. Rika hummed in thought, but only one thing came to mind. We're both into support items, she claimed before a small frown appeared on her face. The only issue is we have different tastes and methods. I prefer support weapons, hence the fact that I took up smithing, while she just enjoys creating anything and everything. I'm much more relaxed, while she's hyper-fixated. She only invents. My aunt and uncle have to drag her to eat, sleep and bathe. And every time I stay over, she completely ignores me to focus on creating random support items. Asuna sucked in a breath through her teeth. She sounds like a handful, she bluntly stated. Yeah, but she's still my cousin, so, yeah, Rika trailed off. She let out a small sigh before shaking her head. Looking to change the subject, she opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words to say. Thankfully, Asuna spoke up, graciously switching subjects. Lisbeth, I need a favor. Rika blinked in confusion. She knew Asuna wasn't one to ask for favors. She had too much pride that she could rely on herself. Come to think of it, Rika had never heard Asuna ask anyone for a favor. So this was a big surprise. What do you need? She asked hesitantly. She was willing to do nearly anything for her friend, but if she asked her to help kill a monster, Rika would have to say no, and she really didn't want to explain why. To her relief, Asuna didn't request her combat skills. Instead, it was something she didn't expect. Yamikumo's been thinking about getting a custom-made katana and I recommended him to you. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I just wanted to let you know in advance. Just make sure he's back by 6 p.m. We're going to have dinner together. Don't give me that look, Asuna pointed accusatively at Rika, watching the teasing grin grow on her face. Rika made a zipping motion across her mouth. Not even a second later she opened it back up, but decided to let Asuna simmer in her thoughts. Okay, so, Yamikumo isn't like the regular high-leveled players out there. Skill-wise he destroys most of them, but personality-wise, he's not what you'd normally expect, Asuna explained to her friend. Her eyes darted around the room as if not to look Rika in the eyes, but she sucked it up and stared directly at her. Yamikumo is special to me. So just please be nice to him. Rika hammered on a piece of metal, trying to create a new axe she could put on display and sell. Smithing helped her relax and take her mind off things, which was why she's almost mastered the skill. And just below that in her skill tree was a skill that had been abandoned. One-handed war hammer. She couldn't help but grimace at the mere sight of the skill as the mere thought of it brought Rika's mind back to her. The skill had long since been abandoned at level 615, ever since she stopped fighting and switched to smithing as her one and only focus. It wasn't so much the fighting that got her all finicky, no. It was the sound of the loser being shattered into multiple particles. The sound of the door opening, combined with the small bell ringing, snapped her out of her thoughts. Welcome to Lisbeth's smith shop. You here for a new weapon? Or looking to enhance? She asked, not turning around to face the new client since she was preoccupied with putting the axe on display. Hi, are you Lisbeth? The mystery voice asked. Who wants to know? Rika replied, turning around to get a better look at who'd just walked into her shop. She hummed in thought as his appearance filled her view. He was cute, with big, innocent green eyes with freckles on his cheeks. Her eyes traveled a little bit lower to his outfit, or more specifically, the grindstone on his left arm. From that alone, she knew who he was. Yamikumo, I presume, Rika asked, just wanting confirmation that he was the boy she was expecting. That's me, Yamikumo nodded, confirming her thoughts. He gave her a small once-over, mainly focusing on her outfit. "Are you Lisbeth?" he asked again. Rika huffed in slight anger, but nodded. It wasn't Yamikumo's fault. All blacksmiths in this game wore more bulky clothing with an apron. Despite being a blacksmith, her attire looked more like something befitting a waitress. Funnily enough, it had been Asuna who suggested the outfit. Rika wasn't the biggest fan of it, but her sales skyrocketed ever since putting it on, so what was she supposed to do? "Asuna already filled me in on your situation. Looking to upgrade your katana, am I right?" Rika questioned, remembering Asuna's plea to be nice to him. "Yeah." Yamikumo looked around her store, no doubt admiring the surplus of different weapons. "I've been wanting to try and get a smithed katana for a while now since they're supposed to be better than monster drops. When I asked Asuna, she told me about this place and said you were the best blacksmith in Aincrad." He recalled what his best friend told him. A hearty grin came to Rika's face as she heard how Asuna described her. Was it the truth? Rika liked to think so, and she wouldn't hear anyone say otherwise. Her pride wouldn't allow it. "She knows me so well." She let out a small laugh before getting back to business. "So you want a smithed katana? All right, let me check my stock." Rika moved into the back of the store, where all her smithing equipment was located, plus her excess stock, which consisted of duplicates, failed products, and weapons that no one ever asked for. "I don't often make katanas since no one uses them," Rika shouted so Yamikumo would hear him. Rummaging around her storage for the best katana she'd ever made, she finally found it. Rika came out of the storeroom holding a katana. The steel was a beautiful light blue that seemed to glimmer even when the light was not on it. It wasn't her most beautiful work, but she could say with certainty that it was a close battle. Etherealium katana. It's lightweight, fast, and packs a punch. She placed the blade on the counter, allowing Yamikumo to get a good look at it. "Amazing." Yamikumo admired her handiwork. He leaned down to examine the blade and the craftsmanship behind it. "This is incredible." His hand hovered over the grip, but he made no movement to grab it. Looking up at her, his eyes darted down to the katana. "May I?" "Go for it." Rika motioned for him to hold it. Izuku held the katana by the grip and twisted it around, as if trying to find the right feel. Rika sported a grin after seeing the look of pure awe. But beneath all that, she could see a glimmer of confusion and discomfort. Before she could ask, Yamikumo spoke up. "Do you have any training dummies anywhere?" Yamikumo asked, looking around the shop for anything he could test the katana on. "Yeah, out the back. Follow me." Rika led Yamikumo out the back of her shop. After a moron broke one of her swords, she decided to get a few training dummies for those who wanted to give her weapons a bit of a test run. The first training dummy was used for melee combat. The second was used for short-range weapons like slingshots, javelins and throwing knives, and the final training dummy was for people wanting to test out a bow or crossbow. Yamikumo stepped up to the first training dummy and equipped the new sword she had made for him. Getting into a proper stance, she watched in amazement as he began to attack the dummy. Rika had seen Asuna fight before and knew her fighting style. Her best friend attacked with speed and ferocity, but her movements had an undertone of grace. It was almost as if she were a ballerina twirling around an enemy on stage. Yamikumo's fighting style, while somewhat similar in some ways, was completely different in others. He moved like a lightning bolt, and his attacks were enough to decimate weaker enemies with a single slash. Those who didn't understand the complexities of the weapons would just imagine he was attacking like a normal player, but Rika could see it all. The way he positioned himself, the pinpoint accuracy, the way his eyes kept darting all over his opponent. This boy was aiming to do the most damage possible as fast as he could. His moves weren't barbaric, nor eloquent, but he showed something far greater than either of the two. Experience. But there was a slight hiccup in his fighting. He seemed distracted. His eyes kept darting down to the katana, then up to the dummy. Rika could see the cogs in his head turn with every slash. After a few more moments, he stopped his onslaught and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but it's not enough." Rika felt a flash of rage run through her as she stepped up to Yamikumo and grabbed him by his scarf. "What do you mean it's not enough? Do you know how much effort I put into my blades? Even the useless ones like katanas." Rika realized what she was doing. She quickly let go of Yamikumo and began to apologize. Sorry, I've had a few people dump on my skills. Gets on my nerves, ya know. She tried to excuse herself. She hated being looked down on and having people crap on her work, so she developed a bit of a temper when someone questioned her or her works. It's okay, Yamikumo said hesitantly, eyeing her with weariness. It was almost like he expected her to blow up again, something he didn't want to be known for. So what was the issue with the blade? She asked, wanting to know more about why he said her work wasn't enough. Well, it's a little bit stronger, but it's heavier than the current katana I have, so swinging it takes a tiny bit longer. The katana I have now does less damage, but it swings much faster than that katana, meaning I can do more damage in a shorter amount of time. I can do around 32 more damage per second with my current katana, Yamikumo finished his explanation. Rika let out a long sigh of disappointment. It wasn't Yamikumo's fault that her katana didn't meet his standards. She couldn't really blame him. It was then a frown appeared on her face as she looked at the boy. What floor did you acquire that katana? Rika asked, beginning to realize why it probably didn't exceed Yamikumo's current blade. Floor 59. Why? Now it made sense. She crafted that katana when players were still scouting the 47th floor. Her katana, without any upgrades, could easily beat any weapon up until floor 57. It was just pure bad luck that Yamikumo had a katana from the 59th floor. That got her thinking on where she could get an ore for katanas. Her information broker gave her all the locations of every ore that could be found at the current stages of this twisted game, however each weapon required a different type of ore. Some ores could create multiple weapons, but the best weapons were crafted from specialty ores. The 53rd floor, Rika thought to herself. That contained Mistforged silver, probably the best material to craft a katana right now. Opening her menu, Rika checked the time and found it was almost noon. If she and Yamikumo went out, grabbed the resource and came back, she would have enough time to smith the weapon and Asuna could still go on her date with the boy. I should have time, she nodded to herself before turning to face Yamikumo. Yep, I can make you a powerful katana. Should be faster and stronger than the one you've got equipped right now, Rika boasted, confident in her ability to create the best katana this game had ever seen. When Yamikumo didn't move, she moved behind him and began to push. Well, come on, let's go. Rika had never really ventured into the 53rd floor of Aincrad. Not because she had no interest, she'd actually wanted to gather material from this floor for the longest time. Sadly, her level wasn't high enough to go solo, and Asuna was always so busy that Rika didn't really want to be a pain and ask for her company. Besides, the material here was only good for katanas and lances, which were some of the least popular weapons. However, she had zero clue where the right location was. She knew it was somewhere in the east, but didn't know how far it would be. She'd hoped that Yamikumo had explored this place before, but he was just as lost as she was. So they hopped onto Izuku's beast and slowly made their way east. As they rode Himari through the dense forest, Rika got curious and decided to ask Yamikumo about something. So you don't know the full layout of this floor? What floors haven't you explored? Rika questioned, interested to hear what floors he had never once visited. Let me think for a second, Yamikumo hummed softly, deep in thought as he tried to recall where he hadn't ever ventured to. The 9th floor barely had any loot that other players wanted, 19th had a huge dungeon, but offered little to no loot or monsters so I never went there. 26th and 42nd were mostly mining floors with little to no danger and I've never really looked around this floor since I've never gotten requests here. Rika nodded along to his words, although one floor did catch her attention. Yamikumo didn't mention the 47th floor, which had basically no resources. The only reason people really went there was for dates with their loved ones. Asuna's words echoed in her head about how she felt about Yamikumo. So you've been to the 47th floor, huh? You got someone special? She asked, wanting to gauge Yamikumo's reaction. Rika almost breathed a sigh of relief when Yamikumo shook his head. And no, I haven't gotten anyone special. I went with a friend because her beast died, and she needed my help to retrieve the Numa flower to revive it. Wait, you can revive beasts? Rika had never heard of a flower that could revive beasts before. Thankfully, Yamikumo was quick to explain. It's not that well known. Apart from most beast tamers, only a few other players know about it. I was doing a bodyguard mission with a guy and he mentioned it when he took his beast into it. It also depends on what level the beast is. The more you know, Rika hummed in thought, but her mind was drifting away from Yamikumo and towards the terrain. It was small, but she could see the grass get denser and darker. We're switching biomes. I think we're close, she commented as they ventured further. The air was getting much thicker than normal. Yamikumo, looking back at Rika, asked a question. So do you know what biome we're heading? Yamikumo stopped and violently began coughing. Rika began to worry until her nostrils were assaulted with the worst possible smell in the world. The smell of rotten eggs burned the inside of her nose as she struggled not to throw up. Dry heaving, Rika looked up and around the biome they'd just entered. The trees were dead and decayed and a small layer of fog covered the ground and surrounding area. Her head turned to the side to see a pool of water nearby. To her horror, the water was a murky green. Rika could only groan in exhaustion and disbelief as she realized where the pair were. Out of everything, why did it have to be a poison swamp? Swamp biomes sucked. That was a fact Izuku would stand by from now until the day he died. Ice biomes. Cold and the speed debuff was annoying, but manageable with proper gear. Deserts. Worse than ice, but again, manageable with proper gear and some cold drinks. However, swamp biomes were worse than all of them combined. It was hard to move through the gunk, he always felt icky when traversing them, the fog casted an eerie blanket, and the smell. The less said about the smell, the better. Izuku wouldn't consider himself the most lucky or unlucky person in the world, but having the metal needed for a new katana to be in here was anything but lucky. Not too long after entering the swamp, Himari refused to go any further, meaning this was someplace where traversal beasts were not allowed to venture, so the two players hopped off Izuku's mount and ventured deeper into the biome on foot. So far, they hadn't come across any enemies, leaving the place unusually barren and adding to the desolate feeling to it all. Deciding that this was a bit too awkward, Izuku decided to speak up and engage Lisbeth in conversation. So, how do you know the locations of all the metals you need? Izuku asked, curious as to how the girl knew everything she did. The most obvious answer was that she went out searching for new floors for them, but each floor was massive while still getting bigger as they unlocked new areas, and the time it must have taken to check everything out would have been immensely taxing. Even he couldn't keep up with all the new things being discovered. He had to rely on things like the info brokers along with various other things. One of which being exactly what Lisbeth seemed to use. I used to go out exploring a while ago, but I've since stopped that. Nowadays I rely on information brokers, Lisbeth answered the boy's question, with a small shrug as she pushed a withered tree branch out of her way. I bounce from one to another. I guess it just depends on who has the info I need. Oh, I have an info broker too. Her name's Psychosis. Izuku thought of the girl who gave him most of his info. She wasn't the kindest girl on the planet, but because he got her a rare monocle that could show certain enemies' weaknesses, she gave him free use of her services. A look of disgust instantly appears on Lisbeth's face at the mere mention of his info broker. Ugh, don't get me started on her and her stupid monocle. I went to her for metal and ore locations. She tried to charge me nearly half my core and then called me a waste of time when I tried to argue that her prices should be lower. She spat out with venom in her voice. Izuku sighed, but gave a small nod. Psychosis was a bit difficult to get along with, but she helped him find things that others didn't, and for free no less. How about we switch topics, he suggested, the tone sufficiently ruined. Gladly. It wasn't called a poisonous swamp for nothing, unfortunately. 1 foot in that sickly green water and the poison effect would instantly be applied. You sure this is the only place to get the ore? Izuku asked, wandering through the trees as best he could. Yep, I wouldn't think of asking anyone but you to come here to grab it. It's better to leave it to us professionals rather than the noobs, Lisbeth shrugged. Do you normally play video games? Lisbeth raised an eyebrow at Izuku's question, as if he was pointing out the obvious. Sorry. It's just people used to call me a noob a lot before I got good at this game. Duh, I'm mostly a casual gamer. I play when I have free time and want to unwind. Lisbeth informed him about her habits. There are different types of gamers. Izuku asked, clearly out of his depth. There are multiple kinds of gamers. It's easiest to group by genre. Racing, Souls-like, adventure, role-playing. I play a bit of everything, but personally I'm more of a simulation gamer. My favorites being mechanical simulators. If you gave me all the parts, I could probably build you an entire motorcycle. Lisbeth claimed proudly. Izuku's eyes widened. Was it possible to learn that much from games on a computer or console? Wait, really? That's amazing. Can you really build a motorbike? Lisbeth shot him a look, half confused and half amused. Realizing he took her seriously, she let out a laugh. Probably not, but hey, a girl can dream. Yamikumo let out a small laugh alongside her. Looking up through the tree lines to the cloudy sky above, a small thought popped into his head. It was nothing more than simple curiosity, and he couldn't think of anyone better to ask. What type of gamer do you reckon I would be? Lisbeth went silent, her face pensive as she considered what genres Izuku would probably play. From what I hear about you, you take on difficult tasks and jobs willingly. You're a monster of the battlefield who likes to dodge around enemy attacks instead of tanking through them. You move fast, and attack faster, trying to outpace your enemy rather than outlast them. Yet you enjoy helping others for basically free. You like trying new foods with Asuna, and out of combat you just seem like a calm, but cheery guy. She gave her amateurish insight on who Izuku was from third-party sources. Although Izuku couldn't really disagree with any of her statements. I'd say you're a mix between cozy games and Souls-like. Cozy games are games that you play to unwind. Stuff like farming sims for example. Souls-like games are really difficult and pose a huge challenge to you, but you persevere and learn how the enemy moves to predict and counter attacks. Remind you of anyone? She sent Izuku a knowing smirk. Izuku looked to the ground, his cheeks slowly growing red from the obvious similarities. Yeah, no offense, but I don't think I'll ever touch another video game after this. Lisbeth nodded, understanding where he was coming from. I'm still gonna play games after getting out of here. I'm just going to avoid VR games from now on. Once I get out of here, I'm going back to. Lisbeth stopped and held her arm out, stopping Izuku from walking any further. What's wrong? The green-haired boy questioned, not sure why she was so on edge suddenly. Seriously, dude, how did you not see this? Lisbeth groaned at the rookie mistake Izuku was making. Look, I may not be the best at combat, but I know my way around a video game. Some small, but deep puddles in an area with very little to no water. That's an enemy arena. Something is gonna burrow up from the floor and attack you. The question is which puddle is it in? Lisbeth parted with her knowledge. She eyed the puddles with suspicious, and what looked to be a hint of nervousness in her gaze. Want me to shove my weapon in one of them and see if it hits something? Izuku tried to joke. Oh, shut up, Lisbeth cackled, giving Izuku a friendly shove. Izuku stumbled forward and one of his feet went into a puddle close by. He immediately became poisoned. If that wasn't annoying enough, a large worm burst out of the puddle, 4 metal fangs jutting out from its mouth. It lunged at Izuku, but he quickly spun his blade around and lopped the head off of the beast with one swing of his katana. Looks like I'm fairly over-leveled for this place, Izuku thought to himself. It's okay, Lisbeth, I got it. Lisbeth. When he received no reply, he spun around to see Lisbeth collapsed on the ground, one hand over her heart and the other clenched to a fist in her hair. She was taking in short, but rapid raspy breaths as if she was struggling to breathe. Hey! Izuku rushed over to Lisbeth and crouched down next to her. Lisbeth didn't turn to look at him, her eyes shining from unshed tears she was trying to hold back. Hey, it's okay. It's gone, it won't hurt you, he tried to reassure her, but it didn't seem to be working. Moving around her so that he was in front of Lisbeth, he held his hand over his chest to mimic her. Breathe with me. Deep breath in, deep breath out. He followed his own instructions, and repeated it for a few moments. Eventually Lisbeth was aware enough to slowly start following what he was doing. After a few minutes, she seemed calm enough to respond. Lisbeth, what happened? Lisbeth said nothing. She just got up, dusted herself off and refused to meet Izuku's eyesight. Let's just go, she muttered, her tone dead, completely opposite from what she normally was. Izuku didn't know what else to do but send her a worried glance before trudging alongside her, both in complete silence. One wanting to talk, and the other blocking him out entirely. Rika and her companion had been walking for nearly an hour and nothing. No enemies, not even a whisper of sound apart from their idle chatter and the whistling of the wind between the broken and decaying branches. They avoided the murky water for obvious reasons after the little incident that happened earlier. Although for some reason, the boy would risk scooping up the water in small little glass bottles. Probably to use as some kind of throwable potions in the future. There was something wrong with that kid. She refused to believe anything otherwise. Her spirits were already dwindling, and it only further plummeted when they passed by a tree that had fallen over with a large scratch down the side of the log. Did we just go in a circle? Yamikumo just had to point out the obvious, much to her increasing displeasure. Yes we did, Rika sighed in exhaustion. I've seen enough horror films to know how this ends. Spoiler alert, not very well for us, she let out a half-hearted quip as she leaned back on the decaying tree. She was surprised that her body weight wasn't enough for the frail, old thing to collapse instantly. She looked up into the sky, but could see nothing but dark murky clouds which blotted out the sun. Hey, what's the time? Yamikumo let out an inquisitive hum before opening up his menu and looking near the top. Around 3 p.m., a rustle of fabric caused her to look over at the boy, who was fidgeting a suspicious amount. Hey, I really don't want to sound rude or unappreciative of all your help, but I need to be back by 6 p.m. I've got a date with Asuna. Yeah, I know. Rika watched, gaining a small amount of amusement out of the blush she caused to erupt on the boy's face. At least she can get something out of this. It's not a date. We just go out and try new taverns and restaurants every now and then. Yamikumo was quick to defend himself, but Rika could note something in his voice. She couldn't decipher the emotion right now, but it was certainly there and he did a very poor job of hiding it. Rika's mind flashed back to her conversation with Asuna. The way she praised the boy a bit too often and admitted that she would go out with him if she had the chance. She knew how Asuna felt about Yamikumo, but she didn't know how the boy felt about her best friend. If Asuna knew what she was about to do, the girl would probably kick her ass into next week, but as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat but satisfaction brought it back. Yamikumo, Rika made sure to speak somewhat softly and casually, so as to not freak out the boy too quickly. What do you think about Asuna? Yamikumo tensed up, as if not expecting the question to be asked. His eyes quickly narrowed in confusion and poorly hidden apprehension. Why do you ask? He questioned hesitantly. If Rika had to guess, he looked like he was about to give a day-long rant if she started talking trash about Asuna. Well, we both know Asuna isn't the greatest in social situations, Yamikumo opened his mouth to retort, so Rika had to clarify quickly. We're the exception to that. Be honest. I swear, I won't tell Asuna. I just wanna get your opinion on her. She half lied. She was going to tell Asuna, but only if it involved him liking her if he spoke major shit about her. Although judging the boy, she was almost certain it would be the former rather than the latter. No reason to be unprepared though. Asuna is. Yamikumo paused, clearly trying to find the right words. A small blush rose on his cheeks, but that didn't seem to stop him from telling Rika how he felt about Asuna. Words can't describe how amazing she is. She just doesn't do well around people who annoy her, and that's fine. Everyone has flaws, but her positives outweigh them tenfold. Rika was very quickly taken aback by his words. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yamikumo didn't seem to be done. She's always been there for me. She may not have been my first friend in this game, but she's definitely my greatest. Rika let out a chuckle, but it wasn't the normal teasing one she normally used. Instead it was more genuine and heartfelt, like Yamikumo's very obvious feelings for Asuna were. As an ally, she's dependable, confident, and powerful, but also kind, compassionate and helpful, Yamikumo trailed off before taking in a deep breath. I used to picture an old classmate of mine as the symbol of victory, but now whenever I want to win, I picture Asuna's face, smiling and encouraging me. It makes me want to give my all in everything I do. Rika stood there, shocked at his words about her friend. Geez Asuna, you lucky bitch, he has it bad, she thought with no malice in her mind. Although time for thinking could be later. It was time to pop the big question. Then why not ask her on a date already? The instant Rika finished, Yamikumo's face erupted in a violent blush. His head was so red he looked like a strawberry. The green hair certainly didn't help his case either. She could imagine taking fire damage if she touched his face. He remained silent before slowly gathering the courage to reply to her question. "See, come on. You know what Asuna is like. She's amazing. I'm nothing special, really. She deserves someone better than me. Though whoever dates her would be the luckiest person in the world." These two are total morons, Rika snickered mentally. Both were crushing on one another pretty hard, but held back for completely different reasons. Asuna didn't want to because she was scared of ruining their relationship, and Yamikumo didn't think he was worthy of her affection. "Since you asked me a personal question, do you mind if I ask you one?" Yamikumo's blush slowly faded, and he donned a more serious look. "What happened back there? Did I do something wrong?" Rika flinched and instinctively looked away, not wanting to face Yamikumo. "Not about this. You didn't do. Well, you kinda caused it, but it wasn't your fault." She visibly cringed at how weird that came out. "What?" Yamikumo questioned, utterly confused what she meant. Rika paused, unsure if she should tell Yamikumo this early. She'd only met him today, after all. He was a nice guy, but she hadn't even told Asuna about this yet. However, she also knew the danger of keeping things bottled up inside, especially if she was still going to finish this quest today. That and she couldn't really think of a lie she could tell the boy. "I had a friend," Rika said, her voice despondent. "Like you and Asuna, we would go out and try out all these different foods and see all these different sights in Aincrad." She sighed nostalgically, looking up to the dark clouds above them. Just like the weather, her mood turned dark and her eyes began to water. "One day we were wandering around on the 49th floor's main town. Having a good time, joking around, and then..." Rika took in a shuddery breath and squeezed her hands tightly together. "She died right before my eyes." Yamikumo froze. She could see the gears in his brain turn as he tried to figure out the cause. That doesn't make sense. You two were in a safe zone. No one could have attacked her," he exclaimed. "Did someone manage to glitch the game? Did a creature somehow invade the town?" "No," Rika said dejectedly, looking down from the cloud to Yamikumo. "How much do you reckon it's costing the government to keep us all alive? How much does the medication cost? How much are they paying the people with quirks to keep our muscles from atrophying too much to be healthy?" Yamikumo opened his mouth before gently closing it. He didn't know how much it cost. Probably a lot now that he thought about it. "You don't mean, what would be cheaper? The government spending all this money to keep us alive and healthy for who knows how long? Or trying to pay scientists to figure out how to remove these headsets?" Rika questioned the boy beside her. "The game didn't kill Noi, the people trying to remove the headsets did," she told him. "It still terrifies me. At what point will they try and speed up the process? At what point will I be the next attempt to remove the nerve gear?" Rika shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself while drawing her legs up to her chest. "At any moment, I could die. Even when I'm supposed to be safe. And that thought terrifies me. Whenever I hear something shatter, I go back to that moment in time. I keep replaying her death over and over again in my head and I can't stop it." She yelled out in frustration before slumping to the ground, her head tucked down. "I had to quit going out in the field because I became a hindrance for everyone else. Unless someone brings me the ore, I can't smith anything. I'm borderline useless." "Hey, you aren't useless," Yamikumo stated, a serious look in his eyes and a small scowl on his face. "Asuna constantly gushes about your work. Everyone who I've met who uses the gear you make has sung your praises and nothing else. It's not your fault that you can't go collect ores." He tried his best to encourage her, memories of his own struggles with that title driving him forward. As for her other problem, as much as Yamikumo wanted to help her, he had no clue as to where to even start. Heroes always knew what to say. They could always make a situation better. From helping a lost kid find their parents to talking down a potential jumper. But he'd also only seen the happy, publicized side of heroics from news articles and interviews. Was this how heroics really was? Not being able to help someone in need at times. Yamikumo's hand clenched into a tight fist before shaking off the feeling, an idea immediately popping into his mind. "How about this? Nearly every day I go out into dungeons a lot and get rare materials and ores. Once every few days I'll come visit you and give you what I have left that no other client wants. I'll do it completely for free, even. Rika looked up, a small glimmer of hope etched into her eyes. The sight made Izuku's guilt greater, knowing he was just distracting her from the real issue, for the moment. You'd do that? She softly questioned. A nod was all it took for a small smile to come onto her face as she stood back up. Well, it's nice to meet you then, partner. She held out her hand. I can see why she likes you, Rika thought, smiling at her new business partner as he went to shake her hand. This has to be a joke, right? Izuku looked across the swamp with a mildly miffed look. It wouldn't kill them to enter the water, but it would sap their health uncomfortably rapidly. He'd hoped to not have to enter the muggy water of the poison swamp, but they'd searched the entire swamp and found nothing. There was only one place left to look. The small island in the middle of a lake of the stupid poison bog water. How many monsters do you reckon are waiting in there? Lisbeth leaned over his shoulder and examined the lake closely. Is this ore really that rare? Izuku countered, craning his neck to look at the pink-haired girl. Said girl just shrugged her shoulders. Dunno. Haven't ever made something with it. I only know the name, location, and what it can be crafted into. Izuku nodded at her response and pursed his lips in thought. I reckon one enemy with a unique property if it's rare. Maybe around 20 low levels if it isn't. He said. His knowledge of the game got better every day, to the point where he could pretty comfortably predict enemy numbers in specific situations. He wants to eventually predict the number for every area, but he was still working on it. Although it was annoying when a new floor was unblocked that flipped everything he knew on its head. It was both a celebration and a minor headache when they progressed. If it was just one enemy with unique properties, Izuku would lose it. If there was one thing he hated, it was always gimmick bosses. If there was something he hated even more, it was regular enemies with stupid gimmicks. He didn't know who pissed in Kayaba's cereal the day that villain decided to add in the gimmick enemies, but he hoped whoever it was would stub their toe at least once a day. I reckon it will take 3 steps before something pops up, Yamikumo stated confidently. I'd say 7, Lisbeth retorted, happy to have a little friendly bet between the two. Okay, get ready to cover your eyes and ears, Izuku warned her before cautiously stepping into the swamp. Ignoring the poison effect he'd immediately been given, he trudged through the swamp, taking 3 steps, but nothing. Guess I was wrong, Izuku let out a chuckle as he took a few more steps. On his 6th step, he was finally blindsided by a massive claw emerging from the swamp and whacking him away. His body went flying back to where he started. He shot past Lisbeth and crashed into a giant moss-covered rock with a rather concerning crack. He let out a sharp gasp as his back collided with the stone. If this was real life, he'd have no doubt his back would be broken by now. Lisbeth took a few steps back as something giant began to crawl out of the murky green water. It was a giant lobster, its red shell covered in moss and gunk from the thick water, making it look more green than red. Its pincers were as sharp as a blade, and it certainly seemed to be bloodthirsty. As it scuttled towards its closest target, Lisbeth, it made this spine-chilling clicking sound, as its pincers clacked together. A swamp skitter. Izuku'd only heard about the name, and that their special move could take away half your health with one blow. He struggled to get to his feet, his back still aching from the collision. Lisbeth, Izuku shouted. He pushed off the ground with all his might and did his best to ignore the pain that came with it. He began to gain rapid momentum as he rushed towards the stunned girl. The moss-green lobster clicking its pincers menacingly at her. All Lisbeth could do was stare at it in fear. It swung down at the same time Izuku let out a yell and shoved her out the way and took her place. He could feel the pincers dig into his waist, sending jolts of pain through his body. He let out a small yelp of pain. Then he felt it lift him up. Izuku's eyes widened when he felt it slowly close its pincers tighter. Grunting, Izuku began slashing wildly at its shell, but his sword wasn't piercing through its chitin. His eyes widened as he realized what gimmick this enemy had. Lisbeth watched on in horror as Izuku's body was lifted up into the sky, as if it were offering a gift to its gods. And then it squeezed. Normally Izuku didn't mind having his pain receptors set to max. Yes, he felt every hit, every slash. Sure, it sucked that he felt it, but he'd argue it made him more proficient in combat and it made him more cautious on the whole. It made every situation feel as if it were real life. Every slash could be tanked or blocked if need be, but dodging fully negated damage and he felt no pain as a result. But there were times where it really sucked. Like when he got stabbed through the back by that exiled knight. Or when his arm got chopped off by Nicholas the Renegade. But nothing he had ever faced or felt could compare to the feeling of being slowly cut in half. A blood-curdling scream of agony echoed throughout the swamp, sending nearby birds flying away in terror. Even though it wasn't real, he could feel every simulated nerve screaming at him in pure, unadulterated agony. If there were blood in the game, he'd have no doubt it would be spewing everywhere. With tears in his eyes and his throat very hoarse, it finally clamped down all the way and his body fell to the ground with a wet thump, now in 2 pieces. The top half smacked to the ground, while the bottom half shattered into crystals. The sight and sound of which caused Lisbeth's body to involuntarily lock up once more. That little maneuver pulled by the swampskitter had still cut his health in half. Ignoring the pain still coursing through him, Izuku mustered enough willpower to pull out his strongest potion. It put his health back to full, but his body didn't regrow instantly. His waist and hips were first, and his legs and feet would soon follow. In the meantime, he'd need to figure out how to shatter the armor plate and actually damage the thing, and Lisbeth was the only one with a blunt weapon. Lisbeth, I need you to. Izuku's words died in his throat as he looked over at Lisbeth. She was standing there in a trance-like state, mouth agape and silent tears streaming down her cheeks and landing on the mud below. Crap. As the swampskitter made its way to its new prey, Izuku equipped his bow and began firing a volley of arrows at the creature, trying to keep its focus on him and not Lisbeth. A potion of aggression would probably work here, but he didn't know what other creatures were around, and he wasn't keen on finding out. Especially since he didn't have any legs at the moment, being a literal sitting duck. Lisbeth, Izuku cried out as he kept firing his arrows, trying to get her to snap out of her trance as she stood there. The good news was that it looked like the swampskitter had focused its target onto the player attacking it. The bad news was that his legs were only halfway done regenerating. He wouldn't reach her in time. Lisbeth. Lisbeth looked off into the distance, her eyes not really focusing on what was in front of her. She could hear the boy, but couldn't process what he was screaming about. Then she felt the tremors as the lobster lumbered over to her friend. No, she wouldn't watch another friend of hers die. In the blink of an eye, she dashed forward. Her trusty one-handed war hammer manifesting in her hand. She let out a guttural scream as she slammed it into the side of the swampskitter. The lobster was knocked slightly off balance by the sheer power from the hit. Where Lisbeth's hammer had made contact was now a fracturing crack in the shell. The weak point is under the shell, Izuku muttered before raising his voice for her to hear. Aim for the cracked piece. If you shatter it, I'll be able to kill it. Izuku shouted at Lisbeth. The girl nodded and got to work, swinging her hammer with almost reckless abandon. Her form was sloppy, but her strikes hit hard enough to compensate, causing various cracks to form on the shell. Izuku's arrows still weren't able to make it through, but he noticed he was dealing more damage if he aimed for where Lisbeth had already swung. Finally, Izuku's legs regrew enough for him to stand up. Hopping to his feet, he rushed towards the swampskitter. Its shell was cracked and splintered in multiple places, but not fully exposed. And lo and behold, one last strike from Lisbeth gave way to the squishy insides hidden beneath. Jumping onto the lobster, he held on as it tried to throw him off. Before he pulled off the final attack, he looked towards his friend. Final blow, Izuku warned. Lisbeth's eyes widened before she clenched her eyes close and blocked her ears. With a powerful roar, Izuku slammed his katana down, the blade sliding through the pinkish skin. It convulsed wildly, flailing its pincers violently before mercifully bursting into pixels, dropping Izuku face first into the dirt and mud one last time. Groaning, he lifted himself up to his feet, swiping away the notification that he'd just leveled up. Lisbeth, he called out, but the girl kept her hands over her ears and her eyes shut. Letting out a small breath of exhaustion, he trudged over and shook her shoulder. That got her to open her eyes. Thanks, Lisbeth muttered, embarrassed about what had happened. Neither of them were really in the mood for talking after that fight. So, just enjoying the silence of being alive, they moved. They trudged through the swamp, health potions on hand for when their health got too low from tick damage. With no more interruptions, they safely crossed through the box and onto the small island. In a tiny cave was a whole cluster of mistforged silver. Lisbeth equipped a pickaxe and began to mine the ore, taking as much as she could. Once the cave was looted for ore and any treasure Izuku could find, they trudged back through the bog and out of the forest. Time is 4:45 p.m. It'll take me a few minutes to craft the katana. We can stay here and see if we missed something, or we can head back early, though I have a feeling I know your answer. Lisbeth closed her menu and gave Izuku his options. Izuku looked at her and then back into the dense swamp. His hand gently grazed over his stomach, flinching as the phantom pain of being cut in half still permeated his mind. If he was being honest, he never wanted to set foot in this place ever again. I don't want to be late for my dinner with Asuna, and I really don't like this place. Let's head back, please, Izuku huffed before putting 2 fingers in his mouth and whistling. A nearby howl rang out as a small smile appeared on his face, his companion soon to arrive and take them back to town. Far away from this godforsaken bog, Rika stood out in the training ground with Asuna, who'd arrived not too long after she'd created the katana. Giving her friend a once-over, she gave her a small nod and a knowing, smug smirk. Nice dress, she let out a low chuckle. Is it so wrong I want to look nice for our dinner tonight? Asuna raised an eyebrow in defiance. She was dressed in a nice pearl-white breastplate with a long skirt, with stockings and gloves, all of which were the same color. Considering I've never seen you dress up at all for any other outing. Rika railed off, letting Asuna put together the rest. Sometimes it feels nice to dress up a little bit, Asuna huffed and shook her head, not wanting to have to explain herself to her teasing friend. She instead switched topics to what had occurred earlier that day. So everything went well, she questioned. More or less. A few hiccups here and there, but we managed in the end, Rika shrugged. She left out the part of her breakdown and Yamikumo getting cut in half, because she really didn't want to remember that. And the boy would probably want to tell her that himself. Asuna hummed and nodded before a soft smile. Thanks for bringing him back on time. I really appreciate it. She thanked the blacksmith, nothing but honesty and gratitude in her voice. If you ever need anything, just let me know, okay? I do have one thing I want you to do. A sly smirk manifested on Rika's face, causing a look of hesitance to show up on Asuna's face. Do us both a favor and ask Yamikumo out already. At the mere mention of dating, Asuna scowled, and shook her head immediately. Anything but that. I'll go kill a mini-boss for you. Find some kind of ore. But I'm not doing anything that risks my friendship with Yamikumo. I already told you, I don't know how he'd react. The feeling is mutual, you know. Asuna's eyes widened as her mouth slammed shut. Her gaze instantly darted over to Yamikumo, who was a small distance away, admiring his newly forged blade. Hope surged through her, before a flicker of doubt inevitably manifested in her mind and she looked back at her friend. Lisbeth, if you're messing with me, I swear I'll, she hissed. Words can't describe how amazing she is. She just doesn't do well around people who annoy her, and that's fine. Everyone has flaws, but her positives outweigh them tenfold. Rika tried to mimic Yamikumo's voice, softly enough so that he wouldn't hear but mockingly enough to make her point. Rika watched in glee as Asuna Sublime screamed. She just stood there, her jaw moving up and down like her body was trying to formulate a retort, but her mind was coming up with nothing. Rika stifled a giggle as she realized her friend looked an awful lot like a goldfish. Not having enough of Asuna's face just yet, Rika continued with the quote she knew would hit the home run in cracking her facade. Whoever dates her would be the luckiest person in the world. Looking at her friend's face, she grew a shit-eating grin at how red Asuna's face was. She had to bite her lip to stop her from bursting into laughter. We talked. He thinks the world of you and more. When the topic of dating came up, he said he didn't think he was good enough for you. A grunt caught the girl's attention as Yamikumo performed a perfect combo with the new katana Rika had made him. It was faster, lighter, sharper, and dealt a shitload more damage, so marginally worth being bisected by a crustacean. He thanked her profusely and immediately went to test it out. Last she'd check, he'd been there for like 10 minutes performing different moves and skills. Her eyes looked over to Yamikumo swinging his new katana on a training dummy with a wide smile on his face. Yamikumo's a catch, the change in tone snapping Asuna out of her little trance. She looked over to Yamikumo who was swinging at a training dummy with a smile on his face. Strong, smart, kind, good looks. He's a 1 in a million. And with how many other players he meets and helps, it won't be long until someone tries to snatch him up for themselves. Asuna tried to bite down on the gnawing jealousy quickly growing in her heart as she imagined Yamikumo having a date with someone else, some faceless charming woman. She never felt this way about anyone else before. This was a totally foreign concept to her. Asuna would consider herself something of a prideful person. She hated asking for help from people, but for Yamikumo she'd be willing to do almost anything, including swallowing her pride. Lisbeth, please just be honest with me. No teasing or sarcastic remarks. What should I do? She muttered, her eyes still lingering on Yamikumo. You want my advice? Rika leaned in with a smirk, Asuna already knowing the next words that would come out of her mouth, but she knew she needed to hear it said. Go for it already. June 26, 2138. Kid, how are you still standing? The detective rubbed the bridge of his nose. He knew the boy had been through a lot. The final fight between those two and Kayaba made that much very clear, but every single story provided some new form of awful trauma the boy went through. Almost dying, getting his arm cut off, actually dying and being revived, and now getting entirely cut in half. Unknown to the two of them, everyone who escaped Sword Art Online was to be assigned mandatory therapy. The goal was to see who was still mentally stable enough to be sent right back into society, who needed serious help, and those who may have been a lost cause by now. At the start it felt like these two teenagers were still mostly all there, but as of right now, it felt like Asuna was mostly stable and Izuku needed some major help. God, he was going to need more coffee if this story was going to get even worse, and if he trusted his gut feeling, it would. He made a mental note to refill when they called for a break. Izuku's eyes looked to the side, not meeting the detective's gaze. I had people who helped me up when I fell. Saved my life, stopped me from doing things I'd regret. That's how I got through everything, he admitted quietly. You never told me you got cut in half, Asuna said softly, reaching over and gently grasping the boy's hand in hers. It happened a while ago. I already worry you with everything else that has happened. I didn't want to add more to that. Izuku softly gave his reasoning for hiding it from the girl. Izuku, I chose to be with you, even after knowing some of what you'd been through, Asuna squeezed his hand softly. We're a team. We always have been, and we always will be. The detective sighed and leaned back in his chair. He'd interviewed and interrogated many pro-heroes before, wanting to know what had occurred in accidents and attacks that ended in tragedy. This wasn't entirely new to him. He felt bad for them, but they knew the risks coming into this line of work. Everyone who went to one of the many universities to study heroics was quickly taught the dark side of the world that the media often portrayed in a disingenuous light. Some stayed, many others left, but the thing they all had in common was they knew what really could happen to pro-heroes when they made their decisions. But Izuku and Asuna weren't. They were teenagers, untrained, not nearly emotionally ready for the life they'd unwittingly chosen. At 15, they were thrust into a death game where they could easily be killed by any small mistake. There were plenty of adults. The statistics showed that around 85% of players were over the age of 20. There were plenty of people who had the emotional maturity to take their places if it was necessary. Yet through it all, the detective thought, looking over at the couple who were having a silent, but very emotional conversation through nothing but their eyes. Out of the thousands who survived, they were the most qualified for beating Sword Art Online. Not the adults who knew the risks, but the youths with everything to lose and more. A week passed in a flash and the players of Sword Art Online found themselves entering January. It had now been well over a year since they'd been forced into this death game, and more players were starting to believe that they were going to be stuck here forever. Asuna, personally, didn't believe that just yet. They'd been making steady progress, everything was going well, if a little bit slower than normal due to the unexpected difficulty spike. Of course, Asuna was concerned about the coming floor boss which had already been located, but as of this moment, she was much more concerned with how she was going to finally approach the subject of her feelings for Yamikumo. She'd never had a crush on anyone before, let alone one that made her want to fully consider dating them, regardless of how her parents would take it. She felt helpless in a way she hasn't felt since the start of the death game. However, Asuna had to remind herself of what Lisbeth had told her. Yamikumo was a 1 in a million guy, and any day soon some girl would realize that as well and try to make their move on him before she could, and she would lose this chance forever. From her very limited knowledge on how dating worked, you needed to first actually ask the other person on a date, then things happened from there. It sounded easy to her, just a few words and then dating stuff happens. It couldn't be one of their usual dinners and outings they normally had, but a real date. She just needed to find an opportunity to ask. And as if fate had heard her distress, she received a message from Yamikumo. "What level is your cooking skill at now?" Izuku stood by the teleporters in the center of the city. Asuna had requested the two of them meet up there, so she can bring him somewhere she could cook. He glanced around at the area around him, the players all going about their own business, all living in the moment and spending their days in peace, like they didn't have a world to go back to. When he'd first begun playing Sword Art Online before the game became a waking nightmare, he thought he'd be doing the same thing they were, making friends, getting stronger at his own pace, and just enjoying the world. Yet, once he began his mercenary work, he'd all but lost himself in the job, basically ignoring the simple pleasures this world had to offer for another job. Sure, the hot springs weren't really necessary for him, but why didn't he ever go with Agile or Kirito? He hadn't seen either of them in a while and they would probably agree just to be with him, so why? Izuku realized the answer was simple. He was too focused on helping others to do anything for himself. At first he enjoyed the easy focus it gave him when everything in his life was upended. It made him feel like a real pro hero who worked tirelessly to protect and help those who didn't have the means to protect themselves, but after a few months, the seamlessly boundless energy was starting to fade away. Around the same time he performed his first bodyguard mission for the Moonlit Black Cats. He'd been working non-stop since he began playing this stupid death game. For over a year with 0 days off he'd been jumping from floor to floor, completing any job that was asked of him. Normally that wouldn't be too draining, but then he also had to keep his level high enough to keep up with the level of the upcoming enemies, and he had to assist with the front lines and even lead raid parties when things went awry. All that responsibility weighed heavily on his mind. Izuku had thought that heroes didn't experience burnout. Guess that was the part they don't show on the silver screens. He wondered if even All Might felt like this in his career even once. But he always liked to see the positives in bleak situations where he could. In this case, it made him cherish all the time he spent with Asuna even more, since something about her made him drop his guard so easily. A small smile flickered across his face as his mind wandered, wondering when she'd turn up or what she had planned. As if the game heard him, the teleporter lit up brightly with a loud ringing note, indicating someone was teleporting from another floor to this floor. Izuku turned, hoping to catch Asuna walking out to greet him. What he wasn't expecting was for the girl to come flying out the teleporter and impact straight toward him. Izuku grabbed hold of Asuna's hips and twisted his body so he'd take the brunt of the damage. He knew she wouldn't have felt it due to her pain receptors being at 0, but instincts just kicked in when he saw a large object launch toward him. He landed on his back with a wheeze, the air evacuating his simulated lungs. When he opened his eyes, he saw Asuna looking down at him, and after his mental faculties returned to him he made notice of two very relevant things. Firstly, he noticed that Asuna was sporting a very heavy blush. Secondly, Asuna was somehow straddling him while his hands had rested on her hips after his reactive catch. The two teenagers wildly scrambled off one another, praying to whatever higher power that no one saw them in such a compromising position. Both of them individually agreed to keep that memory locked away for now, but it was almost certain they'd revisit that moment later on in their beds while they lie awake at night. The teleporter lit up again and out walked a thin and scraggly man with black hair who looked like he was reaching the limits of his patience. "Why are you behaving like this, Asuna?" "I'm just following orders," the man sneered, clearly unhappy with how things were playing out. "And how many times do I have to tell you that I should be giving the orders to you as your superior? Oh, and here's your current objective, Karadiel, get lost." Asuna screamed back at the man, her volume catching the attention of passerbys. Karadiel huffed and, having not read the room, grabbed her forearm, which did nothing to curb Asuna's anger. "Get your hands off me!" she yelled, wrenching her arm from his grasp. Karadiel shook his head in exasperation. As he went to reach for her again, another grip wrapped around his wrist, halting his action. With contempt burning in his eyes, he turned to face the person who dared touch him, and dull brown met furious green. "She said don't touch her," Izuku growled, his eyes burning a hole through Karadiel. His grip tightened on the man's wrist before throwing him his wrist, which pushed him back a few steps and stepped backwards beside Asuna. "This doesn't concern you, brat," Karadiel scoffed, before he paused and took in the appearance of the boy. Or more specifically, the distinctive grindstone connected to his elbow. "Ah, the wandering mercenary, I know you," he jeered in disgust before turning back to Asuna with an unearned amount of smugness. "Asuna, you must be aware that this filth is taking away the majority of our player requests," he snidely commented. "And you should be aware that our job is training and planning for mini-bosses and field bosses, not collecting ores and weapons for players." Asuna countered snarkily. Yamikumo had been doing this long before this guild tried their hand at it. "If anything, we've been taking away his requests." With a scoff, Asuna stomped over to Izuku and snatched his hand before storming away, only to stop when Karadiel walked after them. "For crying out loud, leave us alone. My shift is over, and unlike you, I actually have a life outside of the guild. Asuna, please understand I have a duty to protect you. Your safety is in the guild's best interest," Karadiel rattled off like he was reading off of a script, his voice cold and almost bored. "I'll be much safer with Yamikumo than with you, that's for sure," Asuna shot back. That finally seemed to get a rise out of Karadiel as his eyes flared in indignation. He looked back to Izuku with a look promised nothing good. As if he'd trained for this, the look of malice smoothly turned into one of pride and arrogance that unnerved Izuku greatly. "Fine then. How about a duel, then? Whoever wins gets to take Asuna," Karadiel confidently challenged the young player. Izuku felt infuriated with the older man, already feeling concerned with the way he spoke about his friend so flippantly. "Asuna isn't some kind of prize to be won. She can make her own." A hand on his shoulder cut him off mid-sentence. He turned his head around to see Asuna lean in next to his head. Her breath tickled at his ear, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Make it quick," Asuna whispered before moving back to the side, watching with a confident smirk on her face. Izuku stood frozen, a small blush refusing to leave his cheeks from how close Asuna had been to his face. He snapped out of it once he got a notification request for a duel. Narrowing his eyes at Karadiel and focusing on himself, he accepted, and the countdown spawned above them both and began. All he wanted was to spend time with his friend. If this guy is the only opposition to that, so be it. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Karadiel before holding up his left elbow and slowly ran his katana along the grindstone, recharging its sharpness back to full. Once that was complete, he flourished it out to the side before pointing the tip in Karadiel's direction. The countdown finished, and the battle began. But for Karadiel, it was an execution. The two forces lurched forward. Izuku's blade crashed against Karadiel's for a moment, but with a small twist of his arms, he ran the blade across the underside of his opponent's sword, causing a spray of sparks to shower Karadiel, and used the momentum to circle around, essentially fully destabilizing him with just a single parry. Karadiel could not recover in time for his overextension and had no time to react when the Kashira of Izuku's katana came crashing into his nose. Using the recoil from the blow as more momentum, Izuku then spun the other way and slashed at Karadiel's chest, chunking his health considerably. The man jumped back, hoping to gain some distance from the katana's blade and recover. He was caught off guard when three throwing knives embedded themselves in both his legs and his sword arm. Izuku wasn't about to give the man any time to breathe. He'd learned that every fight could be dictated by its speed. If you can set the pace faster than your opponent could handle, then they would crumple as they became overwhelmed and unable to fight back in time. Since he mostly fought monsters, they set a predetermined pace and Izuku just had to match or exceed that when he could. However, when fighting other players, Izuku knew that blitzing them at a pace they were unused to, it would throw them off tempo, and hopefully by the time they recover he'd have already won. And it was that exact thinking that restricted Karadiel from making any counterattack. The attacks were too relentless, too unpredictable. Every time Izuku was going too fast for him to keep up. He couldn't even jump away to catch a breath because of the damn throwing knives. After what felt like hours to Kuradiel, and barely a matter of seconds to the green-haired boy, Izuku stopped and took a step back, letting out a small huff before unequipping his katana. Kuradiel saw an opportunity and ran forward, getting ready to attack the little shit and make him regret challenging a member of Knights of the Blood, but before he even made it halfway, a notification popped up in front of his eyes. At the same time, Izuku also received the same one. The duel was over. Kuradiel's health had been depleted to yellow while Izuku stood there, his health not having moved since it began. Kuradiel stood frozen, in complete and utter shock at what he was processing. The crowd around them began to whisper among themselves about what they had just seen. Izuku paid them no mind, instead walking over to Asuna, who looked at him with pride before her expression steeled and she looked over to Kuradiel, who was starting to snap out of it. "Kuradiel, a deal's a deal. You're dismissed," she demanded. "Asuna, you can't." Kuradiel tried to argue, but shrunk under the look of utter loathing she returned. "That's an order." Asuna growled harshly before grasping Izuku's hand and rushing away, only shooting her unwanted bodyguard one final look to make sure he wasn't following them. Izuku took notice of the furrow of her brow and turned his head as well to look at Kuradiel, who was glaring daggers at him. While he was used to this sort of stuff from Bakugo, this look was different. While Bakugo shot him looks that told him he would regret showing up today. The way Kuradiel looked at him promised him he'd regret ever meeting him. "You really don't hold back against anyone, do you, Yamikumo?" Asuna asked with a hint of pride as she laid out all the ingredients for the meal she had planned for tonight. Yamikumo simply blushed and turned his head. "I don't like underestimating what my opponents could do. Whenever I go into a fight, I always assume the enemy is on par with a floor boss," he stated as if it was the only logical option he could reason. "You realize you had at least 40 levels on him, right?" Asuna laughed at his explanation. "He couldn't have done anything near what you do." But Yamikumo seemed to disagree if his disapproving expression was any indication. With regular enemies, they follow a set moveset. Every action is written down in code they can't break. It makes it easy to predict and counter. But human enemies could do anything. Yamikumo's eyes squinted softly in thought as he held up his hand and began listing off different ways they could screw him over. Poison-throwing knives, paralysis potions, cutting off a limb, spamming arrows from a distance. There's a lot that people can do that could theoretically take me down. Sometimes my opponent won't play fair, so I need to prepare for that. Asuna couldn't really fault his thinking. She'd thought the exact same thing when it came to other players, but it always felt like Yamikumo was extra paranoid when he went into combat against another player. When the two of them had friendly spars, he seemed content and comfortable. Against other players he was aggressive, paranoid and focused on beating them into the ground before they could have a chance to do anything. As much as she didn't want to accept it, she knew deep down Yamikumo had some deep-seated issues that she didn't even know how to start helping. That was fine, though. As long as he didn't get any worse, everything would be fine for now. Moving on, you said you had something you wanted me to cook. Is it a recipe or an ingredient that requires a high cooking skill? Asuna questioned as she opened up her menu and went into the wardrobe. With a few clicks, her body shone a bright white and once it died down, she was in more casual clothing. Yamikumo, like always, kept wearing his shinobi mercenary outfit. Either he didn't have any other outfits, or he just really liked that one. Yamikumo nodded before pulling out a chunk of meat she'd never seen before since looking at it only gave the generic mystery prompt and placing it on a chopping block. I caught a ragu rabbit, and since I can't exactly cook it, I wondered if you wanted to share it, he said, a dusting of red covering his cheeks. Oh, yeah, I can probably. Wait, you caught what? Asuna mind processed what exactly he'd just casually claimed to have caught. It was one of the rarest animals in the entire game up to the level they were currently on. Worth a small fortune, and Yamikumo just wanted to eat it with her. You realize you're holding an item worth 100,000 core. Minimum. Asuna felt she had to point it out. That was enough for one of the best sets of armor, and he'd still have more to splurge on whatever he wanted. Yamikumo bashfully rubbed the back of his head. Core isn't really an issue. I only really spend money on food for Himari and I, arrows and potion ingredients. Is that all you buy? Asuna couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She thought he would have bought a whole lot more. Materials for weapons and upgrades as well as buying little things just for him. Yet when she stopped to think about it, he would have gotten better materials from dungeons for crafting throwing knives. Then it hit her. He'd been selling rare items and stockpiling money ever since they arrived in this death game. Only buying the bare minimum. He didn't have a house because he was always on the move, and that meant no room for trinkets. He didn't buy new armor because they wouldn't have the grindstone, which meant no need for any other clothing. He got all his weapons from dungeons and only bought one weapon from Lisbeth out of necessity. If that was all true, then, Yamikumo, how much core do you have on you? Like right now, around 3 million core, Yamikumo shyly admitted, averting his eyes from her that just screamed he was embarrassed by how much wealth he'd accumulated. Asuna almost couldn't believe it. Yamikumo was a millionaire, one of the strongest players in the game, and probably had hundreds, if not thousands, of favors he could cash in from around a quarter of the remaining players left alive. Yet despite that, he was basically a wandering nomad, still wearing the same armor he got from the first floor, kept doing jobs for free, and was willing to use one of the most costly items in the game just to have a nice dinner with her. He really was one of a kind. That cemented her decision. Well, if we're going to eat it, how do you want it cooked? I could do a stew, a curry, a roast, a pie, or pasta ragu. What are you feeling like tonight? Asuna listed off all the things she knew she could cook using a ragu rabbit. She didn't really have a preference, but she knew the possibilities. She knew anything would taste good with the rabbit, as long as she cooked it right. Plus, it was Yamikumo who brought the main ingredient, so it was only fair that he decided. Maybe you could make it into a curry. Is that okay with you? Yamikumo decided. Asuna gave her friend a small shrug with a nonplussed look on her face. As long as I get half, I'll make anything, she stated before a small smile graced her features. But yeah, a curry sounds nice. I haven't had one in ages. You can go relax on the couch. I'll call you when I've finished. Asuna was happy to just cook by herself and let Yamikumo relax. She knew how hard he worked every day. While her job was difficult as a sub-leader of Knights of the Blood Guild, she could handle it. Directing attacks on mini-bosses, training the recruits, and making sure she didn't lag behind in levels. And then there was Yamikumo, bouncing around each floor by himself multiple times a day like some drug-infused jackrabbit. If there was such a thing as stamina in Sword Art Online, he would have tired himself out before lunch even began. She'd told this to him directly once, and he just replied with, "When I'm busy it keeps my mind off other things." She felt the same way, but as always, Yamikumo dialed it up to 11. And just as she suspected, he was quick to reject her offer. I don't want to leave you to do everything by yourself while I just sit around. I could make some bread, roast potatoes, and a salad on the side. Oh, and a plain steak for Himari. Yamikumo offered to assist her in the kitchen. Asuna hummed to herself while gathering all the ingredients. While sides would be nice, he'd need to be at a high enough level to cook dishes that wouldn't taste like cardboard when paired with this. What level is your cooking skill at right now? 53. Yep, that should be good enough for some of the more advanced side dishes. She absent-mindedly gave herself a small nod. Okay, use whatever I have in the pantry. Just try not to go too overboard, she advised him. I'll do my best. Yamikumo gave a nervous chuckle. Asuna laid out all the ingredients for the curry on her countertop and then picked up a sharp knife. Let's get started then. I didn't come here to eat good food. While it wasn't the first thing Asuna said to Yamikumo, it was very close to being so. She remembered the meal he'd made. He was so quick to offer her it, despite how shielded she was around him, not knowing if he would be like the others she knew, or someone she could trust. While she kept up her tough and cold exterior, she couldn't help but feel slightly touched when he offered her a meal so easily. That was when she first started to view Yamikumo as someone she could attempt to get to know. From there, her friendship with him grew until she could confidently say Yamikumo was her best friend and no one could ever take that title away from him. She was planning to stay good friends with Yamikumo, maybe even trying to find him once they got out of the game so she could have a friend to spend time with in real life as well. What she didn't plan for was falling for him as well. Their friendship all started with a simple meal, and she was hoping their romance would start with this dish they'd made together. The meal was delicious. Despite the meal being rabbit, it tasted more like chicken, but that did nothing to make the taste worse. It was tender, juicy, and cooked to perfection. It was as if all her precious meals were tests to ensure she was qualified and skilled enough to cook this. Yamikumo didn't slack off either. The side dishes he cooked perfectly complemented the main dish. Once dinner was complete, the two sat at the table, drinking some tea Asuna had made, and they fell back into their casual conversations. "Why do you need a bodyguard anyways?" Yamikumo questioned, his face scrunched in confusion at the mere thought. "You're probably the strongest player I know. If anything, you could have been his bodyguard." "Thank you," Asuna exclaimed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "I've been trying to tell Heathcliff that for a week now. The only two people I know who can beat me in a duel are you and him, but he thinks the extra protection will help safeguard me when venturing out on my own, due to how important I am." She scoffed in annoyance. "Isn't he kind of right though?" Yamikumo questioned, leaning forward ever so slightly. "You're probably the strongest person I know, but you're only one player. What if a group attacks you when you aren't prepared?" He pointed out. "I wouldn't be complaining so much if it was anyone else other than him." Asuna defended herself, pressing her index finger on the table. Kuradiel, frankly, creeped her the hell out. It was like he'd blow up on anyone who slightly wronged him. She'd spoken to Heathcliff about it, but he dismissed her offhandedly, saying that Kuradiel was a valuable part of the organization. She'd managed to keep him in line, but he was always lurking around. It felt like he was always watching her, and that feeling never faded. "I'm just happy you kicked the creep's ass and got him off my back for now, but just be careful around him," Asuna warned. She knew Yamikumo was strong, possibly the second strongest in the game right before Heathcliff, but even the mighty could fall if someone got lucky enough. Although, wasn't that exactly why Yamikumo said a bodyguard might be good for her though? Was she being hypocritical? Probably, but she had more important matters to worry about. "Yeah, something didn't sit right with me about him either," Yamikumo admitted softly with a shrug of his shoulders. "I don't know what, but the way he looked at me feels unnerving." "Do you really have to have him as your bodyguard? Can you request a transfer or something?" he questioned, concerned for her. "I'm going to talk to Heathcliff again about it and see if I can get someone else to watch over me. Could use you beating him publicly as leverage. If anything, I should get him to hire you as my bodyguard. At least then we'd get to spend more time together," Asuna jokingly suggested, but a small part of her hoped he'd agree. A soft smile graced Yamikumo's features, but the shake of his head told her all she needed to know. "You know I can't join a guild. There are so many people counting on me. If I joined Knights of the Blood, then my schedule would fill up with guild duties. I'd have almost no time to help others." Asuna couldn't help but let out a small sigh. "Yeah, that tracks, I guess," she murmured before shaking her head. Deciding that was enough of that mood, she switched the topic in quick succession. "So, you asked if I played an instrument last time, right?" Every time they had dinner, they ended up discussing something new. The previous dinner they were getting into their musical tastes. It came to little surprise to her when she found out Yamikumo listened to more upbeat energetic music, but he wasn't opposed to listening to any kind of music. Asuna was personally more of a fan of classic orchestral pieces, which was where they ended off then. "I play the violin," Asuna admitted. She didn't know whether to look embarrassed that she played such a rich person instrument, or proud at how good she knew she was. "My parents signed me up for lessons when I was a little girl. At first I hated it because it felt like they were trying to make me seem more." She trailed off. She couldn't reveal that to Yamikumo. As much as she wanted to, now wasn't the right time. "Anyway, the more I practiced, the more I learned to enjoy it." "Is the violin hard to learn?" Yamikumo asked, taking another sip of his drink absent-mindedly. "It took years for me to learn how to properly play it. Thankfully I had a good teacher. She trained me hard to get to where I am today." Asuna let out a soft chuckle, fondly remembering how many times she almost quit out of frustration, but would reel herself back in at the thought of having a piece of wood and string get the best of her. "Year after year, I practiced until I could play a piece without any mistakes. Asuna went silent for a second, thinking back to how hard she practiced, and how it led to what she considered one of the greatest nights of her life. Then came my first recital. Asuna's head turned and she looked out the window, wistfulness creeping into her expression as she thought back. The lights were dim, the crowd was hushed, and I was up on the stage alone. All eyes were on me, but it felt different than it did on other days. I got to pick out my own dress, I was allowed to choose the piece I could play. A sigh escaped her lips, but not one of exhaustion or annoyance, but one of fond recollection. I was allowed to express myself on that stage. I was allowed to be myself for that night. Yamikumo remained quiet, listening attentively. His eyes widened in worry as a tear rolled down Asuna's cheek, but he quickly noticed it wasn't one of sadness, but one of an emotion that he could relate to after meeting so many new friends. Acceptance. Each stroke of the bow sent a wave of emotion through the crowd. Each note that rang out in harmony, none less important than the other. Everything just felt right. It was like the music was wrapping its arms around me, telling me to just let all my stress go and just get lost in the melody I was playing, Asuna admitted, with a vulnerability she'd never felt right showing anyone else. She liked to keep things to herself and bottle them up, keeping them hidden from the world around her and exploding in private. Yet with Yamikumo it was so easy to talk to him. Maybe it's because he also told her things he'd kept bottled up as well. When I finished playing my first piece, I just felt so accomplished. Then when I looked over to my parents, they just looked so proud of me. I'm pretty sure my mother was even crying. A nostalgic smile spread across Asuna's face as she recalled that day. For all the issues she had with her parents, she couldn't deny the warmth that spread inside of her when they looked at her like that. Have you tried getting a violin here? Aren't there instruments you can buy on the 15th floor? Yamikumo suggested. As nice as that sounded, Asuna had to shake her head, even with a look of uncertainty clearly present in her eyes. I don't know. I've thought about it, but all it'll do is remind me of what's waiting for me once I get out. There was a small sigh as Asuna refused to meet Yamikumo's eyes. I know this sounds really bad, but I'm kinda hoping I can stay here a bit longer, to get the most out of a chance I didn't know I'd ever get. I want to see my family again, but the second I get out, my parents will try to take control of my life again. Things will go back to the way they were, and I'm scared of that. Looking up, she saw a strange scrunched expression on Yamikumo's face, as if he was doing a puzzle and a few pieces were missing. You look like you want to say something, she prompted him, which shook him from his thoughts. Sorry, Yamikumo apologized, his tone distant as if he wasn't fully focusing on the conversation. Your parents control everything you do, right? From clothing to schooling, he asked, recalling what she'd told him all those months ago. Yeah, and Asuna tried her best not to snap at him due to the volatile subject. If he was going to try and defend her parents, she would kick him out of her house. Try to paint me as the perfect daughter to everyone, no doubt. Then why did they let you dress up how you wanted in the recital? Yamikumo questioned. You got to play what you wanted. You got to dress how you wanted. If your parents really control your whole life, then why would they let you do everything you wanted in front of so many people? Asuna opened her mouth to retort with something, but then her mind drew a blank. That was a good point, now that she thought about it. Why did her parents let her do that? Without much time to formulate an argument, Yamikumo pushed even more. You said that they signed you up for a lot of other stuff. Did they control how you went about doing those things, or were you allowed to try your own style? He questioned. Well, maybe. No, that's. Asuna tried to reply with something, but her mind just didn't know what to say. Naturally, she just wanted to decline everything and keep thinking that everything was so simple, so black and white, but could she? The more she thought about it, the more mixed and blurry it became. Sure, majority of the time everything was chosen for her, but there were a few times when she was allowed to choose her own path. But why? Asuna knew if she spent any longer trying to decipher what Yamikumo meant, she was going to gain nothing but a massive headache. Look, this is a bit of a touchy subject for me. Do you mind dropping it? She requested. Was she running from what Yamikumo was saying? Absolutely, but she didn't want to think about it anymore. Not now at least. As she expected, Yamikumo nodded, and switched topics to something more preferable. I'm excited to see all the new heroes and their quirks once we get out, He gave a sheepish shrug, hoping that this conversation would go slightly better. Both of them knew Yamikumo probably shouldn't be asking this question. Before Sword Art Online was released to the public, several things were to be considered taboo when talking to other people inside the game. Firstly, you were never to tell another player your real name. Many people came to this game to be someone else. They wanted to roleplay as someone else. However, that plan was quickly flipped upside down when everyone's avatars switched to their real-life appearances. However, the rule still remained and you would be considered weird to use a real name instead of your avatar name. Asuna had never revealed her real name to anyone, and no one had told her their name either. Secondly, quirks were off limits. Even talking about pro heroes' quirks were considered a great offense to talk about, never mind your own. Again, just like with names, people wanted to forget about the real world and just focus on being someone who can become super powerful no matter what quirk you were born with. It's not like they mattered here anyways. And finally, to complete the trinity, no discussing personal lives. Along with names, this was meant to allow players some privacy. Some things were okay, such as pets, hobbies, and stuff among those lines. But anything that could link back to your real identity was banned, such as school, workplace, etc. These were the social rules of Sword Art Online, followed by nearly everyone who played the game. Between her and Yamikumo, however, well, seeing as it's been over a year, I'm sure you'll find plenty of new quirks to dissect, Asuna smiled, although it was slightly strained. Not that Yamikumo did anything bad, rather she wanted to steer the conversation away from the other glaring part of his new topic. I thought analyzing the monsters here would take your mind off quirks. Not really. Everything in this game is hardwired. You can't really experiment to the fullest since some things are just blocked due to enemy AI restrictions, Yamikumo gave his reasoning. Quirks have endless possibilities that regular enemies don't, he sighed softly. Asuna hummed. She didn't have the penchant for knowledge and analysis like Yamikumo did, but she could at least keep up with him. Then a thought crossed her mind. While she wouldn't yet share her name with him until she was sure, she could share something else that was extremely personal. They already broke half of taboo number 2, why not go all the way? My quirk is called Quickstep. It's a minor warping quirk. The easiest way to describe it is that I can instantly warp anywhere within 10 meters of myself in a 360-degree radius in the blink of an eye, Asuna told him. A sacred and forbidden piece of knowledge, and she's parted with it without batting an eye. In an instant, Yamikumo's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, his foul mood from early shattering like glass and being replaced by the more curious side of him. Your quirk sounds amazing. The potential applications are unreal. Your quirk must be very versatile, Yamikumo praised her, and the questions began. Can you pass through solid matter? What's the wait time between each warp? If you're running, does teleporting keep your momentum? Can you teleport someone else with you? Are you able to tell what areas you can teleport to if you're in a small area? Asuna remembered when Yamikumo used to babble on at speeds she could hardly keep up with. Thankfully he'd learned to speak slower, but that didn't mean the amount of questions he had were any less. Small victories, she supposed. Yeah, I can teleport through walls as long as there is space for me. I haven't measured the time, but I know it's somewhere in the milliseconds. As soon as I finish warping, I can usually move again. Using Quickstep can help boost my momentum if I'm moving. I think I can only teleport myself, I haven't tried it with someone else yet. It's hard to describe, but it's like an instinct. It's either I can go there or I can't. Asuna finished, taking in a deep breath to replenish all the oxygen she'd just spent answering all those questions in one breath. She'd done a minor amount of practice on her quirk. Nothing major since she didn't really have any plans to go into a field where she'd need to use her quirk, but just enough that she could at least call herself competent. What about you, Yamikumo? What's your quirk? The second she finished her sentence, Yamikumo's entire body locked up. His eyes flashing in a panic she'd only seen when things went to shit. Well, it's kind of. You know, he trailed off, his eyes now refusing to meet hers. His voice was bouncing all over the place and his body was shaking softly. What? Asuna pushed, raising an eyebrow. She was used to Yamikumo acting strange at times, but this was something she'd never seen before. He almost seemed scared. It's just complicated. I'd rather not get into all of it, he weakly explained. I told you my quirk. Why can't you tell me yours? Asuna said with an apprehensive sigh, her eyes slightly narrowed. She knew Yamikumo almost as well as she knew herself. At this point, he'd told her almost everything about himself, including things he'd explicitly never mentioned to his parents. If the boy wasn't telling her something, he had a good reason for it. Yet, it still bugged her that she shared something like this and he couldn't do the same. Look, I dropped the thing with your parents, so can you please drop this? Yamikumo all but begged. Asuna was really curious now, but still willing to accommodate his request, but then dark thoughts popped up inside her mind, and before she could control herself, her mouth opened. Knowing what would come next, she can't say she'd take it back though. Do you not trust me with that information, or is your quirk the reason you get bullied in school? Asuna softly asked, remembering the discussion they had back in the stupid skeleton-infested dungeon. She'd always wondered why he said everyone he knew didn't like him back then, but she had no way to bring it up normally. She'd thought about it more times than she could count, but could never settle on a definitive answer. Until now, that was. Yamikumo didn't answer, but the small wince in his eyes as he looked down and the way his body tensed up and tried to shrink in on itself told her everything she needed to know. A wave of disgust washed over her like a cold shower. She already had her fill of cocky idiotic classmates coasting by with status and powerful, heroic, quirks. She knew it was a toxic environment at her school, but she was popular enough to not have any sort of involvement in it, beside the odd fool who thought their status meant she was owed to them. She despised that social hierarchy, and now she finds out that her best friend was a victim of the same system. No wonder Yamikumo didn't want to tell her his quirk. She bet that every other time he had before, he was mercilessly picked on. It was enough to have her start seeing red, gripping the edge of the table. She reached over the table and gently clasped her hands over his. She ignored how her face began to heat up. She could handle that later. That didn't matter to her at all right now. What did matter was the boy in front of her. Look, you don't need to tell me what quirk you have right now. I just hope you'll feel comfortable telling me one day. Yamikumo responded with a slow nod and a hum, not looking her in the eyes. Asuna didn't feel like Yamikumo had no trust in her, rather he was just scared of how she'd react to whatever quirk he had. Yet, she couldn't blame him, because she was feeling the same way. Yamikumo already knew so much about her school life, her quirk, her likes and dislikes, and more. But there was one thing that he didn't know. Something that no one else in the game knew, and Asuna wanted so dearly to close that gap. She wanted to break the final taboo. She wanted to tell Yamikumo her name. The only thing keeping her from doing it was fear. Not of him, but his reaction. The Yuki family was one of the most affluent families in Japan, being on par with groups like the Yaoyorozus. They were one of the leading companies in regards to technology and engineering. Wealthy beyond belief, powerful enough to make changes to the country if they needed to, and right now she hated everything about that. The money was all right, but every connection she made always had an element of distrust and paranoia to them. More often than not, people would crowd around her for her family's influence or to gain some money from her rather than anything about Asuna herself. It's what led her to become more cold and distrusting to anyone new. But Yamikumo didn't know who she was out there, and that's why she both liked him and feared him. She liked his personality, how he always listened to her and had her back while she had his. They were a team. Yet, she also feared him. It wasn't anything that Yamikumo had done. Rather, she was scared of how he'd react to hearing what family she was from. She knew Yamikumo would never try to take advantage of her for her money. She'd spent enough time around him to know he wasn't like that, nor did he seem desperate enough. But there was always the chance he'd be intimidated by her and her status. The chance that he could freak out that she kept it from him. The chance of ruining their relationship. Of ruining one of the few real relations she ever managed to have. Asuna knew that Yamikumo wouldn't do any of those things, but that nagging thought in the back of her head always told her that he'd leave her once he found out who she really was. It happened when she was a kid, it happened when people found out who she was in every school she attended. It was ironic. She came to this game to finally be herself, and now she's scared of sharing who she truly was with the boy she liked. Get a hold of yourself, Asuna. She thought to herself, trying to wrangle her mind back in control. She was so caught up in her thoughts, her body just ran on autopilot. By the time she finally came to, Yamikumo was thanking her for her time and about to leave. Asuna's mouth went dry as she contemplated her options. She could let Yamikumo go and try and ask him out another time, or she can just ask right here and now. The latter options caused those fears to take center stage, but she didn't care. She wasn't going to live her life in this stupid fear of what if when she could find out. She had to, because she knew she wouldn't be able to live with herself if she didn't. Yamikumo, she called out, her voice a mixture of desperation and nervousness. A combination that made her internally cringe at the mere sound of it. Yamikumo paused, his hand sliding off the handle to the front door and turned around, thoroughly confused but he'd stopped. Are you free this Saturday? She blurted out, suddenly feeling all her etiquette classes she'd taken since she was 5 fly out the window. Yamikumo blinked. Normally they went out once a week, but it was Thursday now. Oh, you want to go somewhere special? Is there an event on Saturday? He questioned. Well, I was wondering if it could be a ... Asuna trailed off, the words getting caught in her throat. Her face felt like it was on fire and her heart was pounding in her chest like a jackhammer. Why is this so hard? She thought to herself. She definitely underestimated how bad her nerves would affect her. But she pushed on, and after a few seconds, finally managed to blurt out what her heart was yearning to ask. A date. Yamikumo's eyes widened, his body locking into place. His jaw dropped open before he quickly closed his mouth. His face erupted into a heavy blush, making him look like a strawberry. There were a few moments of heavy silence that made Asuna's skin crawl with anticipation. Then finally, sure, Yamikumo squeaked, his face now bright red. Where do you want to go? Resisting the urge to breathe out a sigh of relief, Asuna thought of places they could go. She'd asked him in the heat of the moment, not really thinking on what to do after he accepted. I was thinking somewhere on the 47th floor. Does 5 p.m. work for you? Asuna suggested. She'd heard that the floor was great for couples and dates from those under her command who had partners. Sounds great. Yamikumo nodded along. His voice sounded strained, as if he was holding back some kind of emotion. Judging by how nervous and flustered he was, she could only assume it was a good emotion. Well, I'll meet you there then. Good night, Asuna. Yamikumo opened the door and then stepped out onto the street when Asuna spoke up behind him. Wait. Once again, Yamikumo turned around to face Asuna, only for his brain to hard reboot when she leaned in close and pressed her lips against his cheek with a quick peck. She pulled back slowly and gauged his reaction to what she'd just done. He was standing outside her house, motionless in a blushing mess. He was as still as a statue and he looked like he didn't know what planet he was on. She was just going to consider that a sign that he enjoyed it. Asuna let out a tiny giggle, mostly to calm her own nerves. She reached over for the door handle, but not before looking back to the boy she'd fallen for, who was starting to realize what had just happened. Good night, Yamikumo, Asuna whispered softly before gently closing the door. She turned around and rested her back against the door, slowly sliding down until she was sitting down with her legs curled up to her chest. Using her listening skill she waited patiently, her face resting in a neutral expression. Once she heard Yamikumo walk away, she opened up the menu for her home and double-checked that the setting for noise cancelling was on so no one outside could hear what was happening inside. She calmly closed it, took a deep breath through her nose, and then screamed. Izuku robotically walked out of the town borders and into the open fields surrounding the town. He still had time before bed, so he decided to take his mind off what had just happened, but no matter how many times he pushed it to the back of his mind, it always wormed its way back to the forefront. His hand gently grazed over where Asuna had kissed his and his face erupted into a massive blush, but he also felt joy. It caught him off guard, but instead of being taken aback, he enjoyed it. Bringing his hands up to his mouth, he stuck his fingers and whistled loudly. A loud howl echoed throughout the empty grassy fields. From the corner of his eyes, he could spot a large shadowy figure bolting towards him at high speeds. While this would have given a heart attack to anyone else, A smile spread across Izuku's face as the clouds parted, allowing the moonlight to shine down and illuminate the ash-colored wolf barreling towards him. Once it got close enough, it skidded to a halt, stopping just centimeters from the mercenary's face. He didn't react to nearly having a giant wolf slam into him, having gotten used to how close she got when her movement came to a halt. "Hey, Himari, are you doing okay?" Izuku said, pulling out the steak. "I got this for you." He threw the piece of meat into the air and the giant wolf caught it in the air, quickly devouring the treat before leaning down and softly nuzzling the side of her head on Izuku's cheek. Despite Himari being around 4 times larger than him, she was gentle when showing affection to her owner. Her fur was soft and fluffy, with a light sprinkle of ash that added warmth to her touch. Izuku reached up and rubbed the side of her head, a content sigh escaping his lips. "Good girl." When Himari backed up, she took a good long look at Izuku before her head cocked to the side. She nudged her snout under his chin as she always did when he was either acting weird or something was wrong. "I'm fine. I just have some things to think about while we head to our next mission." Izuku tried his best to explain how he was feeling to his traveling companion. Letting out a soft whine, Himari laid down on her stomach, making it easier for Izuku to climb on top of her back. Izuku gently grabbed hold of her fur and jumped up, landing on her back with a small grunt. He leaned down, already getting ready to counteract the wind pressure. "All right, Himari. Full speed." Himari rose up and threw her head back, letting out a howl before plumes of ash began to seep out of her nose. With a push, the pair shot off like a rocket, zooming towards the next town. What would have taken half a day of walking, would only take a half-hour due to Himari. Sure, Izuku could have teleported there, but he enjoyed riding around with Himari. As the wind blew past him, Izuku decided that now was an alright time to think about what had just occurred. He'd never had a friend like Asuna. Bakugo was his friend, technically, when they were kids, but that friendship died off pretty hard once Bakugo got his quirk and started acting more and more violent. After that, he hadn't made another real friend until entering Sword Art Online. Agile might have been his first friend, but he wasn't like Asuna. None of them were. Izuku liked Asuna. He liked her a lot and more than he thought he ever would, but he wasn't going to try and push beyond that. Mostly because she definitely could do so much better than him, and because he didn't know a thing about dating. But after tonight, he was starting to think differently. They'd shared hugs before, but Izuku just chalked that up to them being really good friends, but asking him on a date and a kiss on the cheek. He couldn't just write that off as something friends casually do. However unlikely it could be, there was a chance. Does Asuna feel the same way I do? June 26, 2138. The detective frowned as he gently lowered his notebook. While the voice recorder was used for a solid basis, the notebook was for uses of his quirk, personal thoughts, and any little details about how they moved and looked when talking about some of the tougher subjects. Aldera High School, the detective noted down. He'd have to look into that school, including its faculty and its students. As much as he hated to admit it, bullying was still a common occurrence in school, but when students used their quirks on others in front of teachers and the staff did nothing about it. That was when it was time for the police to step in. Writing that down as a reminder on a page that only ever seemed to increase in content the more they spoke, the detective's mind wandered to the main thought that had been on his mind since hearing about Izuku's near-death experience. Izuku went into Sword Art Online already slightly fractured, and as he grew in confidence and capability, those cracks grew as well. After everything he'd heard, those cracks grew from tiny inconveniences to canyon-sized issues that reminded him far too much of his close friend. Yet, the boy was somehow still standing, still moving through the game without letting himself fall apart, and the detective knew why. If anything stuck out about their relationship, apart from the obvious blooming love they had for one another, it was that Asuna also acted as the glue that kept Izuku together and prevented the cracks from splitting apart and revealing whatever laid underneath. But love could not fix everything. At some point the cracks would grow too large for glue to be all that they needed. Judging by how strained Izuku's voice was when talking about this, Coradial player, things were going to get worse. How much so remained to be seen, but the detective didn't like where things were going already. The kid already needed serious professional help, and his recount of everything that had occurred wasn't even over yet. As much as the detective didn't want to hear about the love life between two teenagers, he couldn't deny the plethora of information that could be gleaned from it. Information that could be used to help Izuku get better, and make sure Asuna got the proper help as well. After all, she was trapped in the game as well and went through similar things if the final fight was anything to go by. So, with a reluctant sigh, he nodded and motioned for Izuku to continue. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.